one of the things that is kind of really interesting is, we highlighted this with Licorice versus Whippo, but the same is actually true with Licorice versus Sniper. He was saying the game he feels is in a very balanced state where you can play a lot of stuff top lane. Believe it or not, neither of these players in top lane have a single overlap on their played champions so far this split.
Wait, really?
Not one. It is actually really interesting, right? And that is so rare. And the same was true when Licorice played against Whippo. And like that is almost never true in pro play, where it's almost always like, all right, you play Cassante, Cassante's banned, you play Renekton's banned, you play Gnar, okay, that's all you're playing.
Yeah, and it's even more interesting because over the 5 games that they've played, Licorice has 5 different champions and Sniper has 4. So that's a lot of overlap.
How we doing, chat? We got here a little earlier today. We made sure to get here a little earlier for this league match.
Yone and
Since I was a little late yesterday.
Over on the other side, 100 Thieves taking
yes,
out
sir,
the
Gold.
Rumble,
You know
the
it.
Vi, and the Yorick.
You know it.
So paying some respect
we had to make up for yesterday. Get here
common picks that has showed up
a couple
more
minutes earlier than we
Lion's
did.
Gonna lock in Varus first and foremost. I am absolutely, totally unsurprised by this lock-in.
We got ourselves a good day of esports on this Easter Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. Yorick actually got banned yesterday
everybody
as well.
had
So it's
a
only
good
been played
Easter.
so far in LTA North by Whippo.
Or is having
but it
a
is
good
getting
Easter.
some bans. So clearly it must be coming out
ideally,
on scrims more and more. I actually think
anybody
it's quite
in the
strong
chat
right now.
is probably going to have a better day if we get some
were
Thieves
mostly
wins.
for jungle in this last patch is actually still pretty
we'll definitely
strong
be
in
looking
top lane.
forward
So
to that.
I definitely think situationally it can be powerful, and especially if you're going Jace, that's a matchup that Whippo actually used it into, and it is a matchup that
unfortunately,
I think is
since
quite good for
we
Yorick.
are watching COD, we're gonna have to swap over to
a lot of what you fight,
YouTube at some point. It'll be after this series,
weird cage that has
or after this match.
Incremental health bar instead of a
and
health
then
value. It's just something that can easily catch
we
you off guard if you're
may
not
or
prepared
may
for it. So I
not
respect the ban.
go back
Lion
live
going
on
to lock
Twitch
in the
for the
Xinjiao and the
Apex
Azir for
match.
themselves. Everything on their
just
side of the
because the
draft
Apex
feels
is
very
after
stock
the
standard so far.
Yeah,
Call of Duty
absolutely.
match.
Quid going to be locking in the
So we're going to have to switch over to
there's a
strictly
slight
YouTube
possibility
at
that
some
it could go
point.
towards jungle, but I am not expecting that. Would be another new pick for Quid this split.
Cubs
He
game
has
would have
4
been
different
over on
unique
time,
champions.
but
The
they've
only
been
one that
in
he's
a rain
actually
delay for
repeated
2 hours.
is the Silas. So
yeah,
the
good
Talia
old
would be
Cubs
pretty
and
cool
rain
to be coming
delays,
out.
you know.
If I'm thinking this is Talia mid,
Just
then I'm
that
thinking about banning some of these top
combination,
jungle
really.
pairings, things like the Vi that do have that kind of point and click lockdown.
All right, so it's looking
really
like
do make the Talia
Lion is going to be on the left side, so we'll move my cam.
Luckily for Lion, the Vi already banned out in that first half
here
by
for
100
now.
Thieves, so they won't have to deal with that deadly combo. But looks like 100
and then
Thieves are going to look
we'll
towards
drop
that
it down
top side.
once the
They know
match
they've already
actually
got the
starts
Jace, so
up
they're going to
and
get rid of
kicks
some of the
off here.
options that they think Licorice would like to play into it. The Scion going to be the first one of those.
Lion is 3-2 here, just like the Thieves, so I'm interested to see how this series will go, knowing we started off a little slow yesterday against Dignitas, and they were 0-4.
Make plays elsewhere, let Ezreal just hang out and farm with a Mystic Shot safely. They don't want to be dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Baseball's the
Leona,
only
another
sport that
pairing
gets delayed for rain.
Can be really
Yeah, I
powerful
think
with
it's just
Talia.
because of the
point and click
field.
CC, whether it comes from the jungle or
I think
down
having
in that
like
bot
a
lane, obviously very powerful. So
you know,
a
lot of dirt
Leona,
that's not like
banned
grass.
away, but we'll see where they do want to go. Mostly just
I
all
think it
top
affects
lane
like
bans though from 100
the
Thieves.
ball.
You obviously touched on the Yorick.
The field
on
itself,
Scion.
you have
it is also going
people
to be
running with
DM.
cleats
That's a ban. The Rumble was banned out earlier, so
it's all wet and
4 to
stuff.
5
so
of those bans pointed
yeah,
towards
I think
Licorice.
that's
Does still
probably
have,
why.
a number of champions that he has played this split that are still up and available.
But
we'll see where he wants to go.
I think that and like the pitcher's mound.
I'm
and
not gonna
since you're
comment.
throwing,
Pantheon
like the
is-
pitcher's
is
throwing the
very
ball
likely.
when your hand is wet.
Because Pantheon
it's
is
hard
still,
to
that
place it where
flex
they
and
want
Fury
it,
is
so
another
it
option. We are pairing
becomes
with
more
that
dangerous.
AP mid
I
laner,
feel
so
like
it is
than
gonna
a
be
lot of
Fury
other
here,
sports might.
in the jungle for River. I do still think they do need some sort of like point and click CC or hard.
It is kind of wild though,
or they're going to have to rely on their opponents
really
engaging
is
into
the
them
only
and
one
then try to play
that
that like
does
disengage style.
Football
But
doesn't
it is
really
very
cancel
difficult to
for
play that
anything.
style without any sort of engage, because if the early game goes
both
bad,
American
then
and
you're kind of just
European.
cooked.
I mean, there's really limited options for any kind of CC
I
or
would bet
lockdown
money
at
Rugby
all in
doesn't.
this team so far. It's really just
I don't
can
know
Talia
about like
hit a
cricket.
shove, but
I would
without
be
any
interested
setup, that just
to see
becomes
about cricket.
degrees
Since
more
cricket, you're
difficult.
throwing the ball
Back
just
over
like
on Lion's side,
with
though,
baseball.
they're going to lock in some strong CC in the support role there with
softball
the Nautilus,
does,
and the top laner to go into the Jace will be the Cassante.
Yep, so it is going to be Cassante. That is the 6th pick in
What else
6
is
games
outdoor?
for
What else is an
Licorice. So
outdoor
he is
sport?
maintaining that new champion every
because basketball,
game
the only thing you
status.
would have a delay
Rel
for
making
is
a lot
like
of sense
a
there.
power
But
outage
I think
or,
would have been absolutely fine.
you
But you do
know,
need
like
some sort
an
of hard engage, some
earthquake
sort of
or
setup to be able to start off the fights. And I
something
think
like
Rel
that.
can
Tornado
really
warning, like
fit
some
that bill.
crazy
It's
stuff.
also
Not
something that
really
people like quite a
like
bit into Nautilus because there is that
I mean,
interaction
rain
with your
doesn't really
Shattering
matter
Strike.
unless
you
you
can
have
break the
a
Nautilus shield, so there's
leak.
that potential advantage.
Because I did have
in that
times in
matchup down on the bottom
middle
side,
school
but
when I was
definitely
playing
not
basketball that
expecting
the one
Rel
gym we
Ezreal to
played
be
at, it
really
often
scrapping
had
too
leaks,
heavily in the
and
2v2.
every
Varus
time it
Nautilus,
would
I do
rain,
think should get the push,
there
should
was a
have the
leak, and we
priority
would have
there,
to
and it's
pause
going to
the
be
game
more
until
about
we were able
picking
to
that
get
Rel
it
for the
cleaned
team
up.
fight.
And you know, I feel like Licorice will probably have some pretty comfortable itemization this game.
Pretty
since
annoying,
going up
really.
against an AD top laner and this assassin-style AD jungler. K'Sante loves being
okay, so does anybody in chat know anything about Lion,
like
how
items, and this is a great game
his team is,
yeah,
who
absolutely.
any of the players are?
I do think, in these kind of games, a lot of times you can just kind of like fully stack armor and then buy like a Jack Show or whatever to give you a little bit of MR later on, but that's also going to amp all your resistances that you already have in the armor. So I do think something like that can be quite viable as long as Quid is not just getting super fed on this.
Are we looking at a tough match
really
here?
Kind of demanding that you build more MR. Because
I
agree. It's Jace and Fury top with Ezreal down the bot lane. Mostly you're going to be taking physical damage, and that is going to be the job a little bit easier for Licorice. If he can have a good laning phase, it definitely could become a brick wall.
I'm ready for it, man. Lion versus 100 Thieves.
Go,
Lion hungry to be that first team to take a game off of one of these top squads. And 100 Thieves, they have been looking shaky. Their game yesterday ended up being the most intense game of the day just because it had to go back and forth with 100 Thieves initially struggling up against Dignitas. You know they're wanting to have a stronger show.
I will say the cool thing about League
is it's going to be exciting.
Setup
talking to him, he was saying he thinks that the bottom four teams are actually a lot stronger this split than they have been, in the past, and so it's interesting.
I'm not going to say
a lot of teams are talking about
these teams because I know there's a lot of esports out there
are performing in scrims,
but
none of them have
gotten a single win
still yet on stage.
From all the ones that I've watched,
top four,
the production value is the best
that top
on
four,
League
bottom
Legends,
four
which does,
I mean,
it
very
makes sense.
easy to talk about, right?
Yeah.
We
need Drifty.
If
I
you
know.
Went around at the start of the split,
my guess is since it's Easter, we're probably not going to get quite as many people popping in today, but
the same four teams.
Hopefully, since we'll be live for a while, we'll get some people kind of coming in chat every now and then when they can.
Teams, they're then looked at as, okay, well, you're the team that is most likely to be able to punch up and take a game off of one of these top four teams.
Also, very important, that is the hot dog skin. Something happened between the last time they enabled
it's allowed now.
Yes,
you're right.
The
hot dog skin is allowed now?
In the LTA. This is great progress.
What happened? The hot dog skin is allowed? We couldn't use it before, but now they can, huh?
Yeah,
so far.
That's quite
That's pretty good for the top four.
It's a strong argument for the line being drawn in the standings where it was, but we are going to see both of our junglers starting.
I mean, at least River gets to use it this time.
Is so troll, man.
At least he gets to use the hot dog skin.
It's one of
this
those
time.
skins that's like so stupid that it crosses over and becomes amazing.
It becomes cool again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I also
it's like the Iron versus Challenger thing, you know? There's the bell curve, and then the Iron and the Challenger player have the same mindset.
All right, so
I like
we got
the fact that it has the green chroma too. That
is
just
that the
like
first Drake in the top right?
Not the one that we're getting
about
this
3
game,
minutes,
but
and then
it's a fun skin.
the grubs in about
take a look at where everything's
3
kind of
minutes
shaking
and 40
out here early on
seconds.
in the lanes. FBI and Ayla with that initial push down there in the bottom lane.
Damn.
So going to be happy to not be
constantly
under pressure from the Varus,
at
least for this first shove. Meanwhile, back over in mid, this is one that I'm really interested in seeing. The desk, the analyst, I still call it the desk even after all this time. The lounge was talking about how, this is part 2 of Saint's big challenge week. Yesterday, he was not able to rise to the occasion against Quad. He actually got solo killed. Did not seem like he was really completely prepared for that Cassiopeia matchup.
Yeah, I don't think I had ever heard of
FlyQuest mid laner. So I'm curious how well he'll be able to bounce back here today against Quad.
I don't think I had ever heard of him.
He got Player of the Week in week 1. He was playing incredibly well, but he is playing against some monstrous mid laners this week. It is a super hard set of games here in Super Week for Saint. You talked about it. He had Quad, now he has Quid, then he has Loki on Monday as well. Does not get much harder than that in the LTA here. So Saint definitely has an opportunity to really kind of build a name for himself and really, kind of
they lost to FlyQuest
up into that upper echelon of mid laners. Last week he was
amazing.
No one's going to take that away from him.
That doesn't really help us much.
If you do it against the best, that's where you really start getting that respect and you start getting that credit for being one of the best yourself.
That's when nobody can deny it. That's when it's just a matter of fact. As River and Audieland are going to find one another here in the river, but now it's Ayla jumping in immediately as 100 Thieves are ready to go in for the 3v3. Lions down to below half HP, but FBI and Ayla the same way. First blood over to Audieland, and Lion are on the board. River's next to drop, and it's a 2 for nothing. Lion absolutely smashing his 3v3.
Wow, I actually thought that was going to maybe go the other way after the initial hook miss from Lions, but
Oh, did I just dude? I think I just realized that like the more you die, the longer your respawn is.
In this initial
I
play,
think I just
FBI
realized
was
that.
already lower on health because they had that prio. They try to move over
that
here.
what it is?
The Q flash from Ayla not getting much done.
I mean, they just
definitely
respawn like
something
instantly.
that hurt them. I didn't catch on the initial play as Lions did miss his hook, but it kind of buffered him out of the combo there from Ayla. If that had connected on Henna, potentially they could have put enough pressure on Henna to really change the fight. But when that full swing does miss on the initial engage there from Ayla and gets nothing for it, they're just so far down in the overall health.
Great start here. I mean,
Conquer,
we're only
he's
down
just kind of hammering away. Henna was never really threatened, and Lion
I feel like it could be worse, but
and the geometry of that fight was just so perfect.
We don't even get a
for
trade
the
out of that fight,
on Lion, because Varus got to put the piercing arrow through 2 perfectly lined up champions. Xin Zhao even hit the spear on 2, so it's really hard for 100 Thieves to find a good spot after that. As Saints jumping in, going after Quid, the dredge line from Lions, forcing the flash out of the 100 Thieves mid laner. So a really, really nice first 5 minutes here for Lion.
Yeah, and we saw 100 Thieves
first
in a
Drake is spawned, and we got Grubs in just under a minute here.
You know, where they got pretty behind early. Lions playing with fire a little bit here is taking quite a bit of damage, but the soldiers from Saint are protecting. And Saint has opened up a nice early lead here for himself. You know, is that one wave up?
The last couple matches we've watched, the Thieves haven't really gone for the grubs.
Henna has already moved up towards top
they haven't really been able to get the grubs.
Around here, you can see Henna was actually trying to let that plate deny.
So I'm interested to see if that's going to be a little different this time.
That's kind of the worst
case scenario. If they'll actually go for them, or if
one time and they're going to be able to catch in. When the plate
forget about that.
Really low like that, it's nice to just let it deny to minions if champion isn't around, because that gold just goes nowhere.
Exactly. You know that it's eventually going to be taken, so you might as well just have it die in the most graceful way possible. But 10 seconds now until our first set of grubs spawns. There are still summoner spells down from the earlier engagement in the 3v3 in the river. As Lions goes for the engage on Ayla, he will immediately disengage that one. Aftershock doing a good job of keeping him mostly protected. Important to note, though, Quid, level 6, just like Saint, but the Talia Weaver's wall can really be a huge difference maker in these neutral objective river fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Saint, also worth mentioning, he is playing lethal tempo. You know, sometimes we see people go, you know, things like
it's looking like we're not worried about the grubs
range matchups. You know, he is going for this kind of like high DPS build. That if he can really stand,
we got River on the Drake
targets. You know, normally you would see this more against, you know, like full tanks
and
things like that. There's not a lot of like really tanky characters over on the 100 Thieves side, but definitely can
Which one
get
is
a
this?
lot of value.
I can never tell by the
fights here, and it is just going to be a trade of grubs for Dragon. Lion up towards that top side. They're going to be really happy about how this early game has gone. They're up 1K, and they get 3 grubs. When you are the one who is winning the early game, who is having the pushing lanes, grubs get so much more value.
Yeah. I mean, grubs they're a down payment objective, right? Like, yeah, sure, it's nice to grab the extra EXP for your jungler. It's nice to get the little bit of gold that they reward, but it's really all about how much more value you can get later thanks to the pushing power, and I 100% agree. When you've already got the lead, it just compounds and makes it that much better. As Audioland
they did get all 3 of the grubs,
Lions,
though.
Whenever you're playing one of these junglers that likes to get in there and fight, one of these skirmishers, assassins, whatever,
I can tell, like, by some of the icons that they're, like, the different dragons, but I can't tell, like, what each one is
very strong.
I mean, I'm sure this next one is
we've
fire.
Seen a lot of teams doing that style.
That one looks pretty straightforward,
especially when they are playing these carry style junglers. You know, just getting locked up with that jungler, going in, stealing away camps, trying to put that pressure on. And you can see Lion left a lot of vision coverage on this top side. 3 pink wards over in that top side.
So Lion's still ahead here in
the
coins
up in that
department.
Top lane. A tri-brush, so really a lot of
every game it's a random set.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I gathered
over the
couple matches that we've watched, because there were some that came up that I was like, I've never seen that one. I don't know what that one is.
Keep Quid safe here in that mid lane, allow him to try
Which
to get
definitely
push
threw
out
me off
and take a reset.
Initially.
Gold advantages across the board for Lion, except for that top lane matchup, but it's Jace into a melee champion. You would expect Jace to be ahead. It's more of a question of how much of a lead can he build, especially with things going south in that bottom lane fight earlier means you're going to have to make up for some of that elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can do that. I mean, yesterday in the game, you know, he wasn't kind of really in a wonderful spot, but because he was actually playing so heavily through side lane and his team was kind of surviving as this 4-man core, he ended up getting a really big advantage throughout the game. He was able to build up more and more gold as he picked up those minions, took down towers. He's also going Conqueror, so that is obviously the much better scaling rune than going something like Grasp that we had been seeing, you know, exclusively last split and still sometimes this split. But that is going to mean in the 1v1 he should have a better time later on. And in this kind of matchup, honestly, it is going to be about him getting towards Cleaver very likely because we are expecting a ton of armor to be stacked here from Licorice, who looks like he's going to be going Iceborne first, which I'm always kind of a fan of. It is one of those items that does allow tanks to have a little bit of damage, a little bit of the ability to kind of fight back, and obviously quite strong Cassante.
Right, yeah, he can proc it so easily. You're constantly spamming the Intofo strikes, makes it so it's pretty much whenever you need it, you've got that proc ready to go. Lion were trying to find an opportunity there. You saw briefly before Saint standing off to the side.
So we both have,
but
both teams have 2 people at level 8
on that. They knew what was
like
going on, so nothing else happening here just yet as both supports continue to make multiple visits toward the mid lane.
Still don't fully understand like the abilities.
But they're really anxious to make that change.
Yeah, they are really looking to fight here. I think honestly for the Lion side, you don't have to be. I think Lion are happy to just play a slow, steady game, farm it up. You know, you have the Azir, you have this kind of beefy front line there in Licorice. So
the
I
other
do
thing
think
that
they're going
like
to be the ones who are
I
less
think I
eager to
won't
force
really
these fights.
understand
But playing against 100 Thieves, you
for
have
a
to be
while
expecting that they're going to be
is
looking
like
for
when
any
teams decide to
opportunity
fight
to try to make something happen
like,
here, and we'll see when they can find it. You know, Ayla is going to be level 6
what,
here.
what's the deciding factor on when they're going to have
so
a team fight versus just kind of like fall back and let
of course has been level 6 for
the
quite
other
some
team
time,
kind of take
and is moving
space,
down
you
towards
know?
this bottom side, trying to see if there was an opportunity there.
And I think that Ayla hitting level 6 is absolutely massive because it goes back to what we were talking
For example,
about in the draft. This is
Chemtech,
the
fire,
engaged
water,
champion for the
water,
team.
etc.
Nobody else here can really start something up
soul.
unless you know someone on Lion is just not paying attention, gets hit by a seismic shove. It's difficult for
Hey Yale,
anyone
thank you
else
for
to
the
be the
follow
one who
on
decides
Twitch. I
to go.
appreciate that.
And so Ayla's going to have a lot of pressure on
Winning
his
100
shoulders this game.
Thieves. I mean, we're hoping. We're hoping they
the
get
right
another win
moments and
today. That
finding
would be
those big
awesome.
engages.
And you can see the 100 Thieves
Great-
looking like they're
great
not even
start
going to
to Easter
contest the 6
Sunday
scrubs here.
for
They're
me.
just
That
going to
would
try
be
to trade
cool.
for a little bit of tower damage down on that bottom side. But they did have this kind of late reset. And
Looks like Lion's
going
gonna
to
take the second set of grubs here as
now
well.
and, like, steal 1 grub. Giving over 6 definitely feels rough, but they're so late to the play that it is going to be,
Thieves
if
are
anything, just
getting
1
there.
steal on a grub. And
Doesn't even get it, but Audieland in some danger now as Ayla jumps in to help River, trying to take out the Lion jungler. Sniper's ready to join the fight now, too, as Audie has to flash away. A lot of damage, though, back onto River, who tries to get away with an Fury W, but he's so very
Okay,
low.
we do get
First
one.
goes over to Sniper, picking off
This would be
Lions.
huge. Oh, that's another big kill. And River stayed up. We got one of the
100
grubs too
Thieves
as
just
well.
fight
No?
their way out of it, man. It just seems to happen
Maybe not
every
yet.
single time. It felt
But
like
we're
Lion
about
were
to.
there
Okay.
so much earlier, and maybe
Nice.
just didn't expect that 100 Thieves were
So
going to
now we're
contest
kinda-
because 100
we're
Thieves
kinda
showed
tied
up
up
so
here a little
late
bit.
to the fight. But 100 Thieves take the fight anyway. They do deny at least that 1
I
grub.
thought
They
River
get
was
some
gonna get
kills. They're
picked there.
getting
I got a little
plates as
nervous.
well. They had Quid down on the bottom
He got
side,
really
pushing that
weak.
in. Sniper is able to get some time alone on this tower, and now with a
They'll
couple
fight when
kills that he
there's
picks up,
an
with the
objective
turret
to
plates that
get,
he
or if
picks up,
there's a
he's going to
player
open
slow
up
it
a
out,
pretty big
you can get a pick.
advantage. So, you know,
Yeah,
even though
that
it
makes
was
sense.
Lion here were here a lot earlier, Saint is over at
I
the
guess
tower.
it's
Henna
kinda
was
just
not
like-
actually rotating,
'cause
and they didn't have
sometimes,
the TP
like,
on
the
Licorice.
the
so,
dragons will
you know,
sit
they
for
kinda
a
committed
while,
to this pretty
you know?
heavily, and yes,
So, like,
it is 100 Thieves showing up late,
that-
but they're showing up
that's
with that extra man.
where it
and,
becomes, like,
Lion
interesting to me
ends
on,
up being
you
a
know,
little bit overcommitted
when
to
they
that
decide to
play.
just go
And
for
you can
it.
see the frustration there on the coaching staff's face. A little bit of exasperation, and Golden Glue's pretty happy about it. Jace now opening up a pretty nice advantage, has that early
Yeah, that
push,
was a
which
good
is
fight,
a
though.
nightmare for tanks.
I mean, I thought, like I
and
said,
is
I
still
thought
stacking that
River
tier, so
was going to get
definitely
picked
gonna
there,
be in a good
but
spot.
Eclipse
he was
done
able to
not
stay up
just
and
for
get
the
out,
Jace,
and
but
then
for the
we ended up
Nefiri
getting
as well.
2
2 big power spikes.
without
If 100 Thieves wants to
getting
fight
traded
for this
out
next
either,
neutral
so that was
objective here
nice.
as Drake #2 has spawned. They only got 1 out of 6 of those grubs like we were talking about earlier, but with the first Drake already in their possession, they would love to keep this stack going forward. Quid's job is just
Yeah,
to
I feel like
zone
getting this
Licorice
second
away, make
dragon
it
would
so
be
Cassante can't
huge.
really feel comfortable trying to enter towards the battlefield up here, and it looks like he'll have no problems doing that as the Drake
Nice.
is secured by River.
And it is really nice to see these lane assignments here from 100 Thieves because as Licorice, you know, we talked about it, you're going up against Jace, and then there's an Fury jungle, so you stack a bunch of armor, and then all of a sudden it's 13 minutes into the game, you got a bunch of armor.
Okay,
you're
so
feeling
the
pretty
Hex
tanky, and
Gates,
now you're
that
laning
means the
against
Hex
Quid.
Dragon is
Yeah.
next,
And it's
right?
like, well, the armor's not doing so hot for you at that point. And Sniper, who, yeah, he has tabbies, but honestly, who cares? You're just building damage, and it doesn't really matter if you're going to be laning against Saint or Licorice. It does have that nice little lane assignment for them. So tabby's going to be completed for Licorice as well.
Still no
He is
towers
just gonna
taken
be
out for
building
anybody yet
heavily
here.
towards that armor. I'm a little bit surprised,
that tower there
I will
for the
say,
Thieves
that
is
Quid
getting
is solo AP
kinda
is not
chunked
going
out
to
a
be more
little
aggressive
bit.
build. He is going towards Roa, so he's going to go Roa Archangels, and he's going to be this very kind of tanky build with a lot of health and that
2
Archangel
minutes
shield.
for...
But it is going to be quite a bit lower damage than if you were just going like Leandries early and these kind of builds, kind of some of the more aggressive builds that you can do.
The Otacon is the second.
Because generally when you are solo AP, you really want to take the most advantage of that, because people aren't going to be stacking MR.
Rift
You want to be
Herald,
building high damage builds. I guess he just doesn't feel safe doing that, but it is a bit of a surprise to me, and this kind of build is going to punish the lack of MR on Licorice.
Is that the Herald
Not very much.
Licorice doing a good job staying alive up here, but a 3v1 is never great.
The eye logo, is that
looking for a little bit more damage there with the Dark and Daggers, jumps forward.
And then the Otacon is the next one?
With the Pathmaker trying to get away. Weaver's Wall is going to claim it, though, and 100 Thieves get kill number 3.
And
okay, nice.
Of warfare
got another
for
pick.
them, so pretty important kill.
Yeah, hell yeah. See, I'm learning. I'm picking it up.
To knock this tower down. You can see Saint is shoving down in the
starting
bot
to
lane
pick
as
it up
well.
now.
They're looking for a potential dive here on a sniper.
Yeah, could be some trouble. Nice
yeah, this
CC
could be
chain
bad.
from Lions. Not quite enough damage there. It is the ultimate
gets
from the
taken
Azir,
out.
finishing off the kill, guaranteeing they get what they came for.
We
and
get a tower, but
Lions
it's looking like they get one as well.
So 1 feet going back their way as well.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. Going to be able to.
I completely trolled because 100 Thieves got the one on the other side of the map right beforehand.
Still, first tower for them. They are going to be able to grab, and they almost got the mid lane tower. So that is going to be nice. Of course, the feats of strength are going to go to 100 Thieves. They have the upgraded boots. Unfortunately, Nautilus got the kill. I guess with Ignite or something. I'm not even sure. I didn't see how he got that last hit onto the
we
Jace.
had 3
but
kills
that was a
first
shutdown.
and first turret,
Would have
so
been
we get
really nice
2
to have
little
that gold
boosts.
there over onto Saint.
Nice, that's
who
huge.
has his Nashor's Tooth completed.
That's
is going to
massive.
be building in towards the Leandries. And we'll see where he wants to go from there.
Lots of tiers this game as well. You already talked a little bit about the Seraph's Embrace that Quid is building towards, but, you know, it's going to be a man
I think the other thing I have to get used to with League is kind of the pacing of the game.
So all of these stacking up, trying to get to that 360 breakpoint for the big power spike, but the tier 1 turret in mid. Now
it
also
did take another turret,
You can see Henna as well went for the really early Umbral Glaive. A lot of people starting to kind of be more of a fan.
It did end
of
up taking
item.
a second turret
did
off
get
the
some
bus.
changes. I think it was made a little bit cheaper. There was some sort of buff. I can't remember exactly what it was. A couple of patches ago, and people started.
Herald is on
with
the
it
map.
Kaisa, as well as a few different
That
champions.
guy
So he's going to have
Herald.
that early Umbral Glaive. It's a great early power spike, and it's going to help.
I think
of course,
yesterday
with
we
the
were not
vision
able to
game
get the
as
Herald.
we go further on.
And I think that Henna's going to feel really good about having the
But it's
the
looking
high
like we're
damage
taking it
lethality
on
Varus build
already.
in this game, because
They're so
everybody
squishy.
on the enemy team is so vulnerable to that damage. I mean, the closest thing to a real tank you're going to have is Ayla, but he's on a support budget. It's not going to be that easy to build up enough resistances to tank those things. And the Rift Herald will now be coming very shortly after spawn.
Otacon is coming up
on the Nefiri.
in
Honestly,
3
this
minutes.
is so reminiscent of the 100 Thieves game from yesterday.
next
where
dragon
it was
coming in about a
Dignitas playing
minute.
that really strong early game, getting themselves into a good spot, and then 100 Thieves were able to kind of fight back and equalize the game. And from there, they were the ones playing better in those team fights, in those 5v5. So we'll have to see if Lion can kind of flip the script as far as that goes, because it is 100 Thieves now in 1 minute who are going to be having the opportunity to move towards Soul Point. And it is Hextech Soul, which is incredibly powerful here. You definitely do not want to allow them to get this third dragon here at 18 minutes, because you could be setting up for a very early Soul. And that is what Lion is going to have to be ready for.
And especially if 100 Thieves
So we
keep
might have a
getting to
big fight
objectives
here
first,
for
if
the
they can
next
put
dragon,
themselves in a
the way
spot
the
where now
way,
Lion
the
have to try
casters
to
are
walk
making
up,
it sound.
face check into a situation where you're having to dodge accelerated shock blasts, mystic shots, every single rock that Talia is going to throw. Well, all of a sudden, now there's not quite as much pressure on Ayla to have these massive engages, because everybody on Lion
I'm going to have to
just
try
gets
and
shot
keep
to
an eye
pieces
out for the
before it even
COD
happens.
matches.
Adi
I
Land,
think
nice
this should be
disengagement
done
of
before
ulti,
we
but
get
he's
to the
ready charge
Thieves
back
match.
right into the fight. Ayla
Oh,
shit. On the
shit.
front line, locked up by Lions. Licorice with the teleport in, and
Ayla's
Ayla
gonna
is
go
in
down.
danger. Nice kill going over to Henna, and they're looking for another. FBI on the run. Adi Land's got to be a little bit careful here. 100 Thieves disengages after losing their support.
Yeah, they thought they actually had a catch here onto Audi Land, but he has a really nice sidestep on the shattering
one didn't
strike,
go our
the Q
way
flash
there.
from Ayla, and then because he has no mark on
good
Ayla,
for everybody
he's
else
able
to get
knock
out
him
there,
out of the
though, I
crash
feel
down
like.
with his ultimate. That was beautiful from Audi Land. Is able to just completely outplay
now it's
in
looking
that
like they're gonna get to
situation
take the next
and kind of single-handedly
Drake
wins
here.
them the fight, and as a result, wins them the dragon.
Exactly. Sometimes you have a really cool play in League of Legends, but it really doesn't turn into a whole lot. It's just cool points more than anything. That was was a really sick
That seems
play
pretty big
that
for
completely shuts down
Lion
the neutral
there.
objective stacking that 100 Thieves were playing around.
Yeah, I mean, we can watch this one more time. So the Q flash here, it's kind of going to get sidestepped by Audioland. He was walking to the right and then juke back to the left. And then, as I said, because there is no mark, he has not hit Ayla. That means when you do the Crescent Guard, it knocks them back. So he knocks them out of the air of that crash down, and then is able to go back in here for the re-engage. You can see Henna was able to connect his ultimate over onto FBI. FBI is forced to pop that barrier and get right out. And with the jungler going down, and with the support going down, they weren't able to actually continue that play and weren't able to look for the dragon.
Henna could be in a little bit of danger here if he steps too far forward, but he does have Lions nearby to protect him. I also like how Audi stops the initial engage, but then as soon as he sees Seismic Shove
he feels like out of the top
knows,
four, the
all right,
Thieves
I'm
are the
going
most
back in one
beatable.
way or the other. I might as well charge.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Audioland was talking about, scrimming against these top four teams.
Crazy.
And of those top four teams, he saw 100 Thieves as the most beatable, the most likely to get a, quote-unquote upset against. And it's interesting because some players I
take down another
didn't
turret?
even think that 100 Thieves should be ranked in the top four. They thought that Lion already, based on scrims, should be actually ranked above them. So there is obviously, disagreement based on how scrims are going versus different teams.
Damage.
But still, I think pretty
much
everyone
realize
is agreeing that these are the teams that should be
I hadn't
fourth and
realized
fifth.
how much
That's
damage
kind of
that
where
thing
all the
does.
pros that I'm talking to are kind of power ranking these two teams. And we'll see
absolute
if
herald.
one is going to be able to kind of upset the apple cart, so to speak.
We talk about that hard line drawn in the standings, but
All right,
these are
looking
the
like,
two teams that
the
stand
Otacon is about
closest
to
to
pop
the line,
up.
that feel like, just one foot
Voracious
further in either
Otacon.
direction. They could end up being the one to kind of break that
What
trend.
a name, huh?
As Quid on the Talia has both of those items completed that you were talking about.
All
now
I'm
with
saying
the
is if
Seraph's
there was a
Embrace fully
monster
evolved,
that
a
had
lot
the
of
name
agents just now
Voracious
ticking over to 5
Otacon, I
stacks,
would
so still has a
never,
little bit
I would
longer
never
to
think
get
of
that one all the way
trying to
charged
fight
up.
it.
You can see in
Never.
Licorice's inventory, it looks like he's kind of going for exactly what you were describing earlier. You go for the armor item, put in the Jack Show second, makes it so you're tanky enough to
Vegas
survive
through.
against
Did
the
they get
Talia, and
reverse
you're still
swept?
buffing up yourself against everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. You're still building more armor. You're still going to be really tanky against the kind of core 3 damage dealers.
Wait, so
over
what's this
100
big
Thieves.
rock thing? I don't
And,
think I know what
looks
that
like
is.
It is going to be smote away there, I think, by Audioland. I'm not actually sure who got that, to be honest.
Because
They
that
both have
doesn't
blue
like
buff,
pop
so-
up,
It makes it a
right?
little bit
Like that
tougher,
doesn't.
right?
They don't call out.
But
when
either
that
way, they
is-
are
is
going to
alive.
have that evade. Not too much happening after it. Saint has just been playing
They got
heavily through
reverse
these side
swept?
lanes,
Oh,
trying to keep his
no.
farm really high
That's
here.
crazy.
As has Sniper. Sniper almost has the Maramana fully stacked, and we know here comes Quid. We'll see if they can pull off this dive, though. The tower is there.
Ooh, nice move from Saint, trying to stop this, but still a ton of
Just
damage
small
coming out from
objectives to get
100 Thieves.
gold? Oh,
Saint
okay.
very low, but the
So
rocks
it
are not
doesn't
there.
help,
Quid is now
like,
in danger as Licorice
the-
arrives to back
the
up his mid
dragons
laner.
might,
The
like
seismic
something
shove
like
fade
that.
away will not find anything,
they
and
just help with
100
gold.
Thieves is sat down. Saint with the outplay.
Yeah, Saint is able to make it happen. It's always risky trying to go for those
that's not
dives
good.
into that summoned
Yeah,
Azir
that's
tower.
not good.
And he's able to avoid so much of the damage. The shift forward to avoid the seismic shove. He was also able to dodge out in that accelerated shock blast from Sniper at the end of his combo before he flashed out. And then the teleport coming in from Licorice really does change things.
Things are not looking the
100 Thieves
best
now,
here,
almost
but
2,000
I feel
gold
like it could be
behind
worse.
here with, I would say, a more difficult comp to actually play out. They're in a very tough spot at this point, and Audioland is just going to straight up start the Otacon here. Quid has no teleport and is still dead, so they're so late getting out on the map.
He doesn't have a teleport, and he also doesn't have Weaver's Wall. It is a long walk down here
Sniper's
to the
going top
Otacon.
as well. They have no idea.
Now, Lion isn't taking this particularly fast, and one thing we have seen before is teams not respect the Otacon resistance shred enough if they're taking a long time fighting it, having everybody stand
it's just gone.
inside the pit for a long time. But no, 100 Thieves,
Well,
they
we don't
can't
get the
get there in
Otacon either.
time. So not only is it the outplay in the top lane, that outplay then immediately sets them up to take the Otacon. Lion loving this mid game.
Yeah, exactly. And because they got that third dragon, 100 Thieves don't have any sort of a obvious, easy, comeback mechanic or kind of win condition that they can actually
So
play
we're really going to
towards.
need
So
this
Audioland getting
next
that earlier outplay
dragon
is actually having a
and
really
probably
big
the
knock-on effect
Baron,
on
no?
the rest of the game. That plus the
They'll
outplay
probably
from
get the
Satan
Drake
in the
as
top
well?
side
Oh,
has
fuck.
put Lion in such a good spot in this game. 30 seconds until the next dragon, and Lion definitely feel like they are better set up to fight it. That being said, 2 items are completed for pretty much everyone. So the gold lead, while nice for Lion, is not actually showing itself in a completed 3rd item or anything right now.
Right.
So 100 Thieves, definitely in a deficit, definitely in a tough spot, especially with the Otacon GAs. But if you really execute well on a fight, it's still winnable.
Well, Audieland will be first into this bot side river to try to secure this Scuttle Crab.
I think they just give this one, though.
Yeah, I feel, because I mean...
Into the GA.
You might not be stacking all of the dragons like you wanted to early on for 100 Thieves, but at least those first couple of dragon takes have put you in a spot where you can comfortably give one over in a situation where it could be very dangerous to play into, like what we're seeing with the Otacon buffs. So, yeah, hands off the wheel. All right, whatever. You guys get this one.
Yep.
Fair
and
play.
they're kind of saying, you know, that's what you're going to earn yourself with the Otacon, is we're not going to actually contest this. We don't want to fight into GA.
So now this this Hex Tech Dragon will be the only one that spawns until somebody gets to the ender.
Just about a minute. So that is going to be the next big objective. Sniper able to get that tier 2, which is huge, and they're looking for a pick mid. Yeah, Lion's in some danger here. Has to try to Spider-Man his way out of it. The dredge line connects onto the terrain and gives him enough distance to not die to it. But now, very, very low on HP. We'll see if 100 Thieves can really get anything else off the back of that. Without Baron live on the map, it's not like there's much to play for. Like you already said, Sniper got the dub in the top side by taking the tier 2 turret. That feels fine. I feel like 100 Thieves are probably happy to trade the dragon.
We're going to have to get this Baron, right?
And then right afterwards would have really been the cherry on top.
It seems like this is kind of going to be a necessity.
On the Nautilus kill.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper here gets so much gold from that tier 2. You know, 700 gold on that isolated tier 2 tower take. It is so valuable when you grab that. FBI trying to defend here. 100 Thieves are collapsing, but this tower is just going to be gone. Yeah, tower's already gone, but Ayla goes in for the engage. Licorice here on the front line. Very, very low as Sniper's ready to go into the skies. Licorice caught inside the Weaver's wall. Quid is already down. The first false life is going to be procced as Licorice continues trying to disengage. But he will be shut down by River as the Otacon buff expires right at the worst possible time.
Wait, it expired, so that actually counts as a kill?
FBI's low HP, but the rest of the Thieves are ready to chase. River continues firing forward as it looks like there is going to be an escape for Audieland, but no way home for Lions. The Hex Gates getting two of the Lion players out of danger as Saint's ready to re-engage now looking for Ayla and FBI. He doesn't have the range. He doesn't have the power.
Holy shit.
And FBI's just laughing at him.
They're able to get a couple kills.
That was crazy. A lot of shit just happened there.
They're pretty lucky, honestly, that first Otacon false life had not actually expired because there was about a second left or so when they got that first initial kill. So Lion do force down the tier 2. Good engage here comes in from Ayla.
Circles. I just saw a lot of big
over
circles.
The wall with the Weaver's wall, though. Lions actually caught him with that Nautilus ultimate, so he gets locked up. He gets burst down there. And this false life was so close to expiring. You can see Licorice died right after, but did not have the GA.
Like 2
if
seconds.
They waited, you know,
That's
1
crazy.
second, even maybe
so now,
2 seconds at most, they could have even gotten that extra kill and not
now
have the
we
false
should
life
have
proc.
a chance to get the
Thieves,
Baron
though, of course,
here,
trying to chase for more. They really want to grab some extra kills here. Had they killed Audieland, there was an angle to try to do Baron right there, so that would have been the big reward they were looking for, but still can be quite happy.
Do we still have?
And I really like the heads up move there from Audieland, recognizing, hey, this is super dangerous if I die, just flashing over the wall to grab the Hex Gate before they can interrupt him to make his exit. Lions still up 1,500 gold, but 100 Thieves at least getting a bit of a punish there for that tier 2 turret. It is interesting, you know, these last 2 games from 100 Thieves, and maybe it's just a symptom of them falling behind early, but they've been much slower, you know, much more patient. Not the 100 Thieves that I think of from last split, where they were the bloodiest team in the world, the highest combined kills and deaths in their games. They're constantly fighting non-stop, and they're trying to be a little bit slower, a little bit more composed this time around. So it is kind of interesting to see. You can also note that Sniper did not elect to go for the Black Cleaver because River was the one who's going to be able to grab that up and shred a lot of the armor for the team. But it is Last Whisper that is in inventory here for Sniper, so he is just building towards that 3rd item still. And Licorice, surprisingly, is going towards more MR. I do find that, you know, pretty surprising because it is so much physical damage over on the other side. I thought the Jack Show would be the only MR he'd actually purchase, as River's going to look. Yeah, River's going in for the full engage, but a nice stop on it there thanks to the Emperor's Divide. Saint gets away, but you can see, even with Nefiri just hitting him with the ulti and a little bit of follow-up damage, he loses 40%. If he mistimes his ult there or misplaces it, he's pretty dead. Yeah, and it's just kind of a trade of ultimates. You know, you use the Hound's Pursuit, you get out the Azir ult. So it is that trade 1-for-1. You can see Saint now does have the Seekers ready to go, as well as the components, of course, are working towards that Zonia's, but he'll be able to have the Seekers one fight and then very likely complete the Zonia's and have a Zonia's for that next one. So he's going to be a pretty difficult target.
We've kind of hit a little bit of a down
moment here. And then you're looking over at Xin Zhao. Well, he's not going to be the one you want to kill.
We don't have the next Drake up yet.
It starts feeling like it pretty much can only be Henna, and that's tough when you have to fight through all of this CC that Lion have. And especially because Henna has already completed his 3rd item too. It's Edge of Night. The extra space
Spell Shield now has to be procced by something, and it's Lethality Varus. He's comfortable standing very far back, firing off the piercing arrows, makes it much more difficult to find how you want to be able to pop that Spell Shield, kind of just hoping for an accelerated shock blast.
Yeah.
Maybe the true shot barrage from a long way away before the team fight. But yeah, two-man attempt. Azir can do Baron very, very quickly. Audieland will be happy to just tank it up for now, but 100 Thieves sniffs it out, and that immediately forces Lion back.
It's the advantage of having a dog on your team.
So Thieves were able to kind of shut that Baron attack down.
Somewhere out there, Freak's ears just perked up.
Now the dragon is here as well.
That was...
I mean, it worked, dude. You've been laughing for a minute. There you go. I understand.
All right. Well, Quid rides in on the Weaver's Wall to block the possible escape route here for Lion as they're trying to get themselves back to a decent position. Chains of Corruption fly out from Henna, but they don't find a target. 100 Thieves with control over the bot side. River is Audieland going forward there. The wind becomes lightning, but FBI disengaging with enough distance there thanks to the arcane shift as River is just doing the dragon the entire time. They are forcing Lion to need to step forward. Saint and Audieland suffering from some of this poke here. They know that they need to go in before they absorb too much more.
Ayla is on the side, and he could look for a really good engage. He's trying to deny any potential hard commit from Lion. If they hard commit to this fight, they could get pinched.
Okay, Adi jumps over the wall, ready to go for the smite fight, but it's going to be secured by Rivers Nefiri instead.
We got the dragon.
1v1 back in the dragon pit is not going the way of the Xinjiao as Lions have to try to get away, but a nice seismic shot seals his fate. Now the Nefiri ready to go in once again as the true shot barrage flies through and nearly kills off Audieland. A beautiful shot coming out from Sniper to seal
I don't even see who else we got.
But River may have gone too far. He jumps back in with the ultimate reset, but he gets himself away because the W is a very balanced ability.
That is actually crazy. He dives in 1v3 under the tier 2 tower with the tier 1 tower still alive, gets his 0 ult and then just gets out no problem. That is nuts.
That was huge.
River definitely using
that character's
so
now
kit to the maximum. And now they're going to be able to get a Baron off the back of that as well.
Dragon.
River actually
and we should get this Baron
so incredibly well. Was very, very aggressive, always being able to bait ability.
See, that one fight feels like it could have just turned the game.
And just bouncing in and out of that fight expertly.
Even starting it off before the fight ever really even happened, he wins the 50-50, like full fair smite fight in the pit, makes it so then Audieland has to run all the way away because Xinjiao is not winning the 1v1 against the Nefiri. It just started off really well for 100 Thieves. Let's take another look at how it happened.
Yeah, exactly. So Audieland does tag the dragon. He gets in the pit, as you say. Fair fight, down to 1600. Insta-kills it from 1693. So very difficult to actually outsmite that, and it's going to be able to actually finish it off. Then they decide, okay, we're going to go for this. The flip gets hit over the wall from Quid, and then River just flashes in, goes to the Hound's pursuit, and then just hops backwards as Lickers tries to re-engage on him. But he's always thinking range, just continue tagging them with those Qs. And then right here, 1v3 under the tower, but the W is available, and then just hops back over the wall, hits a multi-man Q on them as they're chasing after him. That insult to injury there, and I was doing the same thing. I was looking at the Fury saying, what is that? Has the Shojin fully stacked the whole time as well. And 100 Thieves just does it again. They just seem to be able to fight their way out of these situations. Comps be damned, situations be damned, gold leads be damned. 100 Thieves are going to fight, and they're going to fight well.
Well, damn, it's looking really good for them now as Licorice is not having a good time trying to deal with this hot dog as 100 Thieves are pushing towards the tier 2 turret, standing here still in the bottom side, but it doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. One more Baroned up wave, and they might be able to force it down. Also, shout-outs again to Sniper for securing that accelerated shock blast at the very back into the fight in that previous one. Guarantees there's no way for the enemy team to try to contest the Baron.
He got his one.
Sets him up. That's, hey, he's a sniper. He sniped. That was good.
There you go.
All right, mid lane tier 2 turret pops. 100 Thieves going to pick that one up.
Take
and then
another turret.
Quid throws out the Weaver's Wall. Saint wants to go for the engage on FBI, but he doesn't have enough damage, and FBI escapes. Saint immediately forced back down into the dirt. And 100 Thieves now with nobody dead on their own side. With Saint out of the picture for 50 seconds. And even once he revives, he's got no ult and no flash. 100 Thieves can smell the blood in the water.
Yeah, and no Zonias as well. That is really tough. He tried to catch him by Eing forward and then flash ulting to react to that Arcane Shift, but he used both the Arcane Shift and the Flash to create even more space. Ezreal's one of the champions that it's so tough to actually do that to, because they have the secondary dash to avoid your follow-up flash. So FBI able to create that space, stays alive here, and 100 Thieves
we're doing a lot of damage to this one as well. And Quid gets a kill.
Down. A nice seismic shove from Quid. Didn't even need any setup, and now the second shove is going to force Licorice to try to flash away. River continues jumping forward, and Lion is scrambling just to stay alive. 100 Thieves force their way into the bottom lane of the base. They take the full inhib. They don't lose a single man, and they get out.
Yep, they're going to be able to get out, and now because
wow,
of that
no one died either.
Dragon,
that's
they are
huge.
On soul point. 1 minute until that Hextech soul is available for them. And I think that is going to be where they are focused.
Yeah, we're hoping.
Looking
we're
towards
hoping. I mean, that seemed like a really good play there.
Very difficult to deal with if they are going to be able to grab.
I think we still have a little
soul.
bit of time.
You can see
I don't think they're gonna.
It's going to be tough. I
fully
mean, it's going to have no
yet.
flash. There's going to be no flash in FBI, but Ezreal's just such a safe character inherently that it's really tough to actually punish.
We still have
I think the flash
a couple more
is
things
more valuable.
to go first.
That's kind of that X factor. We'll see if they can actually get on the map and kind of retake some vision, because it has really been tough. And I just think River has been playing so incredibly well in these fights. He's been putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, it does seem like we're close,
though. The fact that
though.
he's not just playing it like hesitantly, he's not playing far back. He's diving in and forcing them to spend spells
Feels
on
like
him,
we're
and
knocking
then
on the door
maximum
here.
value out of that W to actually immune these spells, then hops back out. You know, he's constantly drawing that pressure. And look at Ayla on the flank.
Yeah, Ayla's ready because the True Shot Barrage already popped the Edge of Night off of Henna. Now the Rel's ready to immediately jump in with a Magnet Storm, and there goes River straight after the lethality Varus. Henna just fighting to try to stay alive, but Quid has already gone on a killing spree. Sniper versus Audieland off of the side, and Sniper dies. Lion trying to get FBI now, but the damage is just too much. A double kill back over to Quid, and everybody online except Audieland is staring at a black and white
We'll take
screen.
a 3 for 1, no?
Thieves on the victory march.
100 Thieves
we'll take a 3 for
able
1.
to get that decisive team fight win. They find the flank on Henna, and that is going to be that.
There we go. That mid lane turret is already gone. The inhibitor falls right after. They've got the super minions coming up through the bottom lane. There is no way for Audieland to do anything about this. Tries to maybe grab one little bit of a cheeky damage there in the river, but not enough. The ace for Quid's Talia. 100 Thieves will continue the reign of terror of the top 4 teams. 11-0
this should
now.
be Lion
right? Could not find their way to get this one
Let's
done.
go.
14-7. 100 Thieves get the dub.
Back-to-back days for 100 Thieves.
W, great start to the day, chat. We get ourselves a League of Legends W
here. At the end of the day, they close this one out 35 minutes.
It looked pretty solid there at the end. Seemed like another slightly slow start, but
how 100 Thieves are so
they were able to close it out.
Even when one fight goes badly for them
seems
early,
like that's kind of
never seem to
the
get
thing
shook by that
they've been doing.
They
Is they
right
start off a little
this
slow,
is the way
but
we're
then
supposed to play. This is the way we're going to
kind
play.
of bring it back
Win,
in the
lose,
end.
or draw it. You just keep going back to those team fights, and they're able to make it work time and time again.
Good job for 100 Thieves, yet again racking up the dub. Reminder, LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes like Giga Flowers.
All right, I think we stay for the interview,
right?
and then
it is very cursed.
We'll hop over to YouTube for the COD matches.
But now, we've got our first game of the day wrapped up. We're joining Kobe and Sniper on stage for an interview.
For all my people in the Twitch chat right now,
thank you.
We are 2 followers away from 100 followers, so if you're not followed right now and you love watching 100 Thieves Esports,
I'm feeling pretty good.
Go ahead and drop that follow, because we're watch partying every time we have a Thieves
Other than that, I thought
Thieves
I played
match.
this game pretty good, so I'm very happy with Jace's performance this weekend.
Yeah, you guys actually, you've gotten behind in both games so far this weekend. You know, versus Dignitas, a little bit of a rough early game. This game, how did it feel when you see on your scoreboard your bottom lane, your bottom side of the map gets 3-0'd? What's the comms like?
Well, I just clicked tab and I see that everyone's 0-3, or like River's 0-1, FBI 0-1, Ayla 0-1, and I'm just up 20 CS, so I'm just like, okay, top lane in the island, so good mental, you know?
Yeah, it's all good. We can come back. Yeah. Is there anything that has changed as far as the practice
Kobe is your
for
League
your
of Legends
team
crush?
leading into a super week like this?
Honestly, practice has
Is
been
this
like
Kobe?
really,
I didn't see the
really,
name.
really bad for us recently. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like, so I think it's pretty good that we got these 2 wins. I think it's like very good momentum, and like we're building confidence too. So I'm very happy with everyone on the team and how I played so far.
Okay, so if you have bad
Kobe's
scrims,
the
you
caster?
get practice
Oh,
from
okay.
behind. Ah, I see.
Exactly.
And then
you know what's up. You know what's up.
All right, well, thank you for the interview. Congrats on the second win. We'll see if you can keep it going. Right now, though, we're going to head to a break and check in on our AT&T comms listen-in.
Okay. Can we fight here? This vision? Oh, they go TV. They go on me, guys.
Yeah. Optic is playing FaZe and Halo and COD at the same time. Wait, seriously?
Okay, I'm going.
Kill this guy.
No flash. Yeah,
damn.
First, oh.
I did not realize that.
Has flash now. Don't go too deep.
Okay,
push mid and
push mid.
Okay, we are going to switch over to COD though.
Why are we in Indiana?
So, anybody who is still on Twitch,
Nashville, Indiana, and the GPS.
if you guys want to hop over to YouTube, it is Thieves Talk on YouTube.
Okay. Let me just
We will be throwing on
cool.
the
There's a
Call of
charge
Duty
station
matches, and after that we will have Apex. So go ahead and hop over there if you guys are interested in that.
What's in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
If not, I hope you guys
Plans change, but
on
the key
Twitch
is
have a good
united.
rest of your
Grateful
day, have a good
veterans,
rest
so
of your
much
Easter, and hopefully we will see you guys in the next stream on Twitch. All right, peace out, Twitch chat.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed.
Game, there's a lot more behind it, you know.
Scan the
Texts have to
QR
come
code
into
for
it in
LPA
the
deals.
sense of, well, you have to win, you have to put yourself in a good spot. Whereas
All
now
right.
it's kind of just for that
Here we
seeding
go.
spot, and it should
Doc,
make it
this
interesting in a
series
different
hasn't
kind of
started
way.
yet,
So,
right?
I'm interested to see how it's going to go down.
Yeah, we'll break all that down at the end of the day when we do get to see how the bracket will look going into the lovely
This hasn't started
major
quite
in
yet,
Boca
right?
Raton next week.
looking like it
as,
hasn't.
we get the crust out of our eyes and we get the yawns out of our lungs. I've seen a BZ crack
Which
a
is
big
massive.
one. What are those boys doing last night? Playing
Massive,
a bit of Warzone,
massive.
a little bit of a dance maybe. Smiles on the stage for our players, but serious business when the match starts. Because still, as you said,
That's
Tom,
huge,
this
'cause
is
I
for
did wanna
seeding
watch this
only.
series,
is winners
actually.
bracket locked. Vegas had the one
I actually wanted
chance
to watch
to
this series.
do possibly the funniest thing for a long time and absolutely upset the entire league.
Okay, now
when
we
it
need
comes
to
who's walking over the winners
change
bracket. But for now, locked in, folks. You can sweat a little easier going into this series. But I think for Optic, again, it's not been the best look. Of course, Hook and Sky is the new boys here in the squad ton. They've been doing what they can to try to bring this team back up top. The problem you've got, mate, is on the other side of the stage, it is FaZe. And we'll talk about a BZ, we'll talk about Shotzzy. Two players who are incomparable in their own right, but, mate, just unbelievable to watch when they're on fire.
Oh, crazy. And it's going to come down to a lot of what these guys are going to do in this series. I'm really interested to see if Shotzzy can, well, bring it up to the table for these boys here today. I think, you know, though, it's, as mentioned, you know, for the side of FaZe, it has been a little shakier as of recent, so it is a good opportunity for Optic to get one over on them, which we haven't seen too much of course, over the last couple of seasons, and of course, over the whole of the Black Ops 6 season, we haven't seen them get a win. They've only played each other the once, though, so not really a whole load to go into on that side of things. But yeah, for these guys, we know what the talent level is for both of these squads. It is ridiculous on some different kind of level for FaZe. Of course, at this moment in time, things have dropped off a little bit, so it should make it interesting. But
Okay,
yeah, for
we got
both
that
these
title
teams,
changed.
it's curious because you have an opposition with plenty of talent
Twitch
for both
stream
sides.
is
Where do you kind of put
done.
the series? What are you testing? Are things going to be tested? Are you taking it serious? Because it is the E Classico. You do want to win this one.
And
Looks
we
like
are
teams getting
about to
ready go,
hop
though,
in.
Miles. I'm excited.
Well,
Way
Drowse
behind?
has eaten
Oh,
something.
shit.
Drowse has just put food in his mouth seconds before the match starts. I want to know why and how. What secrets
Yeah,
they have.
I pulled up the
Drowse must be
code
the star
stream,
match up here, boys and
but
girls,
I
on
also
this
run it on
Sunday.
1440,
He's
so
run
it
this
looks a
one all the
little
way
better
home. It's quality family time
on
for
my
Optic.
stream,
Some of the best
which
team
they
wise. I was
don't
really interested to see
do.
how
They don't
Drowse
run it
actually
on
Shotzzy starts. This one, that's a real
1440.
surprise for me, given how up and down both teams' performances have been. But surely it tastes of how great the series is to come.
Hopefully it is. That's what we're hoping for. Everybody at home also hoping the same. I mean, look, FaZe will be the favourites. I mean, there's just no question of it. But for Optic Texas, it's a really good opportunity to get one over on them. It's going to be a nice feeling heading
Why
into
was
the
it
major.
so far
A lot of this
behind,
goes all the
bro?
way for the squad. We know that. Hanging into the Tassie. I mean, as of recent, not necessarily the best of either one of these two teams over this.
I mean,
particular stage.
I'm
It's
glad
one
we
on one,
at least
so
get to watch the
it's
series, though, because
Alongside
I
Fnatic
actually
boys.
wanted to
So
watch the
he's gonna
series.
today. And he starts the map off nicely with a 2-3.
It'll be interesting to see how Optic is doing. Oh, this was really behind. Dude, YouTube is something else, man.
Really doing their job up top. Actually finding 4 rotation on towards P2. Exactly what you want. You don't necessarily want Drowse there. Well, Shotzzy will say thank you very much. We'll have that one, no problem. Not necessarily looking
Bro,
too
YouTube
offside.
is something
We'll hold this one
else.
down first. Iteration of gunfights come through. Still looking solid.
Hey man, that is perfect work. Shots in this flick as well. Checkers. When they thought they were playing chess, big kills. The side door continues to be from Skies right now. We get one out that we can. Oh, perfect break right now for FaZe boys. They are in halfway through P2. Good time to get. Can we get some pressure?
Brother, this is my first time watching the stream all day. How is it this far behind?
Yeah, Optic trying to work the flanking right border side. At that stage, it just puts you at a disadvantage side. If you don't find a lot of
This is
value, you
2
don't see
hills.
anything from that side, but they will find a retake. There's 10 seconds.
It was 2 minutes behind, and it's my first time clicking the stream today. What the hell is wrong with
You'll take those all
YouTube?
day long. Optic Texas will have themselves
This
a lead
shit's
heading over
insane.
towards P3, but there's going to be a chance for FaZe to get themselves set up. But all things said and done, after
This
2
shit
hills,
is
you take that if you're
insane,
Optic. If you're FaZe, though, you're maybe a little bit despondent after that. You find a nice break, don't get a whole lot. But you get a setup over towards P3. Can they hold down this mixy hill? Draws are finding 2 to kick things
All right,
off.
I need a BZ to go off for
Doing
my
what he does
fantasy.
best. We'll set them up
Outside
for
of
a lot
that,
success. Yeah, 15
actually, I
seconds
need
gone on
Simp
this
to
hill,
shit the
and
bed.
FaZe have
I need
every
Simp
single
to
second.
play horribly,
Yeah,
and I
this
need a
is great.
BZ to go insane.
Contest is done.
Because
Lost him
I'm
early
playing my
movements
brother
of
this
FaZe are
week, and he
upstairs,
has
and
Simp.
Skies cuts him down.
So,
Hook. I
need a big series out of BZ.
Masterclass, but he's cooking indeedy. Shots now pressure through the middle of the map. Lovely stuff in the 1v1 against Selim. And again, you're pushing that front line as far forward as you can. Spawns for FaZe in the back line now. It's a bit of a pinch developing, but no way this develops into anything more than that. Good stuff, Optic.
Yeah, it just feels like FaZe a little toothless right now. Every single time we're seeing the gunfights come forward, we're seeing Optic manage to find 3-4 in a row without really much of an answer. So FaZe warming into this one ever so slowly at this moment in time. Texas on the way over shots, he's finding 2 kills. He's read that
Would have liked to get that one, a
and
BZ. Would have liked that out of you,
to the
kid.
side of Atlanta FaZe. Not much bite. So that side so far, Optic Texas in a really nice spot. P4 rotations in, you broke to P3. It's all looking rosy so far.
Rosy indeed, mate. Well, you got sprees across the board. Hooks on a 4. Can't get the 5th out of that life, but the pool, the break is in. Shotzi, can you get these remaining 2 members of FaZe? There's 1. Can you get the 2nd as well? We're dancing.
Oh, big one from
Draz.
Draz.
Damage in, no reinforcements in position. That's a nice frag over the top there. Draz now keeping his spree going for a second longer. The Skies and Hook.
Damn,
Raise
Skies
hard
for
point.
2.
What a
Skies
again.
for 3.
What a run.
Oh my
Optic are back in control.
I mean, nobody wants to hold a hill right now. Optic Texas will find a way through. It is sometimes difficult. You're coming in off the stagger, and Hook finding gunfights as well and transition over towards P1. I mean, the FaZe just aren't winning any gunfights right now. Optic Texas looking with a very healthy lead heading into a second rotation, but the breaks have been easy to find. The holds not so much rather on these 2 teams, it feels, but it just feels like Optic Texas are finding way through, finding 20 seconds. FaZe will find a break back for nothing. Heading into a second rotation. FaZe have got a lot of work to do. Guns are just not firing right now. And Sky is dicing and BZ up as well. Optic Texas in a wonderful spot heading into the second rotation.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for FaZe. They're down tremendous at this point in time. Sim doing everything he possibly can, but right now the kills department for the Optic boys, absolutely everyone in the green as well. P1 is treating FaZe very well for now, as they've got the P2 control in this back pocket just in case, but on board with Shotzi in a second as he will go toe-to-toe with King Cobra. A very difficult fight indeed as he managed to slither his way across that lobby for a big set of kills. Hardpoint, oh dear, might go the way of Optic for now, but look at number 5 again. Hook has managed to find the angle. He's found the route and he's in.
Just found a way behind, but with the spawns coming up over towards P2, I thought, yeah, okay, he was maybe going to be a little bit more passive, but it's Hook we're talking about. Gets aggressive.
Sorry, we had to get our
P1.
tweet for this series.
So
we have triple Hasi from what I heard.
Optic Texas, yes, okay, have themselves a very healthy lead, but a full 50 or so from the side of FaZe over towards the garage hill will set them up for a lot of success and will put them within touching distance. Selim on a 6 spree over towards the backside, making it now 7. FaZe not
so
inside
much.
the point though. Kills going down towards the water side. Shots in Skies to find 2. If you're FaZe, you need to hold on.
Oh, they're holding as best they can.
So this will be interesting because with how FaZe has looked this split, it makes me wonder if Optic is if they're back or if FaZe is just struggling.
Let's get this one. One shot. No one there. I'm one shot. I gotta leave it. You guys fight. You guys fight. 2 on top. 2 on top. Last 2. We're missing one more dude.
You dropped this really weak. Hold on.
I'm dark. I'm darker now.
No, it's one dude.
One's gonna be new. One's gonna be new. I have woke up by the way.
Rock dead.
I have woke up by the way.
They're going through lobby.
I have woke.
Gonna be open.
Go new. Somebody get in.
Rock open. Sit back. Open.
Secret and MC. They're gonna be dark. Dark for shutting out fast.
Try to pick a flat. I have Wonka. One's on me. There's 2 front. There's 2 front. One's out of fence.
I've been here.
Watch out, there's 2 front.
One's behind us. Sure. Like close.
Let's go. Alright,
Watch my pocket. Watch out.
Two in the back of me.
I'm keep shooting.
I have Arcept. Arcept, absolute. There's 2 of ours.
I'm shooting the
MC and a PZ top bar, okay?
I'm picking the back. One's in the back of me.
And make a play. Chill. Let's make it a play.
One is up close.
Jump down corner. Inner time tip.
Yeah, he's enter time sip.
One shot inner time. Time on me, absolute simp. You go helping him.
Kill Simp, please.
You guys go. I'll go. I'll shoot.
I read a fence.
could be dark. Look,
He's on me. He's inner. On the box.
on the box. Nice, good shit.
Bro, Simp is just
Take your time,
shooting
go,
now
go,
all
go,
of a
go,
sudden.
go.
Can he not do that?
I'm down to
please?
pinch their closing shit because it once.
Yeah, one are open. Are open.
Yeah, FaZe is struggling to split, which
Let's go through that.
if that continues on land, that would be massive for us.
Still there. He ran in con.
Anytime. They need me outside.
Yeah, pitching their side open.
Oh, wait for
I said
Brandon.
there's
Wait for Brandon.
He's shooting rocks.
I said one in there. Drop this.
Yo, what's the two open? Two open.
Go on. Are in there.
That's the shit.
I'm out.
He's laying down.
Sometimes.
They're right up and right.
Economy.
Yeah, I did it shot top season.
Close. No one there.
Optics comms sound much better though than they have before.
They're checkers.
I've opened it.
They're gonna be
Two checkers. Three checkers.
I've opened.
All three there.
All three, I've got.
Left side.
What?
I stunned them.
I want to show you.
Shut. Get up.
We're missing one. Drops first guy. I'm gonna pick up bottom later.
Lambo spawns.
They're open. I went to
Yeah, that was a good listen in for
Another
Optic.
decisive 4 down and over 200 points we go for Optic Texas here on Haciendaton.
Just finding break after break. They're doing so well in these 50-50 moments. You're seeing these kind of trades just not come through for the side of FaZe right now. Optic Texas are brute forcing their way in, and FaZe are really struggling to deal with it. Heading into a third rotation, the lead is pretty much where it was at, and it ain't looking pretty. FaZe trying to get some time over towards P1, and that is a good amount of kills. This feels like where they have had their successes over at P1 on occasion.
So if Optic wins
again,
this series,
coming down to it still. This is
where does that put
FaZe?
FaZe?
Who can find a 60-second hill over towards P2
going into
very,
the
very
tournament?
Quickly. We got 30 seconds of P1.
Would we end up
Right
having to
now,
face
Optic
FaZe if we win today?
Again, it's 4 down every single time. Huge time on for now for Texas. This is looking bad for FaZe.
Real bad for FaZe. We're not going to win it
They
at
would be
P1, but we're going to get down
2
close,
and
folks.
3.
We've got P2 fully locked up as well on the spawns
Team
front.
Major
It's going to be last man
chance.
sent at a time just to prevent FaZe from getting anything.
I mean, shit,
drowned
I hope
out.
so.
Any hope whatsoever. And look at that shimmy, look at the shoulder. Here he goes. He wants this one. And he gets it. Hook the nuke. A masterclass.
Part of me wouldn't
in
even be mad
effect,
if we
and the
ended up
takeover
facing
is there.
FaZe,
P2
like, in
now
round 1.
open for business, and Optic Texas will be
Straight
the
up.
first to dip
I
their
wouldn't be
toes
upset.
and drink from that luscious well that is soon
Do they
to
start in
taste
losers
just
if they lose
like
this, though?
victory. FaZe, one more hit of this.
Yeah, you
There's
could
no
find a
way,
big
right?
Break through the lobby side. Dashi finding one. Shotzi.
I was gonna say, there's no way they
start
start in
game,
losers.
and he's the one just holding it down the hill. 10 seconds away for FaZe, for the side of Optic Texas.
This is it for FaZe. You are done, lads. Wow, what an opener. Optic have come out of Hacienda. They have slashed their way through competition. The contest was done for
I was
a
not
second,
expecting
and
an
a
Optic
raw
win
and
in
a
that first
massive
hard
game out
point.
of Skies there. Shotzi's chuckles can only
BZ
tell you
got
one thing,
absolutely
folks.
shit on, so
They're
my
starting to believe.
team is probably cooked.
Maybe it is taking an Easter Sunday for that team to start to believe. Maybe. I look, it's one of those that both these two teams have struggled with as of recent, and I mean, you kind of seen it from FaZe, but it didn't necessarily feel like they were, I want to say there was a like glaring issue as far as how they were rotating or anything like that. It just felt like every single time they had an opportunity
That's kind of
to pick up
wild,
some really
though.
good time, they just get
BZ 12 and 25.
It just felt
My
like Optic
brother.
Texas were breaking so well, coordinated
Why?
pushes coming in together, and everyone winning their gunfights.
Sim started to turn it around.
I mean, as far as
Went 20 and
games
25.
goes,
Still not
that
great
is
out
a-
of him,
a
but I
slow
mean,
one
better
for
than
FaZe.
12
It felt
and
like there was no
25.
punching
Jeez
power. It
Louise.
felt like it was a bit
This is
soft
what I
as far
get
as
for
the retakes
supporting
were
a
coming in
FaZe
from Optic
player.
Texas. Break after break just
My
felt
goodness.
a little easy. It wasn't necessarily
what I
like there was
get.
any, like huge moments or anything from anybody.
Put them
particular.
against the
Nobody
Thieves and they'll
was
kick
having just
ass.
Big pop-off moments. Everybody
Isn't
on
that
the side.
crazy? But when I need them
Texas doing
to,
their job
do
when
well
needed.
for my
But
fantasy,
really, it was only Draza who was there to try and shut it down and just could not get it going. Really nice map coming out from Optic Texas, but Atlanta FaZe a slow start.
what is
to
he
say the least.
doing? He's running at
That
him
was
with a
perfect
knife,
example
bro.
of watching BZ swing there with that
We're
knife,
trolling.
desperately trying to make something happen. He was on the struggle bus. Not necessarily alone. There is boys who were certainly with him, but a particularly difficult one there for the Reaper himself. But
Maybe what I need
crazy
to
game
do
for
in
Optic. Good stuff. Them
weekends
listening,
of
willing to chow time, the whole
fantasy
time for 17
is I
seconds,
need
get
to
most
just
of
bet
it,
the
and then get
lower
clean breaks of
on
15
all my
seconds into
fantasy
the
players,
point
and
as
then they'll
well.
all play
that
better.
is all you can ask for as a squad. You only concede a little bit to
They'll
gain
all play
tremendous
better.
amounts. Optic
And if
Texas
they
come
don't, then I win
confidently
money.
in map
So
number
it's
one.
kind
We're
of,
gonna play
it's
Surge
kind of
and
like a
Destroy in the very
win-win,
same map,
really.
folks, in a second. FaZe have looked very good when it comes to Surge. They really tore the beating heart out of the Falcons in their previous series, but this is another
Yeah, but
win
the
for a
Falcons
caliber team
don't
you're going up against,
look
boys, and they're
good
wearing
on
them
Surge.
Sunday whites. How are we feeling about this one, Tom?
Falcons have not looked
Well,
very
well,
good
that
on
was
Surge,
a
so
full
I don't know
streak
how
on our
much
point for the side of
FaZe
Optic
beating them
Texas, and they just
means anything.
comfortably dealt with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, across the entirety of it, there's nothing really to write home about. There's a little streak from P4 to P2, of course, all the side of FaZe in that second rotation at the end of the first. But other than that, Optic Texas in complete control throughout the majority of that one. Hacienda Search and Destroy, and then Control coming up, of course. If we need to see a Vault and red card,
do you imagine if we get a Optic
just very convincing, very impressive
today
from the side of Optic Texas? I said the breaks were phenomenal, very well coordinated.
You get an Optic 3-0 against
listening. It's
FaZe?
all about the trades coming through for this.
That would be crazy.
Really, really good job in map number 1 with that.
Map number 2 on its way now, folks. We're going to be looking at some stats now. We've got ourselves a little bit of love for Dashi and Shotzzy. As far as the mode has gone, it's been treating them pretty well, mate. I mean, 1.3 and a 1.24 across stage 3 alone there for the boys. Again, opening duels huge for Shotzzy.
I don't think Optic wins the SND,
yeah, but good for them here. FaZe a tough opponent.
Coming out hot like that in respawn, I could see him taking the series.
Play a squad like this,
honestly.
Literally a day before you fly out, or 2 days before you fly out, you want to be getting the best possible practice. All of our teams do when they arrive at the venues, when they do get to these major locations. They get a good day of practice. They get a day of scrims at the very least, and then on the sort of media day,
Book is turned because he's got that. He's got that yerba mate.
There to Dashi, of course. It was yesterday, I believe.
Wait.
So happy birthday, Big Bruce.
I didn't even think about it. The boys should come out shooting today since it's 4:20.
Some of us are anyway.
Yeah, well, some of us, yeah, but some of the stuff.
I'm gonna need to see Dan.
No, I'm sitting here wearing a cardigan, bro.
And
we'll see
Scrap.
how things go though. On the
Go
other side of the
crazy
board,
today.
though, young legends all across this game. True young legends. As we get ready to go into Search and Destroy, FaZe strictly business. See if they can get the bounce back after taking a tough loss there. In
need to see that long neck duo
these
go off.
fast-paced green teams. They've got a thing. The green squads are given the business, but Search and Destroy and Hacienda have seen how this has gone, of course. And if there's one team you trust to bounce back in an exciting way, it's FaZe.
All right, 2 times.
I mean, Draza has been that guy across stage 3. Well, not just on stage 3, of course. I mean, this player himself is incredible on the Search and Destroy side of things. Let's see what Draza's able to do here on Hacienda. Maybe bad memories of 5 minutes ago, but it will be a lock-in.
Sometimes I feel like the buffer just completely negates the 2 times.
But the way that they came out on map number 1, expect them to have some confidence flowing heading into round number 1 here in Search and Destroy. Very defensive, solid line from Atlanta FaZe across the map. Texas waiting for a push to come through. A little bit of control over towards the top side. Maybe looking for a B hit, but it's the first blood for Shotzzy. We know he's good at those. 43 now in favor of Optic Texas.
It's in and out. As guys, we cut away just a second early, but he got picked up there by Cell, who somehow finds another one there from the office door. No way you get a third out of this, but Shotzzy banged up.
Damn, Cell
might be an
almost got
errant
3.
Semtex for him there, but at this point in time, Dashi, our bomb carrier this round, is making his way. I mean, he's trying to find his way back inside, but Draz might have his perfect read on him here. Yeah, a brutal round here from Optic. 2v1, all down to Shotzzy. Poles apart right now, the FaZe players. So if you can isolate 1v1, this is doable.
Cell doing a great job finding 2 from office. Kind of line up for him. The child came through. Yeah, he's going to get it. Did he actually manage to spot him? I think he did.
Yeah. But it's not going to matter. Maybe Draz didn't see him.
I don't know. I feel like he would have activated earlier if he saw him, no?
No, I've got the pixel, but he's on his way over towards B. This bomb will go down irrelevant. If he can get out, there's a big opportunity here for Shotzzy. And he will do. No info for FaZe.
And he's not going to go towards mid as well, so Selim's not going to be in the play just yet. But Cell watching that position, knowing he went towards the backside of the site. Here we go, folks. Selim, the unreadable. Is this going to be a big moment? Are we going to jump the bomb? And we're waiting. We're checking everything, but Shotzzy has managed to infiltrate behind the line.
Damn.
That is a massive win from Selim.
Cell gets 3 on the round.
A really doable situation to be in right there from Shotzzy. Played it right.
That seemed like a really good play from Shotzzy, honestly.
Hit the first couple of bullets, and then all of a sudden, you know, I
kind of thought he had it.
The second player is on his way. You need to kill Cell before Draza gets anywhere near. And Selim for 3 in the round. Just read it perfectly. Correct timing. Shotzzy in that scenario, it's always a little bit tough, but put himself in a position where he could have potentially won the round, isn't able to convert. But I think that'd be a frustrating one for Optic Texas. 2 pretty easy kills for Cell to pick up over towards the top side, and that is pretty much the round from there. Shotzzy give it a go, but Atlanta FaZe will close out round number 1. Selim is going to be a big problem if he keeps playing like that.
NT, go next. Cell's having a nice one so far. On 3. Shotzi, perfect timing. The stun's going to connect and not necessarily push anyone back, but we're going to commit to this one. Sim from behind. Oh, no. It's a phase trap. My God, Optic, they tasted great there. 2 down, 2 to go. Dashi will live to fight another day.
This guy's might be in a little bit of trouble here, though. Push over towards B. Looks like it's coming, or is it? All the way through office, and we might just transition to A very, very quickly. This guy's is on his way around Dashi, though. Now going to be on his own. He has positioned himself fairly well here, but, well, they have a read on it. They may have an opportunity to plant, and they will go for a Dashi, though. Is he going to be able to make the move?
He could be good for one, but there's no way he gets the rest of them. Sky's out of the play for now. Dashi's going to try to play this sensibly. I think he may have just seen a player on his peripheral, but doesn't necessarily spot him out. Pinch is on.
They have a pinch,
That's going to be picked up, and now he's been identified as well. So all
gonna have to get a
pieces now in place for Atlanta FaZe. They're going to try to commit out one side, and they have. But no kill. Sky's managed to slip the net. Shots in from Draza and Dashi now. This is now impossible. Nice try, though, mate.
It's tough because he kind of gets the info of nobody pushing back through mid towards the arches, and then, okay, everyone's heading towards you guys. Can you hold it down from there? He tries to stay alive, and FaZe just read it perfectly. They all push out one side, playing together. And Dashi's positioning at that stage, for all it's good, it doesn't matter. Not much you can really do from that stage. FaZe play that one perfectly. 2-0 up. Everybody cruising. A lot more like it compared to map number 1.
Look, this was always the way it was going to go.
Draws has been
FaZe
frying.
S&D recently, they have yet to drop a round in the last couple of series, so 2 good rounds, but we're not out of the woods yet, folks. Another attacking chance here for Optic. Hopefully we don't have to give Shotzi another chance to clutch. Just let the boys get the round done at the start.
Not really in a position to find anything through the middle of the map, but you've got to be spearheaded over towards the water side. Look at the positioning from FaZe, though. I mean, they're going to read this. Simp finds no 1 but 2. How's he got those? And a BZ will fall up. It's child's play for FaZe right now.
I need Simp to not do right now. He's
3
doing.
for Simp, 3 for Cell, 4 for Draz.
Everything.
Search and Destroy is so freaking evil. When it comes to playing FaZe, no chance of a clutch whatsoever.
He's had 2
FaZe
first
again.
bloods. Right there, he gets the
Vicious
first
on the
blood
attack.
and a 2-piece.
And they just read the push coming through. I mean, when you can commit over towards speed,
And the worst part is,
like, it's one of those things.
S&D was the
4v4,
one
you
like
can go
game
from there,
mode
but
that I
Simp's
was
holding
kind of
us
like
down. He's thinking to himself, right, 1 would be good.
convincingly
and it's just
beating my brother
on
in.
his own. Now he finds a third, but
And
it's easy to pick up the
if
pieces.
Simp goes off right now,
Incredible work from the young god once again.
that might
Simp
change
finding
things
2
because
and
my brother has
solidifying one
Envoy
from
as
FaZe.
well.
This is
So
cruise control right now.
Yeah, it's 3 to
not
nothing.
ideal.
With the folks at home who are paying attention, it's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Lucas Skies, I'm going to really get anything
I just
going
need
here.
Simp to get first blooded a
A lot
lot.
of intel there from Celium, and it's a 4-man hit. When in doubt, bang it out. But the concussion
yo.
makes them think about it a
he
little
gets the
differently. The
bomb
meantime, the
down,
bomb's been
bro.
planted. Any trophies are in a relatively safe position. Here's the setup.
Chad, I'm
Here is the
cooked. I
attempted
think I
retake.
lost to my
Let's
brother
go
this
Optic.
week, which is not good because
Dashi up top trying to
my
find
brother is
something with
in
FaZe,
second,
nothing.
so he might.
Oh, gets
Okay,
aggressive.
Shotzi
And
gets the
Shotzi
first
will be
blood,
there to
but he
pick up the
takes down a
pieces, and this is
BZ2,
now very
which
doable.
is so
Draws and Celium
annoying.
needs to like Shotzi
Damn, he
goes
gets
for
3?
Last one knows where he is as well. Celium will gun him down, but Hook will find it. Really nice retake from Optic Texas off the back of Shotzi, finding 3.
At
He
least a
was
BZ didn't get
gagging for
first
the
blooded.
ace,
At
man.
least
He
it was Simp
sent
that
it
got first blooded.
bottom you. A ridiculous shot from Cell there as well, but a really, really great way to turn this around. You have finally done it, folks. You've broken the seal. It's Shotzi's POV right off the rip. I mean, impossible to miss there on Abe. He was already banged up. And Draz gets caught out on
That
the
third
hop.
kill was kind of crazy.
Still schmoving though. Again, Celium is a tough kill, even at the worst of times. You needed that one, Optic, and you got it. Bleeding stopped. All right, let's get running.
Skies is
That was nice as
0-3.
Retake comes through, gives you some confidence.
I didn't even realize Cell was 5-1.
Further rounds, RC out. Shotzi dipping and diving. Not many things faster than him on the map, but that is one of them. That's taken down pretty quickly.
Where's the BZ at?
Optic Texas now Hook in a really nice position to try and get a play going. Rest of the squad transitioning over towards A, but Hook has been given free reign. See what he can do.
Oh, BZ's gonna get first blooded here.
Hoop with free reign. I mean, that is a holiday special right there. There's the plant. Perfect
Like
timing.
Easy's gonna run through bottom, and
The
then
trophy system wasn't a dead giveaway. The bomb plant certainly
not.
was. And here we go. Hook in a
Maybe
position
not.
to possibly pick up a couple on the pinch, but the battle's already getting
So
going
gets
by
first
Fences.
blooded.
Shotzi starting things off. And FaZe congregated over towards that top secret side. They are desperately trying to make something happen here. Hook out of the play for a second. Here comes Abe. Patient, dangerous, off-leash Hook. And here goes Shotzi again. Not enough though from Sim. Beautiful start to this fight. And Sim, huge damage in the
serious?
15 seconds to go. You are surrounded, FaZe. There is surely no way. Trying to fight their way out of this situation. Impossible.
Come on.
It comes down to a 1v1, but the round is done. Optic back to back.
BC is 1-4,
Nicely done as Hook will pick up the final kill as well.
What the hell?
And I think just having him in that position just gives you so much confidence in the rest of the Optic players. You know,
This
what
guy
you
just
kinda
forget
need
how to
you know
play
he's
the
kinda got
game?
the whole entire mid-map. He can
Come
hit a
on,
flank
man.
if he needs to, which is what he does towards the end, as we see the final kill come through.
If we beat Ravens, we're the 1
Really
seed.
nice job from Optic Texas.
So
there, just
then
full brute
we
force
would
onto the
play
site.
what? Is it the 4
Hook in a
seed?
nice position to pick up any pieces that need to
If we win?
be found, and Atlanta FaZe struggling to go for the retake there, and this game of Search and Destroy has turned on its head very, very quickly. It was
Or 8
cruise
seed,
control
I'm
for
faded.
FaZe. All of a sudden, back-to-back rounds of Optic
seed.
Texas, questions being asked.
It felt like
Who-
a moment of indecision.
do you know who
there.
the 8
What are we
seed
gonna
is
do?
right
Are we
now?
gonna go through top dark? Are we going to go through bottom? We're going to try to find something through plat.
Would it
And by
be
the
the
time
Ravens?
they hit the go button,
Because I think I heard we could play
all corners.
Ravens,
And right now, once again, the
Optic,
double open here.
or
2 go
FaZe.
down, 2 stay up. And this is going to get mixy very quickly. You're not going to read the pinch on this one, surely. Optic are in from behind, and here they come. Howdy, boys! Lovely work. Not getting any team fire in there. The second red dot, though, well aware. Hook stays alive, gets away with his life over the skies. Can he take care of the bomb partner? No need. Dashi's there with the coverage.
The trade,
Big
please,
Bruce now
Abizi,
lights up
dear
the fence,
God.
And that is going to be it,
Give me
folks. All down to
something.
Cillian, and we'll be tied up.
You're chalking me.
And that double flank that comes through just puts so much pressure on FaZe to have to push forward over towards it. They got to
Right
try
now
and
it would
find
be Optic.
something because they know the flank's going to be difficult to deal with. It's 3 rounds in a row for
Look,
Optic
I'm not
Texas
out
now.
here saying I want FaZe to win
bleeding
right now.
rounds
but
left, right, and center.
Come on, Abizi.
And it's just, again, it's the double hit through open. Just don't read it. No info.
I
no
need
stuns,
something.
nothing. Yeah,
I
it
need
just ends up being
something
a
out of
1-for-1
you.
trade, but it's the presence of that player on the flank that ultimately does cause the issue. FaZe have to push out one way, can't find the gunfights, and that's all she wrote. 3-3.
This guy
Cool
just
adjustment though
torches
as well.
me.
They send 2 through
Anytime-
open, you send the 2 players down low.
Yeah.
They get
Anytime
inside
it's
lobby, or you
playing
stay
the
up in the
Thieves.
corridor. They've got options to hit the stairwell instead.
And the
So
one
Optic have
time
got a
I
couple
need
of
him,
sweet looks
I
there
need
on
him to
these
just turn up for
very,
me
very aggressive
personally, and I'm
defensive
rooting
rounds.
for
And
him.
that's 3 straight. FaZe.
He's sucking.
It's a red light for them right now. It's been green, but only Optic have been going. So here we go, folks. One more. Can Optic take the lead here? FaZe get back to that winning form. They've got a nice wide setup here over towards
Optics
A.
brought it back
And
to
draws with the
3-3
coverage
here.
takes care of at least
Skies is
Skies,
still
who's been
on a
kept
donut
on the
here.
donut.
Oh, and 5.
I think this is the kind of setup that has worked for FaZe, though, where things have been a bit more slow and steady. They've had a chance to set themselves up, guns up, and trying to go from there. But Dashi will
Please,
find a kill on the
easy.
cell.
Please make a
That makes
play
things a
and
little more even,
get
but
one.
this B side of the map is wide open, and Shotzi will take full advantage of that, you would like to think. But he's clearing his bases here. Not much information for Optic.
Oh, he's bottom.
Now they have the opportunity. He's going to check this. He's going to check it at just the wrong time. Shotzi waited just a second too long. Abizi gets the kill, gets out. Sim to find another 1v3 needed from Dashi.
That's so tough, man. We gave, I mean, the benefit of the doubt we have,
Right, at
thanks
this
to
point,
Podcast,
1v3
he did
Dashi.
check everything. It was clear, but so
Yeah.
much respect showed to FaZe. He pushes just to check forward Lambo. And it was just not
Please
enough.
tell me Sim didn't get the
They
final
stopped
kill
the
too, bro.
3-round
Please.
run that Optic have and now get back on the horse themselves. They take the lead.
God, this guy is pissing me off.
Just a tough one, isn't it? Because, you know,
4
I
fucking
guess sometimes
seconds.
our first, because we can
It took
see everything
4
going on.
fucking
It's just like, oh,
seconds
just
for you
plant
to
it. But
piss
yeah,
me
I mean,
off.
that's
how I feel
wonderful.
right now.
We can see that, but he has to check everything. They haven't had much information down this B side. They don't necessarily have
Cooked.
the
Chat, I'm
wherewithal
so
to just
cooked.
be like, okay, yeah, just get it down. Goes for it. Abizi gets round in the
I'm gonna
wrong
need- I'm
time
gonna
for
need
Optic
an
and very much the right time
inspirational
for
one
Atlanta
out of
FaZe.
Dan
They close
today.
out the round in. Well, we'll stop the bleeding. That's an important one to find. I think if Optic Texas find 4 in a row,
Inspirational one out of
your head
Dan.
if you're a FaZe fan and a FaZe player. Getting aggressive here.
And big time aggressive saw the heels of Shotzi on the hop, so Abe is in hot water.
There we go,
Good
Abe.
coverage, so the pinstripe kill feed.
You're
Looks like a White Stripes album, folks. And now the stuns are out. Not going to connect. Abe
Yeah,
notices
take
a player in the
that,
tight
take
corner.
that.
The Shotzi catch.
Shotzi,
What a
you
move.
dirty
Dodges
dog.
the frag. Gets away with
you
it.
dirty dog.
And now we're thinking about the other bomb site or a potential low wrap.
They have onus to do what they want here. They can go challenge over towards the side. They know there's at least one player. Or do they wrap around? It's a ladder. Pushing through now. And there's no way Sim should win that. Shotzi will trade.
How does he get that?
It was the Terrors versus 2/3 of Zio in a brilliant 2v2. Now a 1v1. To the other side of the map, Shotzi goes there for the A-bomb site coverage, and Abizi.
Abizi, why didn't you just plant the rock?
In a similar situation to last round with the roles reversed. Clock goes red. What do we do? Do we plant this for B? You cannot make it across to A in time without running the risk of
just get the bomb down,
Shotzi.
please, for me.
And he has not moved. That controller is not unplugged. Here we go.
Thank you.
A 1v1.
We get a plant on the board. We get a plant on the board, chat.
First few seconds always quite crucial for these players to maybe try and find any information they can, close some gaps. These got very active. And they may well be about to cross paths. Words. Here we go.
Jossie's pumped the brakes again. Just drops low. The timing on this could be insane.
Oh my word.
You've got complete coverage of the spot you want to be in. Wait as Abizi heard something. As he heard
nice,
it.
okay.
The snapper is there. FaZe win the round.
Just does a full wrap around.
Hey, Scarecrow. Good to see you in chat, brother.
50% of the map can be left on.
Good to see you in the chat.
Some really bad timing. Just
you know we had to be live for the matches today.
It's not necessarily the hardest thing to get done over on the B side. FaZe will find another round.
Need to come up with a good name for the FaZe.
How you doing today, Scarecrow?
He plants it for office and he goes all the way around the far side of the map. Shotzi is left just scratching his head. Where's he watching this bomb from? What is he doing? Where can he be? And by the time he leaves that power position, Abe's in it. Abe has the absolute corner of doom. Map point, Atlanta FaZe to get themselves back into this one, folks. Trophy in position, and that one is
I'm good so far.
It's going to be a headbutt by A, and the fences are about to be ripped up. Sim, what a start there from Sim. Gets himself two. The bomb now dropped over by A.
Simp is just absolutely pissing on everyone, and I need him to not do that. I need him to not do that for fantasy. My brother has him. And he's just absolutely destroying.
Keeps him alive.
And Abizi is 4-7 on my team. I'm gonna crash out from the series. That absolutely has nothing to do with the Thieves.
Guys, just live, don't die here. Who got the close coverage?
Seriously, I'm chilling. I'm good. I didn't get the best sleep last night. The dog were dog sitting.
He's made the perfect
woke me up at like
B as well.
2 in the morning.
Oh my God, Tony,
go out and go to the bathroom, which he normally doesn't do. And then I physically could not fall asleep after that. So
Cell gets to read as the info.
That was kind of unfortunate, but League of Legends won today, so that's nice. And then we got Thieves coming up after this series.
The sneakiest of shoulders from Hook there is
could be worse, you know.
Maneuvering in for the kill, spots out one.
Do I have Optic or FaZe?
Knows where the challenge will come from. And look at this movement. The battle.
No, I mean Optic looked pretty good in that first map. So
4-5.
Honestly, I could see Thieves or Thieves. I could see Optic winning this low key.
Throughout the midpoint of this game, they'll need to do the same if they want to take away this search and destroy.
You know,
I'll play from Skies and
I don't know.
Shotzi, though.
It would be interesting to see Optic win.
That's what I'll say. It's very, very difficult. We'll take a miracle play. We know he's capable. But in that scenario, it's a toughie. FaZe still in a comfortable-ish spot, but if this goes round 11...
Is that how I would say that?
A little scary.
Unblazoned?
Oh, so everyone's map.
Did the Thieves steal my sleep? No.
So tight on
no, they did not. It was the dog.
Through the middle of the map.
I just
might have seen
woke up,
shoulder of 2,
took him out to go to the bathroom, and then I just could not fall asleep. Like there was no, I was not tired anymore.
Could have been coming in.
Just laying there, pretty much wide awake. I tried to just go to sleep. You know, not watching my phone or anything like that. And he gets Abe.
Oh no, this is starting to smell a lot like a round 11, folks. The side on the site, though, has been dealt with. The pinch is picked up. Skies is on it. One man left alive. And Sim, the Phenom now gutted, cut down. And round 11. The battle continues.
Skies had a slow start, but that's 6 off the bounce.
It's very hard to do phonetics over a Twitch chat.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate.
Which way we going? Okay,
and then of course Abizi gets first blooded there.
Does so well to pick up the pieces.
Everything right now in this series that could go wrong for me is
be damned.
It's all right though.
Optic Texas forced
We're
this
okay.
round 11.
We're not
Big
crashing
plays
out.
from Skies as well. Things got a little bit frantic towards
We're not
the
crashing
side.
out.
Things
It's
might
all
get
right.
frantic in this round 11.
Here we go, man. Skies on a 6. I'd be curious to see what the streak situation looks like right now. Nades up, cooked good, damage dealt.
Blazing D.
I've got the ice in the round 11,
that
so we'll
makes
see if
any
they can
sense.
bring it here. A-bomb site wide open for now. A little bit of coverage.
I'll just
there
call
from
you
Draza.
Blazing. Is that
A little bit
good?
of suppressing
Does
fire,
that
but
work?
not enough
Can
to
I just
bring
call
his
you
teammates
Blazing?
forward and get into the play. Skies plants it for outers. You should be safe from a lot of those dirty wallbangs.
Of course, Simp is 11 and 7, right? Of course he is.
Yet. Start to converge over
That works
now.
perfect.
There we go.
How did Skies go from 0 and 5 to getting a
Everyone's gonna be
Hellstorm
inside, everyone's
in
safe
round
under cover.
11?
He can't quite
What did I
creep it in
miss?
towards Ting where Celium was, but here we go.
A BZ first
The
blood.
coverage of the smoke though. BZ finds first blood. Oh, Celium is in there as well. More toys at play. RCXD as they send it towards that player. Skies. Oh, he can't bring them through the hot gates.
the
And now
BZ got
Luke
killed.
all alone. A perfect setup from FaZe as they gun him down and the shenanigans come to an end. FaZe.
I mean, Optic could have won that. Optic could have won that round.
Done. Type the series.
They could be up 2-0 right now.
Oh, and I wonder
Straight
if
up.
the missile in from Skies is maybe just a touch early. Players start to converge, trying to get the information.
I almost feel like it would have been
Start to
better for
push a
him to
little
save
later
that
than
for
Can
post
Skies
plant.
keep them at bay a little
Maybe that's
longer and just
hindsight,
make
but
it have to be a little
you
more
know, they
frantic
got
from
down to
FaZe
where
in
there
the
was
end.
only
They just
11
picked it
seconds
apart.
left. If he
One
just
apiece
stays
there.
alive and calls in the
FaZe though.
Hellstorm to delay the,
Always in the lead in that search and
the
destroy. Really, it
defuse.
felt like they were the ones controlling.
I
albeit we
mean,
did go to that round 11. Of
that
course,
could have
but
been
they were the ones that
GG.
really had it to throw away. Big game from Simp though, constant.
Yeah, massive
Non-traded
game from
kills, it
Simp.
felt
You don't
like.
have to
Two pieces
remind
across
me.
the board.
Ton.
Just doing everything for this squad. Sensational work from Simp. Draza right alongside him with the damage, but it's all gonna be about Simp towards the end there. Finding plenty. Sky's doing his best to try and get into the game, but too little, too late. One apiece.
Rippers and the grippers.
Half time, we go into control.
What does
squared
that
up.
even
This
mean?
has been a very, very good
That
game
sounds
call
like a
so far.
diabolical
How are we feeling about
saying.
this one desk? Are we going a 5?
I did not see a 1-1 with a round 11 in the cards today. Thanks, Ton. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, that was
The
kind of
chaos
crazy.
ensues, Ali, as we see a
That was
100-point
kinda
difference.
crazy.
Atlanta FaZe still struggling in hardpoint. But that search was looking really clean until it wasn't, and then it looked like Optic was going to win, and then they didn't.
It was great from the side of Atlanta FaZe in the first half of that, but then you look
Oh.
at from the side of Optic Texas, like
Excuse me.
in that round 11, they had everything in their cards
Excuse me.
going. Like it was basically a 3v4 for
me
a
look
hot
at
minute
my,
in the snap. These
fantasy
guys
here.
unfortunately couldn't get a whole lot going,
Let's look at
and
my
you run into
fantasy.
plays like this where Simpson in a corner, we're not trading anybody out. But then you get to this middle half of the game, and Optic Texas start playing a little wonky. You start seeing shots, he's slipping past some of the Atlanta
Rancor
FaZe
could have done some
defenses
things for
and
me
finding some
yesterday,
of
though.
these free kills, and suddenly you push it to a round 11. You have a Hellstorm to work with. You have an RCXD to work with. You get the bomb down. If
don't think I checked after-
anything this split, it is in their post plant. So you're the best team right now when it
Really
comes to their
have to log
post
in
plant
here?
win percentages, and they sell in every single category.
Was it a good sale, Ant?
Dude, that was the troll. That's why I'm laughing. That was the trolliest round 11 I've seen
was
all
insane.
year. I mean, you know, up until that point, Optic had some excellent retakes. And
Yeah.
he's really shotsy, getting behind enemy lines, finding 2 kills. Does right here. You saw it earlier where he finds the 2 top hall, ends up almost getting the ace, and then, you know, Skies comes in for the cleanups. He goes on a streak to end up getting a Hellstorm. And then you put yourself in a situation where we are 5-5. We have bombed down. We have a Hellstorm. We have an RC car. Shotsy runs through mid, gets blooded. We call
Ever
the
since
streak
Ken left
probably a little
Optic,
bit
I don't
too
really
early.
have passion for
Regardless of that, we
the
know that
team.
we can't be on the bomb, right? Because we just
Never been a fan of
streak,
FaZe, so
let's just
basically
stay
rooting
alive
for
and
Optic
back
at this
up,
point.
And then we're just all
Yeah, I'm not a
chopping
big
like
fan
flies.
of,
We just in the clutch spot. Skies is back
I'm not a
low,
big fan
but we're
of
in like a
FaZe
2v4,
either.
so there's nothing we can do.
Surprising move
And
there
Optic
with
has
some
been
of
struggling,
veterans
so
here.
if I had to pick
Panic
one over the
setting in
other,
the final round will give
definitely gonna
Atlanta
take
FaZe a foot back in this fight. That
take
was a
Optic
crazy
in this
search from
situation,
3-0
but-
to 3-3 to 5-3 to a 6-5 finish. Woo! And we still got control coming
Yeah,
up.
my
Before
brother's
that, though,
beating
let's
me
take a look at our
6-5
first
right now.
respawn, because Atlanta FaZe has been riding the shortest of struggle buses.
Oh, yeah.
And Hardpoint's not been their game mode.
Yeah, you know, I talked about it before the match. Like, they've been susceptible
I'm
to losing
super
Hacienda
close
Hardpoint,
with
and
two
here's
of the
reasons why. Optic are just making heads-up plays, and
so
this is what they
I
were
mean,
hoping
our
for when they
hardpoints are
brought Skies in. I've been very
close.
critical of him, but these are
Dude,
the plays
he just
that
took the
needs
lead
to
in
make. So you
all
see
the
we're on a
SME
rotation over here
categories.
towards fences, 17 seconds left on this hill, and number 7 is Skies. He makes
Except for
a heads-up
plants
play.
and
He's going to
diffusers,
go
which is
through,
huge for
rotate
me.
around, and once he gets
That's
past
massive.
the half map point, you're going to see
I got
the
Dan
Atlanta
and
FaZe
Rancor
members that are
leading the
dying.
way
They're
on
gonna end up
that.
spawning back here where Optic currently is, right? We want to rotate. We want to set up for new here. So Skies
I've been
makes
an
a
LAT
massive play.
fan
They end up
since
getting a
they
couple
were
players
100
through mid,
Thieves.
but it's what happens
Since,
after that, which is what
Black
is so
Ops
good.
4.
So we'll jump back into the mini map here in a moment.
I've
Just
always
watch, like,
been,
Skies
ever since
taking the
100 Thieves
initiative.
became
He
a
knows,
thing,
like,
I've been
we
a
need
Thieves
to be
fan.
better at rotating. This is where we're losing games, so let's flip them out. And this was also during a listening, so he's making all the comms. He's like, all right, they're all spawning back, guys. Set up mid and just find some kills. Who picks up the player on the pinch, coming through rock, and now it's just Skies and Dashy, the AR players, trying to apply some pressure mid. Now Skies dies here, but it's the next play. He just goes so big for the team. So he spawns up in the back. He's going to come up here, find 2 kills, right?
Yeah,
and then
I've been a
he's going to
Thieves
loop
fan
back
for
up top, find the last
forever
player on
at
the
this
pinch
point.
that he communicates, and then he calls out, all right, they're all going to be in the back now, guys. Everybody turn.
Cold
You're
War
gonna
was
see
a
all the
rough,
arrows on Optic
rough
turn
season
and
for
focus the
sure.
players in the back.
But
just a heads-up rotation, being the in-game
I mean,
leader for these guys, getting them to focus on the right angles and the right spawns.
I knew if they were able to get back,
like a Beezy sets Optic up for an easy chunk of
if
points.
they were able to get back to
stuff so far.
how they were in
going to see a 1-1 series
BO4, they would be really good.
8 games 3. Allie, who has the statistical advantage on this map?
Never watched CWL, but you're always a 100T fan.
You look at
Once
the
you
side of
started getting
Atlanta
into COD,
FaZe,
I
they're
was
7 and 2 on it. But I will say they most recently got
that's
handed
kind
a
of
loss
like what
versus
happened with
Miami.
me.
They
Obviously,
haven't played
I
outside
did
of that in
watch
their
the
past 5
CWL.
matchups. But for
I
Side
started
Optic
watching
Texas,
COD
they've
back
won their
in
last 2. They've played
Black
it
Ops
twice out of
3,
the last 5, and they're setting 6
and
and 2 on
at that
Hacienda.
time,
So technically, recency bias.
there
you're looking
technically
out
was
to
a
Texas.
Thieves team for a little bit, but they weren't
If I
very
wanted to
good,
become a model
and
like you,
they were
how do
only
I
there
start?
for a short time.
I'm not sure
I think
when I'm
it was
modeling, to be
maybe
honest
like
with you. If we're talking about bad touches,
1 or 2
about 8
splits or
months of
something
growth
like that.
is
They
what I
weren't
would
there for very
months?
long.
That's a lot of
I think
commitment. Well done, fam.
100 Thieves
All right,
has kind of done everything they can to wipe
Thank you very
that
much,
from the history
Des.
books.
Nice quick scope there from Nameless. Some of the biggest and craziest plays in COD are made without firing.
Yeah,
a bullet. Absolutely love that. A lot of bullets will be fired in this game.
During
for sure,
that
folks.
time,
Plenty of
though,
plays will be made, and we'll have a
where
good time.
Thieves
Let's go into this
weren't
one
in Call of
squared up
Duty,
1-1.
I
if you
rooted
just joined us.
for.
Hey, Ton, this should be.
It was
again,
Rise
a spicy
and then
one. Statistics
like
be damned. Never tell me the
Optic,
odds.
basically, just
That's telling
because
me
I
good
was a fan
things
of
today
Nate
about
Shot,
this
and
match.
since he was,
Yeah,
you know,
I
Optic
think, I'm
before,
kind of
that was
agreeing
kind of
with
why I
Ali on
was
this one.
drawn
It is
to
a
them.
full match,
But then I
basically
picked Rise
start
because
up
I didn't
against
really
each other.
want to be an Optic
It's a case
fan.
of seeing who's
It
gonna
was
go
just
into
kind of like,
the
I don't know
best
who else to
control map
root
of both
for.
these two
Like,
teams.
and then once the Thieves popped into the scene, it was like easy, done deal. I didn't know who anybody was on their team besides
I mean, look, as
Enable.
far as
At
recency
first,
goes, though, it
I
has
had no idea who
multiple
Kenny was because I didn't really watch
sides
much
Optic
of
Texas,
World War
but, I
II.
mean, it's the phase of ground control.
Didn't know who
Like, it's
Octane
still
was,
a
even though I
difficult thing to
like
find.
watched the
This
Rise
far
team
from
back in
over
BO3,
relevant of how we
and
think this one is
he was
going
on
to
that
go.
team, funny enough,
If anything like
which
last
I had
year,
no
it's been an
idea.
absolute bang out. Let's see which
Didn't really
way
know who Slasher was at the
Control is
time.
going to go, but both these two squads will be
Didn't know who
Optic
Brista
Texas, of
was,
course, on the
so it was
attacking
literally
side,
like the
kick
only
things
guy
off.
that I knew of
And
was
FaZe
Enable,
maybe
and
tighten
it was
up a little
because he
bit.
was,
I mean, we've seen on the
he was
hard
on
point, they
FaZe
want to try
before.
and ease into it. They were getting broken far too easily. They can't let that
So,
happen on this attack.
From there,
And it might.
just kind of stuck
It
with
might.
them. Stuck
Instant
with the
on B.
Thieves, and don't plan on changing anytime soon, I'll tell you that.
See ya. Trades though, ideal.
If you
Good news,
didn't
Skies
gather
picks
from
up
the
that
fact that
position immediately with
I'm
Boston.
doing
Finish
this
out the
whole
first
Thieves
segment.
talk
Back on
stuff.
it we go. It's going to be a nice counter-attack here from FaZe. The contest just before the pixel crosses the line. What is
As a Chicago sports fan, I'm very
back.
loyal to my teams
Shotzzy not
through
doing a
and
whole
through.
load in the middle of the map, just trying to keep some sort
It
of
could be the
presence here.
worst of the
Gets caught
worst.
sprinting, and that is kind of a bad time for Texas to lose a couple of these gun fights.
Thank goodness I'm not a White Sox fan, though.
Face, though. Maybe a push forward. They lose a couple more there, and all
Thank
of a sudden
goodness.
you're in a lot of trouble. Momentum very much the key. On Hacienda control at times. Hook all on his own. Doesn't have any backup. Has to do it. Can't get it done. Abizi will find it. Here come the rest
rest of Optic Texas, but they're staggered.
FaZe is pretty good
so
at
well in this defense of just keeping them at
hostage
bay.
control.
Got the pressure
That was
on
kind of
Optic
the
Texas
only
doing.
thing I wasn't sure
Well, I
about
mean, not a
with
lot together,
who
and
could
that's
win
been the
this
big problem
series
so far.
because I don't know how
Look at
Optic
this
looks on
dance.
this
Dashi and
this
Raza
map
out by
for
well. He
control.
comes in, it's like, stop
They pretty
it,
much
you
only
kids,
ever
or
really
get
play
out of
ball.
my way, I'm going to the zone. Dives on in. Boog
I
means
feel
it
like.
today, folks. He's not messing around. Lightning fast objective play, and he might be able to catch his player out in lobby as well, who's just walked past him. What a moment.
I mean, look
Who's
how
still
the map is
dancing?
split.
Yeah, the
Who's
the
flanking who
end
at
of
moment?
the
I'm gonna
Vanguard
go-
season
I've
was
got no idea. I'm being
insane.
flanked. No, I'm being flanked. We're all being flanked. Clock has
Damn,
been
dashing for
stopped.
3.
Big 3 out of Bruce.
huge
B
3.
should be done. 3-man stack.
Just like that.
Yeah, that was an
control
insane end of the year, having back-to-back tournament wins, and then obviously getting champs as well. It was a great turnaround from the Cold War season to Vanguard.
A little bit more difficult for Bruce to find these.
It's wild to think that that was their second year in the CDL. That Cold War year felt so long.
Hook will kick into action in a second. They're just trying to ease some of this
It
pressure.
honestly felt so long.
Are keeping it up. Dashy's eyebrow hit the ceiling after Selva that kill. Luke is just so unpredictable right now. FaZe got no idea how to deal with him, where to deal with him. Damn! Nearly gets that one as well. So
last year was a ton of fun to see the team grow, but of course love this team today. Vibes are immaculate. Yeah, last year was the start of the season was tough, but the end of the year it was like obviously it sucked to lose in champs. You know, falling out in the top 4 when I felt like we honestly could have gone farther. And then getting second at EWC, you know, knowing that there was a chance to get a win. But it was also nice to know that that young squad were able to develop to be that, like at that point, you know, that was super cool. So that last year was definitely a fun season, and you know, hypothetically speaking, it would be very interesting to see, or it would have been very interesting to see how that team would have fared in this game, because everybody from that team is playing well this season.
Okay, I was about to say it was maybe on the card still for the side of
they're all arguably, I mean, besides Dan, they're all arguably the best player on their team.
Even the amount of his talent and speed and prowess. Not going to be able to pull that one off. I like the FaZe. Really nice defensive round, just constantly staggering. Always seen somebody around the stairs.
Yeah, the series against Toronto at EWC was
you find one kill, you kind of just staying alive in that area. It just
I love getting to see the boys stand up
Optic Texas do really well towards the last stages of that
getting their
round,
revenge.
Sure
that was awesome.
And when they do clear that out, it gives them that map presence.
I wish we could have faced off against Optic though, because
not able to quite execute.
Genuinely, like
have wasted enough of their time.
We should have beat Optic at
champs. A little bit more difficult. So nice defense.
And I think if we do, I don't think Optic wins champs.
The side of Optic Texas though, they'll take
straight up. I think the boys got a little ahead of themselves, and
I'm just glad to see.
I think they
quite an objective
they should have closed out that series, but it didn't go that way, and then you know, next thing you know, Optic ends up winning champs.
Getting those trades.
Would have been interesting to see how that would have gone.
Whoa, Hook is something, man. When he's on,
all right, Beezy's turning up a little bit in control, which I kind of need.
Slow capture here. Beezy on the slow wrap might be able to get himself involved in this one as well. Draws, you stay alive here.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't think anybody expected the Thieves to get top 4 at champs.
My presence. Water side spawn now coming through from.
I don't think anyone was anticipating that at all.
Happily. I should find a little back, but still mid-map presence. Yeah, well read from Draws it. She tries to look for a second, and now there is potential.
And honestly, like I think if we would have beat Ultra, I think we probably could have beat New York as well. I feel like we played New York pretty well more towards the end of the season,
as well, just causing havoc.
And guys seem to be kind of rolling. So
this is great from Chelsea playing.
You know,
who's going to join him the other side.
There's a world that they could have gone on to play Optic in the finals. I feel like, which would have been absolutely insane.
And FaZe roll across Hacienda. Dashy with a nice corner. Not able to get any more out of that life, but you take one at the very least. Hook immediately fills a hole that you had no idea needed to be plugged, and now he's about to get himself a couple more. Beautiful shots from the nuke. Defensively, it is chaos. It's very difficult for FaZe to get anything going here.
Beezy's having a better map here, 11 and 8. I need that out of the kid.
Playing that defensive aggression so well. FaZe find a way through.
Decided to start shooting.
Just previously finding a couple more, but here we go.
Oh my word! What the hell was that, Dashy? Oh!
So Bruce, yes, it is.
Oh my god, that was disgusting from Dashy. That's that big Brucey right there.
Damage, everybody they dive across each other. They get towards time. 0.8 stops it. Shots are
damn. That was a crazy play from Bruce.
That
was actually an insane play from Bruce.
From the Optic boys.
I mean, I can't
crazy
look.
down fence's side when needs
Obviously, I'm not an Optic fan, but
I'll say it again.
I have no problem gassing up Dashy because this guy is
I hope
incredible.
obviously the weakest man on the planet, but best to kill towards the end.
Some of the shit that he does is absolutely insane.
HP, Draza needed to catch a bullet and he could not. Wow.
We beat him in the final calls match last year. We may have lost to them
in the transition. Perfect time. His teammate
in
gave his
Major
life
4,
for the
but that was
highlight
close
play,
to
but
it.
it was
Yeah.
worth it. It was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the team started to kind of find their momentum at the right time, and you know, I'm hoping that's what happens with this team this year, because obviously we have even more talent than what we did last year. Respectfully to the guys that were on the team last season, but
the opposition,
it would be super cool to
deal with.
Kind of find our rhythm at the end of the season, and you know, maybe be able to get ourselves a chance to win this year. To me, I think a successful year for the Thieves is if you don't win champs. I think 2 championships this year
focused on this one
without winning champs is a pretty successful season.
A little bit of coverage and something going to be
and I think
not going to give up this position to chase the guy in tin.
Winning champs obviously is always a successful season. Like if you win champs, that's all that matters. But to me, if they don't win champs, I think if they're able to get 2, that's success.
Has been pulled across map, but we're going for it to be.
But I think if they say they win this next major and then they go on and they win champs, I mean that's like
a little easier though.
Damn near the perfect year for the Thieves on what we were hoping for going into the season.
Some pressure on Optic Texas getting up their spawn because it was looking a little scary for a moment. Still progress being made over towards this B side, but it has to just be through the front door. And unfortunately for them, Drazo and Koa here to shut them out.
Because I look at it as like if FaZe starts to slow down here at the end of the season, or
find a kill,
you know, we get to where
maybe look for him, or
other teams are kind of starting to figure them out, and they struggle in the last 3 tournaments of the season, then like I'm okay with having lost Major 1 and you know having a rough Major 2 performance. But there definitely has to be a trade-off. You know, we got to get something.
Up 1 on the pinch. Abizi from the front now. 2 HP, staying alive. What a moment. Good coverage now as Draz makes his way forward. Final few seconds here. Optic are going to be able to get on this time. Stellium there for it. Another win, and that should be the round.
Damn, another round.
Very
to FaZe here
for Atlanta FaZe again. Optic just not able to get past that halfway mark, really. It felt like FaZe didn't necessarily have those flanking players in so much, but just beating them.
We don't have a reason not to win champs or even a major. We just need to ice up and be ready for any situation. If we don't win a single event, I'll be shocked. Yeah, I agree. If we don't win one, I'll be surprised. I think winning 1 is like
not necessarily
good enough, but I wouldn't say I would consider it like a success for what the expectations were for this roster.
That's right.
I think
I try to stay clear.
Obviously winning a tournament would be huge because last year obviously we weren't able to get one. But this is like the perfect time for them to be able to get a major tournament because
map, though. Optic,
like
your defense last time around was
I think Ultra has been playing really well, and I know it's online, but like even with how good Ultra have been playing, when we faced off against them, at least not at the major. At the major, we played like trash, but online, we played against them
and they're still capturing the
really close. Like it was a really tight series.
From FaZe and ridiculous.
And I think Envoy's kind of finding his rhythm again. I think that last major he struggled a little bit, but at least online he's kind of looked more like Major 1 Envoy, and we kind of saw how that went. Obviously we weren't able to close out the tournament in the end, but
he thought it was a problem that Simp was on one end of it. Abizi on the other flank now causing issues.
We were able to get all the way to the grand final round 11 and you know kind of choked. So I think if we have Envoy playing that way, that would be massive because Hydra's stepped up as well. Hydra's been playing really good.
He gets some respite. Hook and Dashi have done well. We'll get them out, but it's too much damage maybe already being done. Life side of things, that is going to be an issue, but you can get that back pretty quickly. Simp, though, with the way that he was shooting at the start of this round, that might be a little bit more difficult. Shotzi's back down. Time is stopped again. Sim trying to get the work done. BZ alongside Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, damn, that's 3 dead for FaZe.
Offensive round we've seen so far. Optic Texas need to do something special. Oh, Dashi gets at least one out there. Picked up on the pinches there by BZ once again. That right wing, the top side of the minimap where he is right now, gets it. Okay, opened up. So now you got opportunity to get in there. Optic send it forward.
I thought Cell was going to get that kill there.
Over to Draws.
I didn't think he deserved it, but I thought he was going to get it.
Right now for FaZe. Doing a good job at it. Oh my god, BZ was the one that
Ernie wants a minor, but we want more than that.
Yeah,
we want a major over
Texas has been invited, have to do something, and they do. Skies and Shotzi will find too, but
it was just our S&D woes. Now
I want to say that the ball's kind of just been rolling in that call every single time. They've had somebody there. They've had that constant pressure.
Winners finals, yeah.
Are kind of dealing with
I
it
agree.
now.
Our search looks much better now.
To get them out from this position. Second tick incoming here. If Simp doesn't get challenged,
it's looked a lot more consistent. I feel like.
And that could be defense now going the way of FaZe. Locked in. Hook with a knife there. You got to close this one out ASAP.
Yeah, defense is secured.
You are on attack next round. Whatever happens, Optic. Shotzi goes the long way round. He might be able to get Draza here. Yeah, he picks up Selim in the back. So now Draz in an awkward position. He doesn't want to fight forward too quickly. That's an unbelievable win. Can he get the second one as well? No, good work out of Shotzi. This life has been a big one.
Damn, he couldn't get out the window.
Error, but that is going to be enough space.
He could have gotten out of the window. That could have caused some problems.
Towards a 9v6, 35 on the clock.
With the lives remaining, just look where Simp is. He's wanting to try and farm if he can. Try and keep them at bay, but Dashi's found a kill on to Draz there. Simp has been back down as well. 7v4 still doable for the side of Optic Texas, even with only 3 players left alive.
20 seconds. Got to get a player off the point.
Big kills from Cell.
Alone.
Who's probably dead here as well.
The comms are good, but wait, they don't pick it up.
2 dead. Yeah, GG's.
What you talking about?
Damn, Optic could have won that round. They could have won that round there.
Finished in a big way.
That's 2 maps now that could have gone Optic's way.
Had died, and now FaZe have risen. They're back in this series.
Again, it just comes up the start. I think it really... Every round of control that we see, of course, every single map, it matters about the start. It is all about keeping that control and keeping that pressure. And they've got so much real estate behind them, Atlanta FaZe, at all given times. After that opening break, Optic Texas are fighting off the back foot. You are swinging from the hip where you can, but Atlanta FaZe
in the grippers once again.
The advantage that they had.
That's a crazy saying. I've never heard that in my life.
Really impressive play from FaZe.
Never heard that in my life.
Every single time that they got the map control, they made it count. Optic Texas struggled to get themselves out of their spawn, struggled to really put themselves in the prime position to be able to defend. FaZe with constant pressure. And Optic Texas ultimately could not deal with 3-1 victory here on the control and all.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat, and then we will be back for this hard point.
The pressure kings on Hacienda.
We saw
I mean, you're right. Rippers does rhyme with rippers.
This is a really exciting game of Hacienda, despite the 3-1 finish. A close one indeed, but FaZe still proving to be the top dogs here in control. They are deadly. Optic far from out of this one though yet. But we say goodbye to Hacienda, folks. And dare I say it, more hardpoint. Again, I'm grateful for the idea that this map could go to 5, and given the fact that we saw a round 11 in the first go around, I'm very, very excited at that prospect. Who knows? This Easter Sunday so far has been a lovely day for COD. I know everyone wants to get back to their families and enjoy some quality time, but a couple more maps won't hurt anyone, will it?
Who's that bothered if you got this kind of matchup on the line? Map number 4 incoming as well. This is anybody's game. It does absolutely reek of a red card search and destroy coming up, but we've got Vault Hardpoint incoming now. And that's a big one for FaZe though. As Ali kind of pointed out, we were leaning towards Optic Texas for the Hacienda control. But ultimately now puts them in the lead heading into a vault. But this is a hard one to call as well for me. I don't know. This matchup just feels like it's one of those statistics be damned in a certain kind of way on occasion. And map number 4 might just be the case as well.
We'll have a look at some stats. I know you've said the stats, but I totally agree, Tom. But we'll have a look at how BZ's been rolling so far in the HPs of this stage. 3 so far. Not great. And that, folks, is out of 48 players. So it's not going great. Hardpoint hardships continuing right now for a BZ. The first map was exactly the same. His hardpoint has not been great. You know, once he figures it out, it's curtains for the league, quite literally. But so far, not good. These are very, very difficult stats here for a man of this ability, the caliber, the ceiling is so unbelievably high. Stage 3, it's been a little musky.
It has. I don't think they'll be too concerned about it. I think they know what they bring to the table. I think they know that, you know, these blips can happen. It's Call of Duty. It's not a case of just being able to be perfect. It's very, very tough to be able to find out. But a BZ with those kind of numbers is maybe a slight cause for concern, but at the same time, I think they know that that man has the talent to be able to bring it to the table. Draza certainly did in map number 1. The rest of the squad not quite there, but they look pretty chilled about it, to be fair, Miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Draz was the champion of map number 1 for his team. Skies was it for Optic as well. So there we go. That's how map 1 looked, folks. Great damage across the board for both our teams and both our players. A little bit more hill time there when it comes to Skies, but that's what we wanted. Big plays. We saw in the quick shot there, Name was talking about some of those moments. Massive work from Skies, not necessarily in the damage department. It was absolutely in the heads-up gameplay. It was where you are in the map and what that influence is having. That is the difference maker. Same thing can be said for Draz, a man who makes a good play or two, has made some insane plays in his time. Let's see how this goes. Optic want the game 5. They want a shot and a big win here. Again, we are not playing for winners bracket, folks. We're all locked in there. We are just playing for seeding. Whereabouts you will sit in the final board of Major 3. This series will be a decider.
Looking over towards the records for both these two teams heading into the vault. In the last 5 maps for FaZe, not necessarily the best of viewing. Heading into this vault, that was the last time they found one, of course, over on Miami, a very close one. As we do head into a pretty similar records. I mean, it's a 6-6 for Optic Texas over the season. The side of Atlanta facing at 6-4 is not favored for either one of these two teams, which usually means we'll go down to a 10-second game towards the end of it, which is what we love to see. And hopefully a map number 5 incoming as well.
You never know, folks. I mean, actually, with some, I say that with some series, you just do. This one could be it. Here we go into Vault, map 4. Optic, a healthy dose of frag grenade to start this match off. And just did like a barrel roll on the floor. That was insane. 3 dead immediately. Omni Movement has these player models looking a bit crazy.
Some of the third-person perspectives have been interesting, to say the least.
So
Shotzi finding a couple inside the point.
Then he'll
BZ doing his best to pick it up, but the thing is with the BZ stats, you know, if he does step it up, which he will, because he's
I just changed.
We're gonna see some fireworks.
I just changed to the LAT jersey. That's all.
Optic Texas doing their best inside the P1 here. P2 rotation looking good for them as well. BZ
had to go and lock the door for my girlfriend, so that way this guy doesn't freak out here.
Absolutely. If there's one thing you can count with FaZe as well, I mean, when you see a statistical anomaly like that, with easy being that low down, you can trust the coaching staff and the entire organization, their intelligence and how capable they are to identify that problem. Why is that happening? And then deal with it. That is exactly what you're looking at here. And again, that just could be a testament to the fact that FaZe have been trying things out. And when they try things out, someone's got to get their ass whooped. And right now, it's Abe. Right now, the ass whooping is being done by Optic. They have got full control here, and we've been given Abe flank, but Sims here to get a kill. All right, now he's got one. And all right, Abe's in time. All right, FaZe. All right, nearly get. All right, FaZe get the break.
Just like that. Just not enough present for Optic Texas. Kind of tailed up a little bit. I think those transitional gunfights from P1, not winning a couple of them, that would have put them in a really solid position. And the break comes through from FaZe. Just backs against the wall kind of stuff for Texas.
I don't know, though,
and then FaZe will punish them for it. P2 rotation looking good for 20. Pretty close game though between these two squads, as now we can see Optic Texas just concentrating on getting the right side of the map for themselves, and they are going to be able to secure that. One spawn out though from Skies. He's going to be watched as well. Good heads up play coming in from Cell. Optic Texas will get the benefit of this rotation over towards P3. Of course, it is scrappy, but the nice break from FaZe gets him some really good time.
Chill. He's just very anxious.
It buys you a chunk to keep that lead healthy, but
we're just dog sitting.
Get the break on in. Only 2 members of the Optic lineup really close to the time right now, and Draz has just picked a man out of spawn, it looked like.
Yeah, we're just dog sitting and
pushes around, and then all of a sudden
pretty much the weekend
we'll be able to flip the spawns. You see Cell find his way around, slips his way through the setup.
He's a really chill dog. He's super cool, but he's very anxious.
Will give up some time here. Optic Texas is doing a good job.
He's really timid. He gets like
potentially still putting in play for over 30
seconds to go. But
to
a lot of like minor things.
Optic making a case for spawns here. They're trying to push their way forward. There's a bit of a flip opportunity. Yeah, once again.
But
it's pancake, folks. We are
really
flipping. Optic now with a favorable position going into the money hill. P4 here on Vault. He
gets scared really easily.
Simp now trying to get the flip of his own. Waits for a player to cross over.
All it takes is like a little sound and it kind of
spot
throws
out
them
a player
off.
there on spawn. Another 4 dead, a worthy attempt from FaZe, but
That's
not
4
enough
dead
lead
for Optic,
change.
though.
Optic with a big advantage.
They have spawns for
they've got to run a
P4.
marathon before they're even anywhere near P4. Dropping 4 players like that towards the latter stages of 3 is a disaster for FaZe, but beautiful for the side of Optic Texas. They can set up midway through. They know they've got the spawns. They've got that on lock. Gunfight to go in FaZe's way. Pressure will start coming pretty soon. Actually can find one. FaZe closing this gap, but not closing enough kills. All gone the win. No way! Sky should win that one. Simp was weak.
That was crazy.
But Skies will deal with him. First push that comes through from FaZe dealt with.
Yeah,
man. First push done. Now you got across the deadly courtyard. Beautiful shots from both sides and dashing that fight. But now over the thresholds we go. Shotzi up next. Look at this dance. Trying to send somebody in for the kill. You get the trades eventually. It was a costly experience though. And now Hook trying to pick up the pinches. No, Busy's in. FaZe with a break. It's a late one. And this Money Hill was cashed out for Optic. Yeah, they do really well. They'll enter FaZe finding that break back. What could have been, what, a 40 or 50 second difference is, well, more so down to around 20 or so on those transitional kills over towards P1, looking nice as well. Some time on offer here right now, some decent time on offer Atlanta FaZe. If you can get it over towards P1, it'll be easy. Starts to be damned again, 6 spree for him. And you find the 7th, not quite going to be able to get it done. Hook finds 2, they find the break in towards P1, 45 seconds on offer. Yeah, much you can get out of this P1 Optic. You've looked great first set. A wonderful start. Nice bit of back and forth right now as we get ourselves that bit closer towards the P2 loving. That's where FaZe are really spawning right now. So they've got themselves a good spot. Skies off spawn trying to make a play. He's been spotted and dealt with. So the battle on P1's all good. Who's going to get a couple more kills here, get some more time and whatnot. And that's it. Spawns have been broken as well. Optic in the driver's seat. They have a little bit more presence towards poolside now as well. As this transition will start to come through, that's where they want to have. Yeah, this is where you want somebody like Shotzi because you can pause.
This is another good start for Optic here.
P2 coming in. You lock that down, and now all of a sudden, I like the FaZe are going to make themselves through, well, a couple of gunfights before they even get anywhere near to be able to put that pressure on. Shotzi will just stay alive here. 6 spree for him. I mean, this guy's like, don't worry, man, I'm hard blocking the back. You do whatever you want. Sure, I'll go on a 7 spree. Do it off the diving board. Do it. Oh, you coward.
Bit of a slower one for Simp and Celium
just
as well.
Keep dancing. Look at this. I mean,
Not too
this
bad,
is
but
what...
slower than what you would expect.
This is what it looks like to step on Lego. It's just everywhere, and it is pain. It is difficult to deal with. Who's going to move fast to get the break on this one? Okay, the fun and games are over. FaZe are in. They're in, but 30 seconds uncontested for Optic Texas. Spawns towards the backside. They have an opportunity to try and find a break back. Shotzi is shooting extremely straight. Not find a third, but that should be the collapse for Optic Texas. They'll get the final 10 or so. Lovely P2 out of them. Atlanta FaZe could not deal with Shotzi. Well, you got a 60-point lead going into the new hard point. You don't necessarily have the spawns for the next 2, but let's see how we go. On board with Big Bruce. Clears out all the usual suspects, nobody to be seen just yet, and that just makes you a little bit nervous. Where are these players? Oh, hi. There's one. Can't even bait the attention. His red dot is just not attractive enough, clearly. Okay, Selling wants a piece of it, gets it. On board with Huku, somehow walks away with at least 1 out of that life, and uh-oh, they line up for Simp, and he gets himself 2. Lovely work. It's keeping them at bay and keeping the spawns as well. So be careful of this push coming down the outside. Looks pretty heavy. Down the palm tree side. Oh, BZ should be able to clean up here. Shotzi reads it. It's a big kill, but now Simp is going to be here. Just constant pressure once again. Simp for 7 in a row in the blink of an eye. The spawns will flip. So some respite for Optic Texas, but apparently not. Simp shooting lasers out of his jackal right now. Man, everything about this gameplay is just right. Well, the good news though, 8 spree. Bad news, we got to get towards time. He's making an educated guess as to where he can make his way through though. And a big win from Shotzi takes care of business. That's a look at the last P4, folks. Again, a slight lead there for the Optic boys. They've got themselves control this time round. FaZe, you got the break real late. Can you do it again?
For Optic.
Let's find out how things go with Atlanta
They
FaZe.
hold both the P4s.
Yeah, I'm pitching the back. I'm behind that. Nice, one more. You step with Dashi. Hey, stop. What's front still? Line. Stay those one. I hear back door.
Decent scrap time for FaZe.
Nice, I tried it right. Stand up cat, I'm on. They got spawning out. Nice, stand up cat. Yeah, just spawning out. Could be their cat heading, I'm needing. Yeah, Kyler's spawning on ult. I tell. Hold on me. Money. I have money. Kyler on ult. Try to. Take shot. Yeah, I shot right. Cat's over. You can be close to your line. I shot right. I'm trying to say last cat on one shot. I can't shot anymore. I'm in your right. I can't shot.
Off the damn time, please.
Lobby and one shot. And close. Yo, one more cabin. And close. I'm in close. I have the rest cut. Missing Caesar, okay? Top right, 2 right.
This has been a huge P1 for FaZe. And they have spawns for next.
I can't tell. I can't keep blocking. We're good. All team blocking. Nice. I'm cat. Make sure we get close. He jumped in the full fast. In front of me. One cross. One back. Caesar or Brandon, we on my right side. I'm saying that.
Lead change, FaZe are cooking. Optic now on the fast attack towards the hard point. Can they flip this one and take control? FaZe win a couple of big ones. The Phenom on time. Nades are there, Tan, and it is a bloodbath. It has been chaotic, to say the least. I mean, everybody on FaZe firing on all cylinders right now. Optic Tex is able to put this pressure on Shotzi with a 1v1 against a BZ for 10 seconds. Potentially gets it done. The pressure coming through here from FaZe, though, to try and stop that from happening. But a P3 rotation coming over now towards Atlanta FaZe. Optic Texas send themselves up here for a P4. We have a final couple of hills coming up, Miles, and this one could go either way. So much went on towards the last stages of that second rotation. Optic Texas finding big kills, though, over towards P3. 5 in a row right now for Shotzi. Hook battling from time, done. Open hardpoint's going to get a body in at the very least, so Shotzi from time getting big kills. Can he
also, I think the next best thing would be for Optic to win this. They go to the S&D and
you'd have liked it, but not a necessity when it comes to the dub here. Optic with a perfect setup, great hold across the map. They're to contend for a couple more lives now from FaZe.
I don't know if, for one, I don't know if Optic is going to end up
you need to find a breakthrough. You need to stop Optic Texas from
for
getting some good time. They can't
I don't know
over towards P3.
That would help.
It'll be unlikely
because
anyway.
Simp is probably going to go nuts in the game 5.
They will get out of their spawn. It's a big win from Draza and some nice time for FaZe. We'll put them within spitting distance by the time we get over towards P4, but that's going to be the hard break.
No, it's so
reset
hard
for both these two teams. Hold it down.
This might be the game. My subs are good. I have two good subs. I mean, I have a BZ
shots
and
there.
Both of them
Great
are
damage. Trades
really
complete. One man from FaZe in the back. The spawns are in the back now as well.
Also have good ARs.
FaZe managed to make it happen
so
when
like,
they needed it the most.
I don't know what
the breaks have not been statistically good enough here on time, and they've given themselves cushion. Here comes the pushing from Optic. Front line starting to find kills. Celium, the war at the back is still going. What a nade from Abe. Now towards the front. He's done it all. Over the top. Draws a 6 spree, and the time is still theirs. And they can still win it here. Over towards people. Optic Texas, you need to panic just a little bit now. They are taking their time, though. Still 20 seconds away here from the side of FaZe. A little bit more presence from the side of Optic Texas, but you gotta win the gunfights, and they do. They find a way in.
They do get the break, though.
Celium holding it. Spawn's close.
They can't win here, though.
Wait for the rest of the reinforcements as well. No, I don't think so. FaZe now trying to fight in.
This is going to be huge.
Optic, shut the doors, the windows. Don't let anything out. 5 now to go on this time. They're playing.
Wow, inspirational buffer. Are we serious?
Going for the win once again. Heads up play from Optic. They soak away everything they can. Mid-map dominance right now. It is all white shirts over the cell. Couple of kills in. Trades complete. And FaZe on time. They've got so much time.
One more crack. They have one more crack at it.
Have got to find a way through. This is free time for FaZe. One last break attempt. You've got to get it done. Here comes Skies.
That's what
through the hop. No contest yet. Lead changes on its way. Damage from Abe. Can anyone get there on time? It's FaZe holding it together once again. FaZe now looking for the dub. Anyone from Optic gotta go. Gotta fly. No.
Wow. Optic just choked
What a comeback! And what a chain!
They had 3 maps back to back to back that they could have and probably should have
here
won.
on this Easter Sunday.
Maybe not the control. The control, I think FaZe outplayed them.
FaZe Optic series. We're going to take a quick look at how those last hills went down. What an unbelievable map.
These cats are ass.
Map of these two teams.
That's crazy, Gold.
Don't get called up often, Miles, but I like that it was one of these like this. Incredible map
You're
number
either getting
4.
a 3-0, you're either getting a 3-0 15-minute series or one of these. Look at the play of the game, folks. Your scuff play of the game. Abe wins a 1v1 for the ages to make it 33 and 33. And then we are trying to find the perfect break. Optic. What a moment this was.
Yeah, it almost felt like it was one of those stages where they were, okay, right, can we piece it together? Can we find a way through?
Also, chat, I know you guys can't see it, but
kind of trying to get something
this little
done,
guy,
gets the
he
trade
will
coming
just
through.
stand on
So
his
he shots
hind
you in a
legs.
position to do anything.
It's kind of crazy.
Jump on at that stage. You just got to throw caution to the wind. They can't get in. What a map number 4.
Yeah, Blazing, we're getting the Thieves. Actually, we're kind of getting the
Thieves
Thieves match pretty much on time here. Because they said they were supposed to start at 3, so
well, you would see it from FaZe. They'd find
they're right
a way
on
through
schedule
for
today.
what 10 seconds or so. But that's a 20-point swing. We were saying heading into the 3rd rotation, Optic Texas could have been in a 70-point lead. In the end, we were heading into the 3rd rotation, and there was 25 points in it. Absolutely nothing. Off the back of a couple of occasions where they found 15 seconds towards the last stages of P4,
yeah,
it's such a big difference maker, and sometimes you don't realize it. Massive moment from the side of FaZe to find that, puts them within touching distance, and they take the lead when it matters at the very end. 6 seconds is the
He's got one of those like
moment
nub
for FaZe.
tails
What a
too,
banger.
so it just like his entire butt wags. It's not just his
in
tail.
that hard point. Once at the start of like P2, and then at the very, very
Hey
end
Dexter,
when they win
thank
the
you
whole
for
thing.
the sub.
Folks, what
Appreciate
a series.
that.
We're only halfway through this
Also,
incredibly
did I
exciting
miss
Easter Sunday.
somebody
Dex,
else
take it
sub?
away.
I didn't see
As I
a
always tell casters,
notification of it.
It's only about how you start and end a show. No one
I
cares about what
apologize
happened in
if
the middle.
I
FaZe get
missed
the
your
job
sub because it
done
says we're at
in
680
game 4. Let's take a
or
look at
681.
some of the highlights from this one. Alley Cat, the Easter Bunny.
We were
does
at
best.
670, so I appreciate you guys for subbing to the channel.
Best because you got to pick your pick. I got thrown to the wind, brought to Texas, but it was definitely way closer than what I thought it was going to be. At least on the side of the hard points. Up to Texas, map number 1, Unreal. Unfortunately, this map 4, we didn't get a
I'll probably
whole lot
tweet
out
out
of
that
Skies.
that we got the COD
He has
or the
a slower
Thieves
map
team
compared to his map number 1.
coming on here in just a second.
To the wire and then that P4.
See if we can get more
you
of
allow Drasa to slip through the front lines into the back, and he goes on a 6 free.
Or the Thieves fans hopping
trade
in.
him out to solidify those spots for the side of Optic Texas, and then unfortunately the map ends on that P1 where Atlanta FaZe have been dominant all game.
And can we identify what is going on with the second AR? Is it a system issue? What is happening? Because this has been consistent since the start of the year for Optic Texas.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say prior to this
No,
match,
the issue
Chris,
is
kinda obvious.
Skies and
You
Dashy
know, it
play
wasn't
the
just
same
the
role.
second arrow
That's
spot,
the
it was
issue.
The SMGs throwing away their lives.
And Skies is a
losing
much
spawns,
slower
losing,
Dashy.
You know, their advantages in money hills and situations.
Skies
in
is
this
not
series,
meant
I
to
think
play
it's a
the
little bit of
flex.
a different story. They had good
That's the
priority on
problem.
like where they needed to be on the map. At the very end of this vault, Chris, you saw them play the spawns on P3, on P4. They just get broken. They had full control of the P3 and just didn't get, they got barely any time, like 12, 15 seconds, and then you lose the rotation to P4 as well. So a winnable game by Optic, and Atlanta FaZe clutching up what they do best.
To talk about it live, we've got Simp in the winner's circle once again. Simp, what is it like to just steal victory from your opponent's jaws at the end?
Oh, I mean, it felt great. That felt great. I mean, they couldn't win off that P4, played a nice little hard roto, and I mean, it got dicey, but we came out on top.
Sim, congratulations on the win. I want to pick your brain a little bit about Hardpoint because it feels like it's been slightly inconsistent for you guys during this stage. Have you been able to pinpoint that problem before we head into LAN next week?
I mean, not necessarily. I feel like, you know, we're still losing one, winning one in series, which, I mean, at the end of the day, I'll take that because if we can just win one in series, we're always 3-1, 3-0. I think at the other mode, we're just that much better. But yeah, I mean, we're working on our hard point, and I think we're so close to it being there, but
yeah,
I think as soon as we get there, it's just going to be like a light switch.
As usual, you know, hard points, sometimes 50-50 for you guys, and you win chips. So I'll say that that's a good sign, Chris. I wanted to ask you, you know, a lot of teams sitting at 4-1 this
you guys will be able to
performing
see
really
it.
well, getting better at things that they're bad at. Who do you view
He's
as
not,
your toughest
He's not really
opponents going
jumping on
into
the
next
couch right
week?
now. Normally he jumps on the couch.
Oh, I mean, as always, I think it's just going to be us and Thieves. I feel like if they're on top of their game, they'll meet us in finals. If we're on top of our game, we'll meet them in finals, and I feel like it's gonna be that way all year.
So no Toronto
Just him
love.
running in and out.
Not yet.
Out of the
Not yet.
frame
I
of
mean,
the
good. I mean,
camera.
listen, the top 4 is good, but I just think these 2 teams are just ahead.
Fair enough.
Chris, we'll let you go
He's
pack.
got
We'll
the
see you down in
zoomies.
Florida later this week.
Appreciate it. Can't wait.
That's Simp. He is ready for Major 3. Remember, they've won
It's
Major
so
1,
funny
Major
'cause,
2, and the tournament before that called EWC.
My dog,
Millionaires.
she
doing big
never
things.
Like
With
would
big
play
plays like
fetch.
this. It's your scuff. Play the game one more time.
He would
Take a
not.
look at the
He would
end.
not run
Alex,
after
hearts were
Boy
broken.
and then bring it
John's
back.
already on the 6. We're starting when he's already on the 6 free. But yeah, this was an unreal break from the side of Atlanta FaZe. And then it's just kind of the priorities after this, because even though Optic Texas does manage to break in, you can see the 2 players off the spawn. They're already going for that hallway control. I mean, 13 seconds left. Optic cannot win here. So Atlanta FaZe is just prioritizing this mid control for whenever they do decide to try to make their way towards this mid palace.
He's just so excited to see you.
The scoreboard here, Sip is so good. He's got 2 minutes in the hill on this one. He was frying apps right before. But yeah, as Ali mentioned, they just did a great job. I mean, they break in, which is one of the hardest breaks in the game on that P4. Draza finds a couple of huge kills. Then we get over towards this P1, and you could just see every single time it felt like on P1, Optic would do the heavy lifting, find a couple of kills, and then Celium was alive to clean up everybody. They're all one shot, right? So just valuing their lives and knowing when to hop in, when to soak, and when to get out as well. You see right here, Abizi just volleying the hill, taking his time, playing those timings, finessing his life. Like, it looks easy, but those are the harder things to do in Call of Duty, just like knowing when to peak.
Another example of our top squads winning while getting outslayed. Atlanta gets the dub over Optic Texas tonight. We're not done though.
Need
When
another
we come
DoorDash
back,
so
we get
you
a
can watch
new
Apex
look at a
Unbothered.
player who's been
Yeah, I
rising
mean, we
from
need
the
a quick one so we can hop
Carolina
over.
Taking on LA Thieves with Dylan Rex in the mix. Stay tuned.
Yeah, he
This
has.
could go to a
He
game
has a
5.
couple times. Okay. I haven't seen a maps and modes post
with
yet.
the Scuff, the official
from the
controller of the
Thieves.
Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
We have not seen that. I'm kind of surprised we haven't gotten the maps and modes yet. Let's see if we check on Breaking Point, if that's updated yet. Maybe, if it'll load. Okay, so according to Breaking Point, we have a Hacienda Hardpoint, Rewind S&D, Vault Control, Red Card Hardpoint, and then Red Card S&D, which, I mean, I see this as another 3-0 for the boys. I see it as another 3-0. Our Hacienda has looked good. Our Hacienda HP, I should say, has looked good. Our Rewind S&D has looked comfortable. And I still think we're the best team in control in the game. So I think that should be pretty quick 3-0 from the boys.
I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
Chat, what's your guys' predictions for this series? Out of those maps and modes, what are we thinking?
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens team pack is available now.
We got gold
Each
ready
pack
for
includes
a
home and
DoorDash
away
here,
operators, as
just
well
like
as
we
this
had the
calling
other
card
day.
for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
just go pee? And then did he like run back over here? He's on himself. Need to switch to Tom's stream for this song. Oh God, what does he do? Make him get out the way. Make him get out the way.
Common spawns, make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
We take everything, chat. That's the plan.
It's LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens, and the Ravens.
Oh, the ball's in the mouth for your Ravens. Is he actually going to do it, though?
Enough, and after falling to 5th place, they made the move. Dylan Rex in the lineup today.
They needed to. They were struggling too much against the top teams, not able to kind of jump that hurdle. And the biggest thing now is going to be
I thought you
if
were
their
saying
control
he
gets better with Dylan Rex
did something
into
for
the spot,
the
it has
Thieves
been abysmal.
song.
But on the flip side, you look at LA Thieves; they've been the best control team.
That's
in the
not
game.
true.
They've
We've
won
taken the
category
minor.
4-0.
We have taken the minor gold.
Just the split alone, 28-6 on the season. And for LA Thieves, the biggest thing is like their hard point has started to take like a slight dip, and by slight I mean #1 on the season, #5 during
Thieves love
this
the
split,
minors.
and that's because they've been testing their map pool, trying to add
Is what it
Skyline.
is, I guess.
So for LA Thieves, they're in a great position heading into Major.
And if we just saw Simp and Abizi, the #1 SMG duo in the game, where do you put Envoy and Hydra?
Yeah, top 2.
I didn't say we.
On the given day. I mean, these guys are absolutely
I did not say we.
insane.
I said the Thieves.
And Hydra is
Did I say
having a
we?
ridiculous split,
I don't
and
know.
particularly
He
in
might be
the search and
gaslighting me. I
destroy.
don't know.
You know, that's
I might be
one of the game
gaslighting
modes
you.
we know him to be dominant in years past, and
The
how
Thieves
prepared
took
he
the
was
minor.
every single tournament, and that's starting to play out here. You could see in search and destroy throughout this split, this team has only lost one of those. They've been ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra has a 1.46 in that game mode. I mean, just diabolical. But I mean, and for Carolina,
we
this
have
is their
been
worst draw.
bodying
4-0 record against Steve so far in the season,
Carolina
and it
this
hasn't
year.
been close. They had one game 4 at the start of the season, and it's been 3-0 bops since then.
So question.
Well,
I just saw a tweet, fantastic.
I meant
graphic
as
of
in the
draws
Thieves.
at 9-1 against Optic in his career recently.
The Reaper.
What about this situation for LA Thieves? Who is the Reaper over Slashers Carolina, or who is it on Carolina who needs to step up today?
Yeah, it's just a team diff, I'll be honest. But when you look at it, like, you're going to need Gwyn, obviously, to have a big performance. And then exactly what you brought Dylan Rex in
forgot
for. Listen,
about-
Dylan Rex
I forgot about
has been
Rex
around for a while. I mean, his first known
being
tournament he
moved up.
played was in AW. He's been in the Challengers Gauntlet since Black Ops 4, though. Like, grinding through Challengers, and he's been, you know, putting his work in, winning elites. Like, it is his opportunity and time to shine. One of the best opportunities you're going to get as a Challengers player coming in is to be
I don't know
teaming
if I
with a
see
group
him,
of guys who have had success this season, who are already pretty much a
I don't know
shoe-in
if I
for
see
champs,
him
and they're the
doing too
#1
much
search and
against the
destroy team
Thieves.
on the season, sitting at like 50-50 in hardpoint and control, right? So a marginal increase in performance in the slaying department puts you in contention to make it extremely deep into multiple tournaments to round out the year. Dylan Rex needs to seize this opportunity and come in guns blazing.
Look, Carolina needs 2 win conditions. Well, 3 technically, if you depend on Dylan Rex's performance. But as far as in-game, Carolina needs to stick to their fundamentals in hardpoint. LA Thieves, top 3 breaking team. Carolina's #1 rotation during this split, so they need to stick to their fundies, try to steal a hardpoint. And then same thing with search and destroy. They need to not allow the plant from the side of LA Thieves. LA Thieves, #1 post plant in the team
not
in
prepared
the game right
for,
now. On the side of Carolina Royal Ravens,
for
they
Rex
are
player
not
cam
great
there.
at
I was
retakes
not
on
ready for
defense.
that.
It's where their struggles have been. And so eyes on this
He's
guy
locked.
and eyes on the fundamentals for Carolina.
Dylan Rex gets up close and personal with that monitor, and when he does, he can beat you down. A 1-3-1 inside of Challengers Elite Stage 3. Those are Civ-like numbers.
Yes, I mean, he has been unreal, and he's had a ton of buzz, right? And it feels like this is the right time to bring him up. Oftentimes, there are Challengers players who haven't spent too much time down there. They have a couple good stages. They get brought up into a bad situation and plummet. Everything
That's
on paper
crazy,
looks
Gold.
great here. It's a good situation.
We got
spent
3
a
long
ton
necks
of
this
time
series,
down
I
there.
guess.
He should be ready to compete on this.
Can he flex to the SMG?
Yeah, I mean, you can. Dylan Rex is a slayer. He can do any gun, but usually it's going to be an AR, and he's going to be putting down numbers.
We got our maps, we've got our modes. It's going to be 5 games coming your way potentially if Carolina gets it their way. LA Thieves, though, looking to take care of business in the first 4. We got Hacienda Rewind, Vault, and Red Card. Allie, walk me through the numbers.
This is a square up across the board. If you're Carolina Royal Ravens, you're actually loving this layout. This Hacienda, you're 50-50, but should you push it to that Red Card hardpoint, you're 6-2. You get 2 incredible S&Ds. You get your best in Red Card and Rewind. You've gotten a couple looks on it went 1-1 across the board. LA Thieves, of course, though, deepest map pool in the league. They'll literally take you on anything.
Yeah, hard points. I mean, gonna be a scrap. I mean, Carolina like both of them, right? So
he's giving Scrap a run for his money.
Chris, let's get started.
I don't know.
I'm ready.
Scrap's got
Let's
that neck.
get into our scuff pick'ems. The Easter
got
Bunny
that neck
makes
on.
one more round. But I have to say, unofficially, Al,
The Easter Bunny's been washing.
there are 365 days. April 20th is not the one I want to play against Dan Ghosty. Let's see where you get.
I wanted to grab that purple one. That's crazy.
It's a tough day, isn't it?
Oh, let's go.
Dan Ghosty and LA Thieves.
Easter Bunny, don't sell me now.
Easter Buns.
Who we got? We got Carolina blue, baby.
Carolina
I'm with
blue.
it.
Yeah, will you pick for me?
Sure.
Thanks, buddy. What do we got?
Up top,
I think you'll be happy with that. I think you'll be happy with that.
Dan Ghosty, my guy. It's
Dan
time to
Toasty
fly.
on-
We got Shift and
on
Ton.
420.
This is the duel I've been waiting for. What's up, lads?
What's going on? How we doing? Fun fact, outside of us casting COD Mobile together, I think the last time we casted competitive multiplayer, Ton, do you remember? 2019 Anaheim? 250 to 0, 6 to 0. It was a best of 3. Winner, it was a round 1. It was Team War. Do you remember that? It was a trip. It was a heck of a long time ago.
I think I do. It has been a long time. Although I would say any other talent Charles who want a golf child at this stage, we're taking all opportunities. Opportunities. But this one is a good opportunity to see how LA Thieves are looking, and good opportunity to see how Rex is going to do on this Carolina Royal.
Damn, bumps are in. We're moving quick today.
He has got his call up eventually after some very solid
did that 2 times.
Looking like the regular Thieves. That is 100% correct. I think the one thing about this Thieves squad, though, again, coming off of the perfect stage 2 qualifiers and falling very short at Major 2, is to build on that. And again, just kind of how this stage has unfolded. It has looked much of the same, but I do think there's a level of
there was no song today.
The respawns, just trying to find a way to make sure
it's probably because they have to change
really maximizing setups that they're able to put
add
together,
in Rex,
and then also making sure they're also in a good spot to at least contest well.
Since the other one has Vivid in it,
that really hurt them when they played against Boston at the Major.
They have to change their.
This stage may not have been as fruitful in terms of hardpoint wins. They still look really good, and their losses, as slim as they come,
all right, lock it in, chat. Here we go.
215, 250. Are the only 2 demerits. So let's jump on into it. Hasi at hardpoint, Carolina.
I'm looking for a Dan Toasty masterclass today.
Side of Thieves. I mean, look, I'm really just interested to see how Rex is going to do in this lineup. I think, you know, he's a player who's been around a long time in challenges. We both know very well his efforts. For the side of Ravens, what have they got on the cards for themselves here with Rex? I mean, after the conversation last week, is that, you know, the camp's good. A big change comes in pretty much immediately after. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, absolutely the case. He has been focused on, I would say, largely since the Cold War years, where he really started to kind of rise to fruition. A handful of really good finishes, playing alongside players like Phantoms and Yees, stuff like that.
I don't mind losing the break off. I do mind that we are losing spawns, though.
With high-level KDs, it is one of those things. It's about darn
I do mind that.
This guy who's been
a Envoy's back there now, so we're good.
Shot. I do think it's one of those conversation points too. Like,
Envoy gets 2 in the back.
You feel comfortable, I think, if you're Rex jumping into a team that is as complete as it is, but at the same time, you also feel the pressure because they're bringing you in to beat
Hydra
teams
gets
like
2 as
LA.
well.
So see if he can provide that little extra boost that the Carolina Royal Ravens need.
I like this play from him as long as we're
towards
blocking.
P1 for them, but this P2 rotation looking solid. Hydra. This kind of flank as well, just so dangerous. Finds a second.
Yeah, that's a great
from
play.
The side of Ravens will be entirely nullified. Kind of like this from Hydra, just playing that spot consistently, making it so difficult for the Ravens to even move up the map.
Damn, Dill never saw him. It's all right though.
Looking not too bad. Big 1v1 about to go down though. Scrap trying to hold him down.
Yeah, really good awareness coming through, and he's got help.
Good shots from Scrap
through driveway, so he's able to clean up things from the front. The only pressure here with the last 18 seconds is on the flank, and honestly, if you're the Thieves, you're fine with that. Let's just start moving up the map, see if you can put the Ravens to spawn behind P2, which looks like that very well may happen. Foot race going over towards fences though at the moment. It'll be Envoy trying to meet
Dill is
TJ,
shooting.
and Morgan
Dill's been shooting recently, and I love to see it.
Here for Thieves to go Scrap to initial.
I don't when I'm playing my brother in fantasy, but like
again,
as a Thieves fan in general.
Fights, catching them off guard. A little bit of bad time on the side of Ravens as well. That's a tough one to take. Thieves starting to put the foot down on the pedal firmly. TJ trying to find something from through the office side as well as the push now starting to come through from the Ravens up through fences. Can you find the break?
Now, at the moment, it's just not enough conviction to get through Envoy, who's on 5 in a row.
Dude,
on the
Envoy
outside
is
for
frying.
number 6, and Envoy now taking over. More hardpoint score and time going his way, inching closer and closer towards a very early.
This guy going for a gunship again?
This has just been a mismatch all year long between these two teams, and not the start that the Ravens are looking for.
You got the Hellstorm
Absolutely
now.
not. I think it is that big transition, isn't it, over towards P3. I know it can be scrappy, but I mean that's a little better. Ravens will find a few kills, and that should be some
Never
good
mind
time.
the
Yeah,
neck,
teams will
holy
walk away with their
forehead.
tail between their legs, and this is still on the cards. The side of Carolina Royal Ravens. Can you find a second if you're Gwyn? You cannot. Hydra is there
He did have a
to pick up the pieces, but
pretty
this
big
transition,
forehead,
they're
and
going to be
I can
pretty
say
quickly.
that.
Thieves have got a couple of
I
numbers,
got a big
but
forehead.
not as many as they would like. Default will pop. Ravens
And
not
I'm
far
not
away.
going to show it off.
I like
So,
this on a
don't
scrap.
ask.
Just put yourself in a very tough pot to be traded out. But predicted nicely, Gwyn finds the opener. Now a chance to pinch if you're Carolina. Secondary elimination comes into the hard point, leaving Ghosty now
Give me
finds
some, Dan.
himself, and it's just too much to deal with. Really fluid on this break attempt coming out of Carolina. Good awareness, good situational movement, and the pinch now allows a
we're
chance to
calling the
break
streak
and even
early.
force out the early Hellstorm. Could pack a punch here, though, as the ordinance gets called in, but they do delete the cruise missiles, so Carolina still holding around the hard point.
Just about scrap inside of the point now. They will find a way through. The missile
Okay.
does enough to disrupt. One last fight.
There we go, Dan.
Ghosty gets it. 20 seconds to go. Yeah, and this could be really good time for the side of Thieves. You think a 120 to 56 lead heading into it would have been beautiful, but for the Ravens, they can get that scrap time. 10 seconds remaining, and they will pick it up. So, I mean, after a first rotation,
not
it's
showing
just
it, Gold.
Thieves on the beat, just that little
I said don't
quicker.
ask.
For Ravens, I suppose a lot of their successes come from like some nice breaks, but not a whole load to write home about. But that
Well,
lead
you're
is
telling
not
me.
insurmountable.
You're telling me,
Yeah,
man.
rotational, kind of focus put aside.
Yeah, I need
it. Really
it.
has been
I
Carolina
need it
doing a
for
nice job
fantasy.
of kind of cauterizing the wounds and
Every
mitigating
week.
the damage that can be done by these early rotational.
I love
moves by the
Dan, but
Thieves. And now you're
mean,
only down less
I'm
than
getting
30
to a point
points,
where I
and you're
might have
still
to play
soaking up some
nasty
pretty
and
solid
Rancor.
time here in the first 15 on P1. Slasher trying to get back to the high ground, but instead runs into the waiting arms of Scrap.
I just feel like I can't put Dan on the
to clean up
bench.
the hard point, move across the map, and set themselves
He
up for
does
success.
too well in
moving over towards P2.
S&D.
Beautiful once again
put
from
him
the
on the
Thieves.
bench.
Hydra once again. That's
He
it with
often
the
does well
spear.
in the control too. I just
And
need a
Sasha
little
trying to
more
give
on
them
the
a base.
HPs.
P2 popping in 25. Hydra just ghosting around the map. Rex eventually able to take him down. A little bit more pressure here though from the Ravens. They get some okay time over towards P1 and P2 popping. They are very much yet.
God,
Void
dude.
deals with the first. Follow-up is absolutely perfect.
Illa's
And I will
turn.
say, just kind of looking at that scrap time, I understand that like you don't have many routes available if you're the Ravens to try to break into the P2 side
I'm
of the map.
telling
but
you guys, it's
falling
bearded
there,
deal.
Frontside checkers now makes this rotation super difficult. Good nades, good stuns. May
Bearded
not make a difference,
Envoy
though.
is
Hydra
just
covered, and
different.
Hydra for 2 shuts down the play off the pitch.
He's got to
Once
keep
again,
that shit
forces
for
the
land.
Ravens to hit from the
He
worst
needs to
possible
keep it for
position.
land. I don't care
Yeah,
what
Gwyn is
anybody
able to
says.
find something, but as you can see, last piece.
I don't care if you don't like it. He's got to keep it.
The side of Thieves and absolutely zilch for the Ravens. And so far, it's looking like a bit of a repeat. 20 seconds in, Ravens have barely even seen the point. Never mind got on it. 35
and that's
remaining.
always it's always so tough for a new player in, like just trying to, especially as an AR player, work rotations, work on anchorings and setups, but it's just the
Not a
SMGs
bad
for
play
LA
from
are
Scrap
not
there.
allowing Carolina to
Dan,
get
you gotta
put
win
together
that.
in any
You gotta
form.
win that one, kid.
Hydra now with an AR in hand. He's good for another 19 and 14, more in front of him.
That
But
trade.
there's Rex trying to open things up. He does take down 2, leaving an opportunity for Gwyn to finish off the
Okay,
scrap
there we
time,
go.
but he will drop. LA
Like this.
starts to run away, and as we do, we move
Take
over
off,
to an LA
Dan.
Thieves listen in on rotation.
Rex, that office. Two. Spin and phone well, boys. I'm blocking the back. No, I'm blocking the back. Okay, all well. I'll phone kill. We know them. I'm blocking all they double spawn in the back. They double spawn in the back. I let them all spawn there. Just hold. All there? Yes. They should all be there. I died. Definitely. Shoulder and elbow. One elbow. I'm office. We're gonna go office. You should. Office. I'm getting 10.
Office, weak, no weak.
I need your.
Two face to office.
Look your top. Yeah. Elbow. Ivor top side. Inner, one shot teach. Watch out top. Inner. One shot inner teach, and then outer. One shot teach. Outer. It's still flat. I can look at time teach. Then on time. Inside flat control. Yeah, inside time. I'm gonna pitch window. Go cat. Yo, already cat. Cat one bullet. Two hit flat. Nice. Jump that. Go. Yeah. Shot. On time weak. Outer weak. And inner dead. Nice. Outer weak. Nice.
Yeah, he did gold.
Outer siege. Half HP.
Well, I don't know if I would say he threw his life, but
You and outer.
like he said, he intentionally didn't block so they would spawn there.
Yeah, pushing P2 for me. I got you. But they're top open. I have double. I have delivery. Yeah, I'm holding fire pinch. Top open. Yeah, I have fire pinch, Ernie. Top office. Close. Give me a second. In office. Office. Jump out. Office. That's good. Come.
Nice. In for 2.
Watch out. Both.
Nice.
I'm pitching fire. Yeah, go ahead.
I take it. I can fire it. Go do it. Go do it. I have fire. I have all their side. I have all their side. Yeah,
Put your feet, bro. Yeah, I'm laying down right here.
Oh, he looked away.
Center for the slide. Center for the slide, Paco. Like to your right. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing here. Nothing here.
Yeah, to be it.
Come on, last two.
Nice.
I'm sprinting.
These are great comms.
It's absolutely perfect, and you even got Dan Ghosty telling Hydra where to put his reticle. Just put it a little bit more towards the center to deal with the slide. I got you over the top. And again, it's just every single T is crossed, every single I is dotted. Envoy over the top of the head. He almost able to capitalize for maybe what would be the final game-winning play. But Carolina get a little bit of scrap, and they'll extend it to another hard point here. But Chris, it's just one of those things that you look at this, and it's just, again, LA Thieves dominating, not allowing Carolina any moments on rotation at all.
Yeah, it's just been consistent from them, hasn't it? Consistently behind the pace if you're the Ravens, and consistently finding everything you need to if you're the side of Thieves.
Scrap and Hydra right both with 27 apiece.
He's a ghost for them at the moment. He's really difficult for them to deal with, and they are not dealing with him. DJ will find something on Envoy, and this is a potential opportunity again for Ravens to get some okay time at P1, but it's also an opportunity for the Thieves to finish this one off.
Dude, everybody on the Thieves has over a minute as well.
And the storyline for this map,
they're all kind of
if you're looking at this
playing
from the
objective
perspective of LA Thieves, is that it just continues to force the Ravens to have to do two things at once. You got to break through old, you got to rotate to new. You have to break through old, you have to rotate to new. It's just too much stacked up against this Ravens team, especially now late in the game where you have to play the war on two fronts. Hydra just being annoying. The whole rest of the team is already ready to go for P2, but Hydra's still hitting old time. And again, just keeps forcing the Ravens to make one and only one decision. And it's not going to feel good.
Just have
so
to
we
get
go
the
back
wave
over
of
to
kills
Lambo.
here.
Maybe a chance for one more
Nice
pitch, but Scrap shuts it down 33-15. Oh my goodness. How about one with the pistol?
Oh, he's just challenging. He doesn't give a shit.
Cool, calm, and collected. LA dominant.
Great map one from the boys.
Across the board, everyone.
Great map one. They sounded fantastic in the listening.
Shaky start.
I mean,
online. It's always
we
tough
love
though.
that.
Thieves just
love that start.
So fluid. I mean, you kind of pointed out halfway through of just how they're able to skate across. Handshakes all around. Thieves, one to the good.
Doctor. Clean stuff coming through. And again, it's one of those, like, this is a really tough debut matchup for Rex. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah,
like,
this in some regard, I feel bad for
we
Rex
talked about
that
it
he
a
has
little
to
bit at
face
the
off
beginning of this
against
map. It's both, I think, easy to read in terms of, like, if you're Rex, like, great, you're going to feel comfortable. You're into a three-man squad that has looked really solid across the entirety of the year. It's not a situation like you're the guy trusted to come in and completely, radically change the identity of a team.
Yeah,
you're
this is
supposed
a
to be an
welcome to the
improver. You're
league
supposed to be a
moment
marked
for sure.
upgrade for what they feel like they were missing out on.
134.
So you feel like, okay, this is a comfortable spot for me to jump into. I don't have to worry about trying to do it all. I just got to fulfill a role. Problem is, that role that they need is the role that they're missing out on when it comes to beating teams like Thieves. I mean, they've only gotten a single map win versus these guys. The same can be said when they play up against other teams in the same ballpark. You know, even talk about like your phases and things of the nature, even your Vancouvers. Like, it's not a good winning record versus those squads. And that's where the pressure comes in for Rex, is that you're now the guy that needs to escalate this team to be a definitive, at least top 3 squad. And at least in this opening instance, not an immediate improvement.
It's hard to do, especially you look at some of the top teams in this game. You're coming in against Thieves, like, all right, okay, yeah, all the best. Like, straight into your first one at Hacienda. You've got Hydra literally everywhere. You got to deal with Scrap. I mean, it's just,
we have Rewind.
That's right.
It's
just, like, you know, like if he comes in and has a good game, it gives you that air of immediate confidence. And, you know, is it a case of reveling under that pressure? So far, not necessarily. Not going to point everything over towards him because, I mean, when Scrap's hitting clips like that, I mean, my God, what are you supposed to do? LA Thieves, very comfortable map number 1, and it is a baptism of fire for Rex.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to link
poetically told. Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it again is, like, he's deserved this spot. You know, watching over the last 5 years, or even back to like 2019. Playing with that UYU team, you could definitely see that, yeah, this guy is shooting, and he's got the opportunity to really be a difference maker in the league. But like you mentioned, jumping right into one of the best respawn teams that we've seen in the CDL is not an easy feat. So now we take our focus to the search and destroy. And I will say, just kind of reflecting on how Carolina has been over the course of, we'll just call it the last stage or so. The search has actually been pretty positive for them overall. They still hold a pretty solid record, all things told. So you have to think that there are protocols in place. The only difference maker, though, is that this Carolina team has not played Rewind yet. So it's going to be a fresh look with a fresh roster take in this stage, Chris.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, but I think again it's just going to be a case of keeping an eye on Hydra. Can they deal with him in and around the certain areas in the map? It is a tough one.
Rex deserves to be in the lead though. I haven't seen much of him in challengers because I don't really watch challengers that much. Maybe I should
go for these big hits in over towards. It's
I mean, it sounds like people have been high on him for a little while now.
The Thieves are playing right now, and Search and Destroy as well. It is going to be tough. Envoy and Hydra are going to be big issues for Carolina heading into this one. And how do they deal with it?
A 1.3 and a 1.4
and just to kind
out of our
speak
subs.
to where this KD comes from, a lot of it is off of their ability to open things up. Their opening win percentage is incredibly well placed on the leaderboards individually, on the player leaderboards, and I think just generally look at the whole squad. It's not just like one player is taking over, finding a first blood, and then we're chilling. It's a collective ability for them to jump in, isolate, and find a free first blood. It often goes untraded, it feels like. I think especially
let's go, Dan.
reflecting on their series versus LA.
Give me something in SND, baby.
Like, they put themselves in what looks to be some pretty mixy areas, but are still finding a first blood, getting away with
Hey, they're vibing right now.
That's gonna be, I think, an interesting test.
They're
Looking
vibing.
at the rewind, which they're just 1-1 on so far on this stage, are LA Thieves. Their loss being to Toronto, which is a round 10 affair that honestly felt like it could have gone either way. So we'll see if the improvements are going to be there. And on the other front, let's see what the instant chemistry looks like.
Yeah, our S&D has been looking good. 4-1 on this stage. Opening duel win percentage is 62. Plant win percentage is 93. That seems really high. That's kind of crazy.
Attack, defense.
And then we're first in attack.
We'll see how it goes down. But yeah, man, I think again it's a very tough one.
Need to see that transition to land here.
As you mentioned, the record between these two teams speaks for itself. Thieves just their domination. Opening salvo here on the outside over towards this point. Not necessarily gonna get much from it for either one of these two teams, but Thieves taking their time, as are the Ravens.
Yeah, and for the Ravens, this is about trying to feel out if there's going to be any sort of a initial play towards gens. Nothing there, so you can take that ground and then use it as a linchpin towards capitalizing on any sort of a B hit if there is a pinch that becomes available. Gwyn the one trying to get a read on that, but again, for Thieves, really meticulously feeling things out, and they read that, okay, we can get into A. It's going to force the Ravens to have to largely play this flank through laundry.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready for the flank here.
Can they find a way in? Slash with the opening blood.
Now we have an idea.
Players on the flank, and now it's going to be about what TJ can do as well. Slash well positioned.
Yeah, no, he's
anything
not.
else? Yes, he can. TJ on the other side has done well. Hydra's the only one who can find it. Now left in the 1v3.
And the diffuser's already on for Gwyn. Maybe a chance to get here, beat the diffuser.
Oh, that's so tough.
Side door kill comes through, but Hydra cannot commit to taking off the diffuser. So
he must have thought it was a dead body.
To get the retake. A lot of good pressure around the flank.
Dang.
I think it is in particular. It's just that challenge that you see through the double doors at DVD. Slasher gets one for free before Hydra tries to slide out with that play. It just looked like maybe a miscomm right there for LA.
Yeah, I don't think Paco realized that guy was defusing.
Side of things.
I don't think he would have been able to get out either way, but
I would have been tough from that. But yeah, Thieves get aggressive. Ravens patient.
91%.
Find the opening blood.
Yeah, it did just drop a little bit. It did just drop a little.
Rumbling ever so easily. Ravens now on the attack themselves. Similar look this time out as well. Nair plan potentially imminent, but Thieves maybe a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting because Slasher's already giving up street control. I think he may have gotten a read that someone had pushed through Burger. So you see Rex stepping up.
I mean, Carolina's one of the better S&D teams.
And now you have an opportunity to maybe even try to use your numbers to take a 3v1 or a 4v1 out towards B, and that's exactly what happens. Envoy isolated, and now here comes the hit on to B.
Spot looking like it's going to go down. Hard retake for Thieves on this one. It's going to be on Hydra trying to find a route, but right now, Scrap the one who's finding the kills.
Stop
the
shooting.
Shot's crispy as ever. Finds a second.
Gets the second
was nearly found, but everybody else can now kick into gear 2 versus 3 in favor of Thieves.
Scrapsy and everybody.
Just mantles over, finds a couple of the pot shots, sets it up for Scrap to hop on for the defuse. Ghosty gonna be watching right over the top of him, and Rex. Yeah, it's just one of those situations that you just are not gonna have the time nor the space to jump back over to contest the defuse, and that's just an unbelievable first two from Scrap, followed up by good intel gathering from Hydra.
I mean, the shot for the player
Scrap,
that he actually didn't
I feel like
kill.
Scrap should have had that ace there.
Well.
He just stopped shooting on the guy top truck.
He did find the third in the end. And it's all but written in the stars which way that one's going to go. But let's have a look at these shots again from Scrap.
Yo,
from
what's up, Romano?
Gwyn deleted it. Slasher who was like, oh, I'm challenging that. Wait, no, I'm not. TJ,
how's it going? I mean, we played really good on that map 1 Hacienda. They did a listen-in for the Thieves, and they sounded
very
phenomenal.
Around that.
So
necessarily
we're looking good so
far.
We're looking good so far.
Players like that.
We won the league match earlier as well.
The thing too, is like I think the Ravens make the right read, but when you got an island
start
player
to the
like
day.
Sheriff who can handle his own, that's good news. Envoy, sees the high-low stack over towards the connector. Gets the read, hits the stun, now off the regen. Does he want to try to force this? And yeah, he will clear the staircase out. Important moment there for Thieves is now they can get onto A.
Yeah, it's a freebie. Can you find anything here? Envoy this time they re-wrap around, get very aggressive very quickly.
That's so unfortunate.
Advantage now with Ravens, but does go down.
Yes, sir, Romano. We got ourselves the Miami major
really
next week.
The Hydra can get a read from inside the site because everything else is just hoping you got good COD
so
timing
awkward.
on the outside of the site, and that's just not coming through. Ravens
my God.
is making a mess of the outside of Jens, but
that was crazy.
They line up just a touch. No one's on for the defuse here.
Oh my God.
Reset. How does he win that? Just down to Slasher to the 1v1 with Hydra. Time could be an issue for him.
Hydra should get the timing.
And Slasher's gonna go hunt for the kill. Has to find it and has to find it now. And he's just barely missed the shoulder from Hydra. There will not be enough time, nor will there be the chance as Hydra gets the shutdown.
Hey, that's a 2v4. That's a 2v4 round right there.
Scrap just looking over at his teammates and saying, how on earth has he pulled that one off?
I don't know how Hydra stayed alive there.
Well, it doesn't seal the deal.
That was crazy.
Just about gets the pens out for that one for the
side that was
of
insane.
The Thieves. Here we go. This was how it broke down. Finds one through the wall. It was the second
shout out
that was
Dan
picked up by Ghosty, but it's this
too.
one from Rex. 6 HP. Just on the regen, takes one bullet and absolutely wipes Rex off the face of the planet. Big plays from Hydra. Thieves now in the lead.
Yeah, that's just, again, one of those moments that I was about to frame it up. Like, Carolina's finding a lot of defensive success playing through gens. But, again, another individual moment comes through. Nades over the top of the defense. Not going to deter Ravens from jumping right on into the site. And Scrap is there to greet them.
Getting all the kills,
it's not a welcoming greet. As TJ will find and be able to create an exit from this play. And a follow from Slasher gets us from a 2v4 to a 2v2 instantly.
Scrap maybe overheating with the child. Slasher will find it. TJ a little on his own here, but Thieves have been back down ever so slightly. Hydra and Ghosty happy to give up some map control and go for a retake on some sort of level if they can. TJ at the tip of the spear, Slasher there, backing it up if he can as well, but A is going to be the opportunity.
Ravens timing.
This is aggressive,
what a win.
aggressive play. Hydra
nice.
gets through and finds a second big play.
Got a little scary.
We were Thieves, but yeah, the timing not on their side.
You know, again, it's another one of those moments. I think if you look at that and just evaluate the decision, I actually kind of like the call from the Ravens to not just stay
Envoy
inside
did get kind of moved down there.
The stun pushes them off the B site. You know there's going to be some
Envoy's
sort of
having a little bit of a rougher S&D right now.
That LA are going to follow you out to street
Don't typically see that, but Scrap is having himself a map
there
so
for the
far.
Thieves.
So,
just counteracted beautifully considering
it's a little bit
of
a trade-off.
Seemed pretty fluid for Carolina. It's just, again, timing-wise, didn't really work out.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I think if Hydra doesn't win that first, it's a very different situation.
I might have to let Mom and Dad Envoy know to tell Dill not to shave that goatee because it seems like that's
4 in a row for
that's
Hydra.
The charm. That's the good luck charm.
He will be a big problem for Ravens to deal with him right now.
Play. I feel like Major 1 he had it and he played really well. Major 2 he didn't have it. They struggled a little bit.
Little feel out play on the extremities of the map right now as Ghost. He's taking a look over towards Burger Street.
This Major he has
Envoy
it.
playing
and
up
he's been
in
playing
towards Courtyard
pretty well.
and a late RC car to clean out the front side at A. The player that would maybe follow up on this would be Scrap. Shots come through. Damage is in. Is there a follow-up? Is there isolation? No. Gwen's able to get back out, get the reset. We'll stay 4v4.
The French apparently not known for their driving. Slasher will find one.
Bill's on the board.
And Gwen finds another as well. 3 versus 2 now in the favor of the Ravens. Thieves have been battered away with a lot of pressure that was coming in. Gwen just playing the angle. Great nade on the Scrap. Now a 1 versus 3 for Hydra.
Yeah, it's just a really good feel out from Gwen. The nade, a bonus on it. Hydra on 4 in a row. May want to consider just chalking this round and seeing if he can stay alive with the Ravens also.
I thought he was going to get a timing.
So the hunt is on. Hydra just running for his life. And honestly, he may have a chance to kind of throw this back to sender here.
It's just too many players around each other, though. This is surely going to be very difficult. Hydra.
Okay.
Go for the plan. No time. Had to go for it.
I thought that would
Ravens
have been
really
crazy.
well. Wolf packing together. And just difficult for Hydra on that. So big plays coming up from Gwyn, though. Really nice job over towards that side. He sets the round up for them. And Hydras can do very little on his own. 7-2 out of him now, but the round ultimately goes Ravens' way.
And it's another one of those moments that after the initial attack is kind of feeling things out on the outsides of the map. As soon as the RC comes through, Slasher slips up in towards really the drive-through lane. Getting the first blood and then holding his life is super crucial towards Carolina staying alive through the streak. So good response. We've got a bit of a chess game going on here, Don. And honestly, it's one of those situations that it feels like Ravens are, you know, trading power pieces nicely. It just comes down to how do we actually corner in the queen here? Is this going to be a high-low setup? It's double chow out.
Still gets 2 there.
The reward of 2. Rex trying to find the exit, but Ghosty will push him off, and we'll stay 3v2.
I think you described it perfectly. It is a bit of a chess game, isn't it? Of who, well, I mean, this is its own game on its own between Slasher and Scrap on the outside.
Facts.
Slasher seems to actually not be doing too badly when it comes down to these 1v1s on the outside. He's found a lot of success. And is that going to be
Double
a
D duo last alive here?
Royal Ravens to get back into this one. Still find themselves behind, but can be a game of chess over towards the A side, really, can't it? Like, for all the iterations of Rewind that we have seen over the past couple month or so, there has been in seen a lot of it in challenges, and it is very much we want to have the give and take of getting a hold of A, and do we want to go for retake? Do we want to just hold it down? Right now, this 2v2 though is pretty intense with both two teams very close to each other. Ghosty will find one, and now 1v2 for Slasher.
And he's a bit stuck at the moment. Here comes the double shell. Yep, opposite side of the head. There's no way you read that. And honestly, it's just one of those situations. If you're the Thieves, you play that perfectly.
Like, post-round comms is so
you've got the
funny.
ability to slip outside, make sure there's no exit over through the street. Otherwise, you're able to contest over through courtyard the whole time. But backing up into the Radio Shack area, the electronics store, you get an angle to see if they're going to push at you. And that's where Ghosty finds the follow-up first blood to the 2v2. And then, of course, this is the perfect double chow afterwards. So, again, very back and forth. And you're right. I mean, comparing this to what we've seen largely throughout the first portion of the stage, and especially you and I in Challengers, this has been anything but the normal head bash that we've seen, I think, a lot in the Challenger space. And even for a number of the teams that we've seen try to approach this rewind, this has been very strategic, very methodical for both teams. And now we're going to get our first level of defensive aggression from Carolina.
Scrap goes for it. Temptation was there. Gunfight's not quite falling for the Thieves.
Another 4v2
Avoid
here.
Ghosty though do survive momentarily, but look at this map control for Carolina. We'll do well to throw this one away.
Ghosty gets one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. 2 isolated gunfights now have the map split into 2 different
2v2 here,
1v1s
but we are split.
Ghosty, the
We're
bomb
very
carrier,
split
though,
here.
gonna wrap all the way back around. Try to at least catch angles to where him and his teammate can trade each other out at worst, or
Still
maybe get
might
team
be
shots
wrapping
in
to
at best.
try and get
But Carolina's just going to hold and stick to their guns, kind of playing backside of A and keeping Slasher in a position to try to get read through courtyard.
Just for Ravens now, it's about sitting tight and just trying to control what you can, because as far as information goes, they could literally be anywhere, but you know they're not right now inside of it. About to collapse though from the outside. 22 seconds to go, 2v2.
Ghosty's going to get this plant off though. Carolina not really privy to try to check for any sort of a plant, at least not today. So it's going to have to be a retake. Rex, chance here. Clean. Trade, not going to be there for Ghosty.
Damn, we don't get the
but
trade
does find
either.
a sub to play with. So against the 2
tough.
ARs, can he find a way to get into close corners?
Okay,
Instead,
big
he just
win.
finds Slasher pushing forward. This wasn't all that well timed. And Ghost is going to get the read here. That Rex is not able to play for the defuse.
Dan
and
is
that
so
decision
icy,
comes
chat.
through immediately. A
Dan
1v2
is so
for Dan
icy.
Ghosty. And Thieves continue to just
He's so
outlast
icy.
the Ravens in these tight rounds.
No, kiss of death from myself there for the Ravens.
Oh my gosh.
Said they deal well to lose it, and
He's
they
just
did
so
brilliantly at
aware.
that.
He's so
Two
aware.
isolated gunfights, as you point out.
This guy's got to have
Goes
walls,
from a 4
right?
versus 2
He's
to a
got
2
to have
versus 2
walls.
immediately. Bomb goes down around 45
How many
seconds
clutches
later,
do I
and
think he
Ghosty
has?
with the
I
1
don't
versus
know,
2.
man. It's been a
Tackle
lot
pickup,
this year,
working out
actually.
in his favor.
He's
Catches
got
him
to
off
be
guard,
up
and
there
then
when it
Rex
comes
just
to
not
like
close enough to his
clutches
teammate
on
there.
the
And
season.
it just felt 1 by 1
I
from
feel like he
Ravens,
has
and
to
now
be
they are
up
1 by
there.
1 falling. As far as the rounds
he's
go,
been in some
Thieves 1
crazy
away from closing this one
situations.
out, and it might just be a headbutt to try and seal the deal.
Trying for it.
He's been
Carolina
dialed
on the
in
other
search,
side,
though.
making a quick play on the backside of Jens. Hydra has timing off this pinch. First blood
Nice.
there. Slips away.
First
no
blood
trade.
from Hydra.
Now you take your focus back over to Scrap, who's gotten a read that
Dan gets
Ravens
another
are
one.
on the point. Envoy able to push on through.
Nice.
Good help coming out.
I
and the
mean,
Thieves. Perfect.
that was a
And
comfortable
so many of
SMD.
these rounds could have gone really either way. Again, I think Carolina make a
That
couple
felt
of
like
reads,
a
couple of good
comfortable
adjustments.
SMD.
but
Like, even the
that
round
one
we
was
lost,
anything but as the Thieves just
they
outwin
didn't look
and
worried at all.
outpower this Carolina attack.
Raw horsepower in that last one. Hydra winning the opening blood and going from there.
Yeah, we
It's
did.
a
We just flew
squeeze
at
on
him.
Ravens who go for the B push. That's just dipping in and out.
Yeah, Romano, I was
Nothing
thinking
they
this
can
should
do.
be a
Seems
3-0.
very
I
convincing
mean,
in map number 2 as
all the
well
maps
as
that
map
we're
number
playing
1
kind of favor
in a very
us.
comfortable spot. But I mean, like, there was moments for Ravens there though. They'll look back on it. That 4 versus 2. Right now we're sitting at 5-3 instead. It's definitely moments that they potentially could have went their way. I think a couple of 1v1s here and there. but definitely felt like there was opportunity for Ravens there, but they do not take it whatsoever, and a vault control is going to be coming up with LA Thieves. Totally good.
Yeah. It's just business as usual, though, right now, son. Hate to tell you, it's just the Thieves in this head-to-head matchup continue to find success no matter what the roster seems to look like. We'll head back to the desk to get their reaction before we come back to map 3.
Players, hear me out. If we're ready, let's just roll it right into game 3, because I think we all know what's going to happen here. Am I right, Allie?
Yeah, it's not looking
What's the
great,
control?
especially
It
how
is
bad control's
vault.
been to Carolina Royal Ravens.
We got
This is
ourselves
the
a
worst
vault
case
control,
scenario.
I
LA
believe.
Thieves in control of this series. Let's take a look at the search and destroy. Is it just Dan Ghosty being Dan Ghosty? Is everyone good at search on this team? Why do they have the edge? Not just in hardpoint, but also the brains game.
Well, that's because they've just been putting the work in their search and destroy. That's been kind of their struggle, if you can even call it that, throughout the start of the season. But since like the end of last stage, they've essentially put in so much work in cleaning up the search and destroy. And it's because like they know how to play like their timings. I think the round 7 was a really good example when Dan obviously gets stuck in that 1v2. But even before that, there were moments where they stopped just to give themselves the opportunity in case they were getting chased, in case there was any info on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, to see if there was a player on their tail. And once there wasn't, they were able to work the site together and give Dan this opportunity to essentially 1v2. Not only were we solo challenging him, but we're allowing him the space to back up and grab an SMG. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, just a couple of mistakes.
Dan Ghosty playing him like fiddle. 6-2 is the final score at the end of search and destroy, but the pain started even before that. With rewind time to Hacienda Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, LA Thieves just dominating them here. And then on that Hossie, you know, it's Dylan Rex's first map in the Pro League this season. And what happens? Scrap goes 34-15. He's like, this is a pro AR, my friend.
First game of Apex wasn't good. Oh, no.
Shout out, nice. I
mean,
yeah, the P2s,
it's only
they
one
got
game.
Absolutely rocked
only one
on
game.
P2. Yeah, Carolina, I mean, you could tell, like, this roster just formed, bringing Dylan Rex in. This is a very, very tough draw. Having to play LA Thieves in your first match, they get pummeled out the game.
Can we look at the scoreboard here, though, Al? It was just a 20-point difference. Now it's 40 points. LA just runs away in the second half. Did they find confidence? Was it just the setups and defending the hills? How do you close out a game this impressively, consistently against Carolina?
The game flow tipped scales, essentially, in that second P2 when LA Thieves got a huge chunk of that time, and all 4 of them were able to make their way over to the fences and get that unreal break off of the back of Hydra and Dan. That momentum shift was just allowing them to control the pace of the game from then on out, and Carolina Royal Ravens just didn't have anything to work with.
So far, he's got 23 kills in the 2 games, a .77 search and destroy. Though he was
23
just
kills and a
around,
.7.
bullied by Dan Ghosty. It's not too bad. A .77.
23
I
in
mean,
over 2 maps.
You can't really blame the kid, though. You can't really blame
Listen,
him.
he's
He's
not
going up
Thanos,
against
all
LAT.
right? These guys have been getting rocked by LAT all season long.
Yeah.
It's just a team gap.
What would the bracket look like, I'm told? Well, they have it previewed for us. Thank you very much. If Thieves win this series 3-1, this is a rematch in the opening round. So if I'm Royal Ravens, I'm like,
Wait, this is kind of like a crazy. This is kind of like a crazy winners bracket, to be honest, because we should just stomp Ravens to start off. That means we would probably go up against Ultra. We get that rematch on land, and I think the boys are gonna be coming for blood. Then on the bottom of the bracket, you got Surge taking on FaZe, which seems to be the one team that like just has FaZe's number sometimes.
Surge and FaZe, Allie.
Bro.
Set that one up. Last match of the day.
Boston versus Optic. Oh, this tournament's gonna be crazy,
one
chat.
game away. Do they do it here, Ton?
Great question. I would presume so.
Ultra's probably the
look,
only
I
one.
think this has looked very, very convincing for the side of
never
Thieves
mind.
throughout the last 2, but I mean,
Miami
can they bring it
wins
back?
on land,
I
home
always
crowd
like
buff.
to sow the seed of
Are
some
they really gonna
potential,
have a
but
home
I'm
crowd
not
buff,
feeling
though?
it right now, Al.
Are they really
No,
gonna have that
it's
home
definitely,
crowd
again,
buff?
it's one of those mismatched type of relationships between these 2 teams in the head-to-head. It's just one of those situations that it's just.
I don't know, dude. Imagine, could you imagine though, being the Ravens, and we've played them so many times this season.
Top 3, top 4 teams. So
we go into this next tournament, right?
You kind of see this head-to-head matchup, but again,
But going into this tournament, you have to play the Thieves as your last match before the major. And if they beat you, you have to play them again in winners round 1.
Yeah, and the major upcoming is something we kind of
That's
just
so so
about that. I'm not too
brutal,
sure if the guys
dude.
on the desk
That's
kinda just
actually
touched
so
on it,
brutal.
but if LAT go on to win this
Bumps are
series
in.
3-0, 3-1, which is looking very, very likely, this will be winners round one for both these two teams. So it is a dress rehearsal to a certain degree for both these squads heading into the major. So I think for both of them,
That's
it's a good
honestly
opportunity,
gotta be
especially, I would
tough.
say, to get back to the
It's
board.
like we just gotta endure this again, bro. I mean, as long as we come out hot.
You're gonna have when we get over towards Miami, and that is, I suppose, it's a good thing, right? You know, they keep
There,
into it
I
to
mean,
know
there's
what
a
to
part of me
expect
that
when we do
feels
get to
more
that stage.
confident about
For them, I mean, where are you kind of lying with it?
about
Kind
the
of go
team
one
right
way
now.
where if you get slammed, like well,
I just
it's
have
currently
I have a
happening,
feeling
then
that
is
they're
that
going to
gonna
show
affect
up
you
at this next
negatively,
major
or you just
because
say, okay, well, let's prepare ourselves. Let's change up what we did.
They seem like they're
heading into
very
that game.
comfortable.
You
They
know, what
seem
game they'd
like
rather win, and that's the one on line.
I mean,
Yeah,
really,
I
the
think
only
other
series
part about this, like,
they kind of
just to
struggled in
wrap
was
up
against
this
Ultra,
Carolina
and even that they
story
could have
and how
won.
their season
So.
has gone. 19-12 overall record in their head-to-heads.
I'm excited for this major for
10 of
sure.
those losses have come by way of Atlanta, LA.
Wex
Thieves,
tweeted we get
Toronto,
another Behind
or
the Thieves
Vancouver.
episode tomorrow.
So it's like, again,
Sweet.
that's how you evaluate
I like
what
those
this
two
move
gold.
is supposed to do for Carolina. It's to try to get past those guys.
I enjoy
to
a
find
lot of the
first
behind the
win
scenes
versus a
stuff.
team like Vancouver. To find a first win versus a team like LA. That puts you in a spot to potentially contest for a championship. It just comes down to, can they actually do that? Because for a team that I think has often been in between
Okay,
top
so the
three
bumps
some weeks,
meant
maybe
nothing.
top
We
6
still have a
others,
delay.
you're trying to find a consistent level of being able to compete
Oh
with the top
no,
dogs in the league
Dan's
this
getting
year.
up.
It's a difficult
Tell me
thing
he's
to
not
do.
going anywhere.
And those top dogs are serious ballers, and it's a big step up, a big step up. And for Rex as well, is as mentioned, into the fire.
Do matches start Thursday?
No, it's going to go on map number 3.
Yeah.
Can they turn this one
I believe
around?
so.
Feels
I
unlikely.
think
but
Thursday is winners bracket,
it's been
Friday is
plenty of surprise
losers,
before. I'm down
then
for one
Saturday
again.
is
Let's get it.
both, and then
It
Sunday
is
is
tough, though.
obviously
I mean,
like
you can even see the dynamic between these two squads right now. Like Carolina,
championship
just
Sunday.
trying to lock in, trying to find the rhythm.
Cubs
trying
side
to
at
get this
2-2 in the
engine
bottom of
moving,
the
whereas
10th.
Thieves are just hanging out.
And
bottom
where
of the
are we
match,
in Wrigley?
cracking jokes, getting ready to go. Casual fist bumps on that bottom level of the screen as well.
So
Thieves
are we
feeling
going for a
very
walk-off
comfortable,
here?
Very confident in their ability to take down.
I mean,
this
I guess we
Carolina
would've
team,
had
no matter
to.
what the roster looks like, especially as we start to look at a vault control. A map mode combo that has been well rehearsed for Carolina, at least in the roster previously, but for Thieves, 9-2 on it.
Who's
So,
up to bat?
Not exactly what I would say.
Or did
is
we
unfamiliar
just
territory
tie
for
it and
them
now
either.
we're going into top of the 11?
Running a 4-win spree in control. A 5-loss spree for Carolina. And the writing is firmly on the wall here, but as mentioned, we've been surprised before.
PCA?
And it would be good
Okay.
time for Carolina to try and surprise
Okay,
us here in
PCA.
this series, because it has been one-sided. It's been one-way traffic. I can
me
go
some,
on
kid.
and on. Thieves, though, looking to close this one out quickly, and well, get back to the families here on this Easter Sunday.
Yeah, exactly the case. I'm also just kind of, again, just to point your attention towards it here, friends. You know, the question was asked on the desk, could Rex run a sub?
I mean,
He
Dan with a
absolutely
sub is
can.
that, yeah.
This may be a map at certain moments in times
2-0
where you
start
might
for
see
him.
pull one out or find one on the ground and just trust it the rest of the way. That slasher can kind of hang on, but, well, it's not been a good break off here, Tony. We've got a 4-for-1 exchange. Second tick already done. TJ with the opener. There's Rex with
They
the
do get
sub
two
and
there.
a chance to contest the rest of this A zone.
I like this from
That's been
Dildo.
switch, and Boyd, though, doing the right thing. Diverting attention, taking away pressure. Not necessarily set for the phone trap.
Shots.
Oh my God, the snap. Ridiculous if he finds the second. Are you kidding me? On
Yeah,
Void.
he can't shave that
Incredible
goatee.
from the Thieves.
He can't.
Pushing forward, keeping that pressure on.
I've seen
even
it
when
now.
looks unlikely. Ravens can just do nothing right now.
No, they really can't. 2 ticks done today. Second tick on the way at B. Gwyn shut down. There's 3 dead. Rex last one left, and he will be found. Envoy has been chilling on this zone. Well, he hasn't been chilling. He's been in a war zone. But he's coming away with every single
I've seen it
kill.
now.
That'll
He's
be the
5-0
B
to
zone.
start
We've
this
got
round.
One member already on over towards A. Honestly, surprised that Hydra just didn't stack it to get this thing done quicker.
Gets
But
himself that
he's playing off the
absolute
cross.
Drake.
Scrap hanging out, isolating, and wow, Ton. This is an absolute
that
clinic
was
for an opening
BTA.
offense.
Oh my word! I mean, just
That was
flawless.
BTA, chat.
It's Envoy for me that really does put a button in that one. I mean, we see a couple of kills go the way of the Ravens over towards the A side. Think, okay, cool, retake. Obviously, okay, well, let's just ease some pressure. Slash a dead Rex. Just not a nice gunfight for either one of them, but it's Envoy who gets the better side of it. 6-1 from him. Big heads up play. It's just, as mentioned, put your resources in the right place at the right time. Job is done. Thieves get the attacking round they need.
And I think that's one of the first times that we've really been able to, at least from like on board with Envoy, see the decision come through about, we've got a good progress at A. It's starting to get a little dicey. Get out, put the pressure back to B, and Ravens just cannot get their heads on straight after that point. Stun comes over towards the top side of Catwalk. I actually think that hits Gwyn, so that slows down this potential play to play from the high ground. The dive in still coming through though for Carolina, jumping on the point, but the pinch is here, and everything just unfolds in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Feels like a defeated team right now. The way that Ravens are playing yet. It's one of those moments where you think, okay, what grit have you kind of got in this series? What have you got to show? Right now, very little. They can barely win a gunfight. It's combined 9 kills across the board for Carolina. Envoy has 7 on his own. This is now a dangerous position to be in.
We just can't find kills here, Ton. That's literally all it is right now. No one can find a kill. Finally, we got some space to get out of spawn. Envoy, though, okay, he is right over towards gold. Good follow-up from Slasher to take care of it. And an opener over towards A. Could be a chance to develop as Ghosty is taken down to this first
damn, he's going to get 2 there.
Potential now for the Ravens. And you solidify A. Give yourself an opportunity. It's a beautiful thing about control. If you've been getting, well, farmed off your respawn for a couple of minutes, you need a couple of good breaks to come through, but the same can be said for the Thieves. Oh, yeah, it's just too easy.
Okay.
Far too easy to find their way back.
They got to send
15 as far as the line.
They got to be
30
sending
seconds for Ravens to try and extend that time.
And the spawn trap is already starting to get built here for LA. Pinch on the way from Hydra as the hit starts to develop back over towards the A zone. Hydra clears 1 on street, allows the defense to keep their eyes firmly planted on this A zone, where Envoy will get in for a little bit of contest. Follow-up could be there, though, from Rex.
Okay.
Double.
They might get A here unless
60, unless Ghosty can
create
do something, but not going to happen. 4 life advantage, minute 15 on the clock as LA try to continue this defense.
I think if you had given this result so far to Ravens, considering how the start of the round went, I think they'd be surprised that they kind of got to this stage.
Nice.
You'd take it. But right now, this is the kind of problem you got to deal with. Ghosty in the middle of the map, marauding around. It's always about the flanks when you're trying to just isolate over towards B. It's easier for Thieves just to spread themselves. Somewhat thin, but the players, with the way that they are shooting right now, the way that they're moving, it ain't that thin, really, is it? It's feeling very thick, if anything else.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. And we're losing long-range gunfights there. So, again, any potential for this pinch to find success on B is pretty limited.
Still easy. Yeah, I mean, PCA has wheels.
Find, and he only gets 1.
He's got to be one of the
4
fastest players
for Carolina. And you're
baseball.
right. You know, creating something out of nothing there from the Ravens is not the worst news, but it may not make much of a difference your time when you're still down 0-2 out of all control, where you're going to have to inevitably play another offense.
I'm reaching a straws, Alan. I'll be honest with you, Shift.
That's fair.
I'm trying to think of a real light for the side of Ravens. We can find 1 gunfight, but with
this
Thieves
shit
now,
might be
just
over.
up to domination.
This might be
too easy.
over,
Thieves 2 to the good in the series, 2 to the good in the control. This one, well, it's been speedy.
This is a DoorDash of all DoorDashes.
And I don't know. I think this is one of those situations that you look at and say darkest before the dawn here in terms of what this new roster could be. But the problem is you just don't have a lot of time to do what you want to do with this change. Like, the principle of why you went down the change in the first place was to find somebody who could up your slaying potential, up that flex role that has been so crucial in the last couple of weeks now here in the CDL. And jumping in, having to play Thieves as your debut match, and then go.
Hey, you know things are going well when you see Envoy laughing.
That's just, again, such a rude way.
I feel like he's pretty stoic a lot of times. If he's laughing and having a good time, I feel like things are definitely going your way.
Ghosty and Co, though. They want to solidify this one if they can.
Rough timing there for Dan.
Feels like we need a really strong
Unreal
opener for the side of Ravens. But I mean, look where Hydra is. He's barely even had a gunfight. Scrap and Co doing the work for him, and now positioning himself
Shift has nothing to say. He just said unreal.
Ravens. I mean, there's a lot of work.
This guy is mind blown.
Even get to the point to try and defend it. B, 1 tick in. Hydra holding. Can only find the 1. Nice bait and switch. Sasha will be there for the pickup, but so much pressure from Thieves once more.
Well, the good news is the defense starts to come to life here right before the second tick gets locked, and you have a follow-up kill from TJ at mid, so there will be no transition here from the Thieves.
Carolina is taking a little bit of space here.
Clock will tick. Slasher gets a read that there is at least some sort of a threat up top of the catwalk. Oh, and the commitment was already halfway there for LA to try to jump onto the point. So timing will work. Defense really putting themselves together and getting a little bit of depletion on that second tick at B.
Yeah, they've done well. And now for Thieves, this is difficult.
They've got a lot of pressure here.
Ravens have had a chance to set themselves up, holding those irons and finding gunfights so far. Hydra is able to answer back with 1 though. Doesn't get too aggressive, but that will have Ravens on a swivel. You'll be thinking, okay, Hydra, has he got aggressive? Has he pushed? No. Still just holding down, but Ravens still doing a good job here.
Apex, there was a
will
lobby
find a
reset. We went
second.
from a
These will
south
eventually
zone
start
to a
clicking
north
the
zone.
gear over towards the A side.
Right on top of
Potentially on the
RG.
cards now. Ravens did well 29 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's great patience though from LA with the clock kind of ticking in your head as you're trying to get something going, but with just 2 members left alive, they find the kills that they need.
Hopefully that plays in our favor.
Carolina to be in a pretty difficult spot in the retake, or will they? TJ, good 3, up and over, gets the informational read. Rex to follow with the pistol, and now you're just
TJ kind of went huge there.
45 seconds. This has been solid. Only 3 ticks earned.
TJ doing well. It's 4 in a row now. Trying to survive and doing well. The rest of the Thieves trying to find a way through. For all they were patient previously, you do maybe get your skates on.
Nice, Dan.
Most you can find 2.
Nice.
Scrap will find another big opportunity to extend that time, and they should.
Yeah, and you've got Scrap already getting forward towards the B zone. Exit kills from TJ, looking decent.
TJ's on a 6
in a row. Diving back over towards
He's
Vault
shooting
stairs.
right now.
Gets the read that there is someone up the middle. That's Ghosty, with the timing of does come through.
And it's 21 and 11 right now. I love it.
Another one now. Scrap can push forward towards side door at Art. Oh, this is looking dangerous once again as here come the Thieves right down B Street.
And the alarm bells are ringing. Storm coming in and finding Blending.
No.
TJ can find something, but Envoy just putting maybe the final nail in here for the side of Ravens. Thieves in complete control.
This is GG.
Just another one in a long string of series where the
I
Thieves
mean,
have
they're not
no
even doped up,
issues
bro.
whatsoever with this Carolina team. Only a single
Look at
match
Hydra,
in the
bro.
history of
They're
them
not
playing
even
now
doped
5
up,
times
chat.
has been
They're
won
not
by
even
Carolina.
doped
It just
up.
feels like one of those draws that you look
They're
at
just
and
like,
say,
yeah.
well, chalk and go next because they just cannot figure out this Thieves team.
Just raw horsepower.
Yeah, we have their
Across the
number,
board
man.
From the side of Thieves. It never looked like it was going
We have their number.
other away. And for Rex, yeah, truly the baptism
Kind
of
of
fire.
crazy.
Yeah, it's just it's a tough one. But look, I mean, you look at how this matchup's going to go, and you know we kind of mentioned it. What side of the coin do you look at it on as from the side of Ravens? You know, you got each other the very first time. Of course, just before we going over towards land, you're going to be playing up against each other in winners round 1. The Thieves, just the air of confidence. For Ravens, a lot to work on.
We have a buy at the
got time
major.
to
I
work
mean,
on
we
that,
do
especially.
still have to beat them on land.
I know this is one of those things.
We
that
do still
I'll
have
go
to
bat
beat
for
him
my
on
guy
land.
Dylan Rex right now.
Do I think we will?
He's been
Yes,
so
but
solid, and it's not just the fact
we
that he's
still
been
have
solid in
to.
Challenger.
You never know.
He's done
There
it with
could be a
variety of
crazy
teams.
crumble cookie
He's done it
lineup
pretty
next
much
weekend,
all throughout
and
the year
Thieves
when it
just
comes to
goes
what he's done in the
absolutely
elite stage
insane.
this year. Even when his team
I
got
don't see
picked
it,
apart,
but-
like Neptune and Lunar is getting lost off that opposite Brooklyn team. He's done it in the past. He's done it time and time again. He deserves this shot without question. That's just one of those matchups that you're just like, hang on, you're in for the ride of your life. And the thing about it is, you're gonna have to figure that out and get yourself mentally prepared to do it all over again. But with the trash talk of Scrap being directed right at you, because these two teams will be playing the opening round at Major 1. Ton, this was fun. It was short. It's just something about us casting multiplayer together. It's just over the blink of an eye.
Oh man, done very, very quickly. I'm sure the guys on the desk probably don't have a whole lot to say about that one because it was over so quick.
Nah,
Not really.
I'm good.
I mean,
Thieves
we
are-
broke it all down like literally 5 minutes ago.
Word to Octane. Thieves are unstoppable, undeniable online, bro. These are the best online team of all time.
7-0 in the previous stage, now 4-1 as we head into Major 3. They make a 5-way tie at 4-1. It's going to get weird down in Miami, and tough draw here for the Royal Ravens. They are going up against Thieves again in just 5 days.
I mean, that's diabolical, really.
You can't make a whole lot of positives about it, can you? I mean, to try to sell the dream of like, now you know if you're Dylan Rex what it's like to play against these guys, so maybe you are able to have immediate access to recency bias.
We just have their
but
number,
yeah,
man.
LA Thieves, just unbelievable stuff from them. My only worry is that their only test the split really was versus the Toronto Ultra, and again, we had that interview with Scrap where he was like, you know what, we just haven't been put in tough spots, and they haven't been putting too many online this split either.
And you don't have to have like a great understanding of the game to be able to look at numbers. And I think
Nah,
that's the
but I
first
feel
thing
like
people are going to see.
I feel like
is the
because they
stats
were
here
put in
from
more
Dylan Rex,
rough
they're gonna
spots
say
this
he
go
doesn't
around.
belong in the league.
I think
listened
they're
to
ready.
Shift at the end of that series, and he and
Let's
Sonny
get
been watching
weird.
a lot of challengers.
Dylan Rex is good.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see if we have this interview here, and then I'm swapping over to
Opening. You're playing
Apex.
against Puckett's Powerhouse tonight. Scrap getting the job done, 34 kills in map number 1, setting the tone with a plus 19 in
It was
almost
literally
3,600 damage.
34 and 15, unreal. And this is what you're getting out of your AR, dude. Like, this teams would kill for this.
LA Thieves are now going to be moving on to Boca Raton with a 4-1 record. You've saw the bracket. We're going to update it one more time, and we got to chat with our winners about this victory tonight. Dan Ghosty, You get to go celebrate, my guy. How was this quick 3-0 for you?
It was nice. We came out swinging, handled business, and it was just a clean series straight up.
My God, Dan, I can't ask you anything about the game. You guys are literally unreal across the board. So instead, I'm going to ask you about next week. Outside of getting back to play on LAN, what is LA Thieves going to do first thing when they land in Miami?
First thing when we land?
Yeah.
Honestly, go straight to the hotel and then get some grub. That's always the flow.
That's always
check in and eat.
Dan, I want to ask you, your 4 wins this play were all 3-0, and you have obviously the loss to Toronto. For you guys, how do you identify what to work on when in the majority of these series you're running through the teams that you play? That was the same case last split, but then we got to land, different story. So what changes now?
You can just always be better, and I think that Toronto loss taught us a lot, just about like how we can be resilient and stuff like that, and even keep series close whenever they're battering us like they were. But just making sure that we're always trying to get better and watching other teams, because even if we do something the best, there's also something else that we maybe are not the best at.
He's gonna smoke after this.
After your guys' first match, we talked to Scrap.
For sure, he's got to celebrate.
You guys weren't rehearsed in the situations when you were down. Do you feel like you've made progress?
We just have to
in that
perform like
regard
this at LAN because last major was a disaster.
major?
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah, definitely. That's probably. Sorry, they're so loud over there. But that's definitely been one of our focus points going into this event.
Okay, sounds good. Not revealing too much.
All right, Dan, we get a chance to chat with you in just a few days. We'll let you go celebrate with your team right now.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
LA Thieves, a top 2 team since the start of the season, and they remained there at the end
That's
of our major
that
3
Dan
qualifiers.
Toasty.
Fantastic day of action, Allie.
Amazing day of action. I think we should go all the way back to the top of it. What do you think?
All right, Gold, where do I go for
we got to do this
Apex here?
first.
Should I go to Twitch or should I stick to
Yeah,
YouTube?
I do want to see it. Actually, this guy is one of the best POVs in the league, and I still couldn't blink my eyes. The last time we talked to him a couple weeks ago, it was like, about like 80% right now. He's looking on 100.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane this split. I mean, they all were.
He had his shots today.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's a demon to deal with, and when everybody's confident around him as well.
I could probably
in the system,
do.
And what they're doing is when he's the most free on the map, because when you're an AR player, you have a sub like this, you just know if I block spawns, he's gonna do it all for me.
I was thinking probably
as we break down
main
all the action
broadcast.
of our final 3 qualifier games. It started with
I
a
don't
good
know.
showdown.
I mean, I guess
Boston
we
versus
could
Vegas.
do.
And at halftime, Vegas was up 2-0, guys. They were on
guess we
match
could do
point for 3 straight maps, but Boston doesn't go away.
Thieves.
Absolutely heartbreaking series.
Play
Depending on what
Apex?
side you're
Okay.
looking at it, if you're a Boston Beach fan, absolutely.
Let's do play Apex.
Thing right, Corinthians though.
What is it that Wig
Those
uses?
medkits.
Because then I could pull up
To
the
perfection. multiple
streams. Kind of getting gate kept right now. Empire's waiting for them on the other side of the zone. Oh, but he's so low. Noting that Lord of the Rings is out trying to back away to see if he could reset. He didn't even take a chance. He called in that portal nexus and he is out of there. But Corinthians now trying to meet up on the other side with their own portal nexus. Aren't even going to take that fight versus Empire. They're just going to end up rotating away from the chaos, trying to go in through the choke that purple slush he's going to be holding now.
Pretty respectable. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation when it comes to these choke points. So I prefer if you can stay healthy and give yourself some more time to fight. Now, will Empire zone wrap them? That would be a wild call. I don't think we'll see that, but you will get that fight between Purple Slushy and Corinthians. And as we see that circle start to move further, Nice Guys are going to put themselves in a solid position. They're probably going to have to fight Unleash, and we'll have to keep tabs on if Shopify Rebellion will push in. Can we talk about where January went though, Vicky? Because Fusion's roaming on the south still.
I mean, the fact that January has been keeping the dream alive. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and if you bring your whole squad in, at least in the zone, now you can try to reset. You have an Evil Harvester on your pathing and 2 support bins, so we have to tune in to what Fusion does next later. 9 lives though. Your winners of game number 1, holding it down with the Newcastle bow check in hand for McLovin.
Oh, hello,
Yeah.
McLovin.
All right, we are now
More of
moved
that,
over.
please. Furia elsewhere has gotten knocked
to
back.
Apex.
And you mentioned he had gone down earlier. I believe it was the hands of Saucer who'd picked up that kill. So 1 KP point to that squad and back to a full 3 stack for endgame. Now, with round 3 closing, this is very similar to what we had witnessed. 19 squads still alive. until we see this fight here. The EMP goes off. Cody really low, has to dive into a nearby shack behind.
Gold, where should I put the cam?
Storage
oh,
container.
No, he left.
No way. Look who's gonna wait for them on the outskirts of the zone right
Where's
now.
Where's Killfeed? Killfeed's top
they
right.
may get
Are we
the
good
revenge.
keeping it here?
It is Nice Guys getting pinched with Fusion being on the other side. LG trying to be the other side of the sandwich. Fusion forced to back away. Nice Guys now take over against their fight versus LG, and they're not alone. Unleash is there too.
Oh, Shuby with the wall slam. Comes out a bit too late. Sauce down into a death box. Naughty on the ground as well. And look who's nearby. Fusion does go down. Nice Guys kind of being pieced apart. And we do see a reset come through on Naughty, but we're going under fire.
Yeah, Drifty. We got ourselves some Apex today as well.
Here. Well, ain't no way. You got 3 teams like shooting at LG's Newcastle walls, unleashing every bit of ammo that they have and destroying that ult. Meanwhile, Envy got the altar Q, gonna try to take it up, but you want to try to mix things up too at the same time. You don't want to be so one-dimensional here. You got the 2 altar Qs right in front of them. Well, you could currently still hear the pings.
All right, this game I don't fully know, but I understand it more than I do League.
In front of them, but Leave No Witness are still right next to Envy right now.
That is an upside.
Envy top 3 performance on match day #1. Want to keep that consistency going forward, and VP second.
Slow start, but they usually go crazy in the last 3 games.
Want to answer back for that.
It's 6 games in total,
here, but
correct?
we are looking to anchor down on the southeastern side of the zone where they have 3 teams looking to jockey for the same position, but plenty of loot, a Newcastle wall to hide themselves. We just have to maintain consistency here.
And you have also like 5 squads outside of zone that are trying to force their way into your line of sight, into where your building is.
Drifty,
on
do
their rotate. Spectre,
you know
Energy,
what it
CTE,
is that
ACP, Nice Guys now looking to hold back LG. Energy now trying to fully extend
Nice
here.
Wig uses for watch party, like
so
watching all the different streams.
While Jen is going to be able to get that knock onto Shuby. Yanya missing some of these shots. Timmy comes in to clean up what was left here, leaving only Guild. They want to prevent this res from coming out, so you let the Sheila sing before the Ultra Q helps them.
What just happened?
Yeah, Romano, Apex is kind of crazy. There's a lot going on.
A couple more
Team stream?
Wait, I was
That's
like,
we
are painting a frame around this man. Spectre Esports down and out. No time to get Timmy back in before we have to hit the road going. A solo chance for us. Unless, can we get him?
Oh yeah, we can. And your Rampart too. We get to build up some extra cover here. They're gonna try to get the reset as a duo. CTE get eliminated. VP in trouble. Lou's trying to use the portal to get right back inside, and he does get away. While Slayer is also able to get the knock onto Alon's.
Okay, back to VP. All 3 up. We do love a good player advantage considering where we are. You do have a solo of Nice Guys out towards your west. You're going to have that duo of Energy to your east and maybe a team behind you. So I'm liking the numbers, what we're seeing. And then honestly, Team Orchid getting a bit of an org buff right there as they just absolutely body Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, Orchids are in season right now. It is spring out here, so Orchid now getting some extra KP to their name in that isolated fight. Nobody there to 3P, but 100 Thieves did hear it, and they are looking out for Team Orchid until they eventually have to rotate into that next zone here in the next 30 seconds.
Ooh, some good free cams. You can see where Orchid is. We saw some 100 Thieves, who at one point was dead center of zone. We know the power of high ground and VP. Trying to suss out if anyone's across that way. But with as many altars that are still in play, they can easily move. And Zach on the hunt, PK in hand, swings all 3 of them, connects for some damage, but look, they're gone again. And who gets costed? A Mazer moment.
Oh no, right when you feel like it's safe, but everyone's looking at you at the same time. That's free real estate for Purple Such to move right in and let the P20 sing. VP
got it. We got it.
Take advantage of the rampart walls from the opposite end for their own gain.
Okay, Pluto. Not giving up. Find the knock onto Timmy. On move. Being reserved here, staying with the team, staying healthy, but able to put down pressure. Motherload, knuckle clusters, incoming nades. I mean, think back to when we were witnessing Alliance. I think they had 5 nade indicators on their screen at this point in time in EMEA.
That's another great thing about Newcastle, of course. Just gonna be able to zap up any sort of nades. Amu tries to get to cover. He managed to get right behind the rock with some press fire from Future. Now lets a P20 from afar just get the next knock, and then you're gonna have Amu just slide in from the left side to keep up the pressure before they try to drop down.
Not electrified no more. There goes the tether. Unleashed down and out at 9th, and Purple Slushy continuing their reign.
Keeping underneath.
Walking
across. I'm taking TP back. Taking it back. Rest. Don't go against the wall.
Shit, I didn't even realize they were in a fight here.
I'm good.
Switch here.
Did you get a kill or no?
I'm not one.
Did you get full?
Yeah, the res. I'm breaking. I'm trying to break the fucking thing.
Okay. Keep looking at
we can jump down a wall, Matt. I only have P20. I don't have Q.
I mean, reset. Listen, we're gonna drop down a wall.
Inside left.
There's gonna be a thing underneath us that we can hug. And then I'm gonna TP again. Listen, I'm gonna TP again to the close wall. We're gonna swing right, okay?
Alright. It's following you. I have both abilities. Ready. Yep.
Okay.
Taking. Queuing forward.
Right.
Yep. Walling here. Walling. Dragon.
I'm shooting out.
Yep.
You're good.
Above. They get to the back.
Holy shit, I don't know what's going on. 5 squads left.
You're fine. They're backed off.
With you, Jen. Looking with you.
Look left.
Looking.
Cut you.
Looking left.
Chill.
We swing right again.
We're not in though. We're gonna have to climb and set up new walls.
Yep.
Yeah, walls. Take off this one and go up.
I put walls on the right.
Yep, looking right.
Turn around.
Marking that. Mark that. I'm stuck one. 150 on caustic. 150 on caustic. Bind. Yeah, go.
Wipe it. Chill, finding.
I'm chilling.
Dragon.
Holy shit, this is getting chaotic, bro.
On me. Climb up. I'm one.
Coming up.
Yep. I'm batting.
Ash on me. He's in zone.
Batting. Can you call me, Jen?
Yeah, I'm trying. There's a fuse. I'm dead.
Dragon,
Get
okay. Top three.
Chill.
Let him
fight.
Dude, this is crazy.
I can actually.
Key tack.
Yep, queuing. Medicated.
Wade pulls like 50 to 60k on champs. That's crazy.
We
gotta talk the wall.
I mean, that guy's a dog.
You need to walk it up.
Yep.
Walk the tack up.
Walk that. I'm dead.
Nah, not try, boys. Good shit. Oh, fuck.
Holy fuck, I didn't do anything. If I had a fucking ammo, I would
have
been able to do something.
We just had no ammo.
Damn, that was kind of crazy.
What happens when we got early zone, no peeking, none of that. It's just too hard.
Dude, if Canal just didn't rotate towards us, I would have been.
Yeah, I feel like top 3 is solid there.
They traded!
Evo missed the whole building. Hey, 9 Lives lost then.
They traded.
Yeah, but I think 9 Lives lost.
No, they won.
Yeah, I think the only opportunity for you to actually get ammo was the replicator that landed next to us, but you're gonna have to ultra queue for that.
Yeah.
That's like so risky.
Back. They were not happy with that 10th place in match day number 2. I know Vicky's like, dude, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the kind of chaos that E-District brings. This is what... Oh. God, you're gonna get this on LAN. It's gonna be brilliant. Let's go ahead and pull up the match results so we can see just how many points they were able to acquire in their back-to-back.
The way that the camera
Glad we
just
haven't
like
signed to
cut on the
100T.
other side, like Purple Slushy, are you guys okay? 19
Yeah, he
kills?
did play Apex competitively, I believe. But he just has always been kind of like the Apex guy. I feel like similar to like how Stump is kind of like the COD guy, or like Zuma is the COD guy. I think that's kind of like what Nicewig is for.
What a heavy-hitting team, though. Looking at our second place squad, Purple Slushy, 100 Thieves right behind them with 4 KP. But looking at our top performances, I mean, when you see 19 KP on the board, Tiff, you have to take a look at who's been racking up that kill.
Purple Slushy is a crazy
like
team name, I feel like.
Future with 8 assists. We saw him with a bunch of
Kinda
nades too,
wild.
ready to go, as well as Pluto with the 2.7k damage.
Is that the real MVP? Is it the
Content
nades,
Weiss is the scump of the
hands
ALGS,
Purple
exactly.
Slushy? I mean, they hailed from Electro Dam versus 9 Lives Esports, walking into the City Hall ending
Where
from
we
a
at? We're
resort
5th right
aspect.
now?
So much shorter rotation for them, but still with the series results, you can see we're going to lose out on Newcastle next.
After
and
2
just
of the 6 matches played.
Differential after a back-to-back win for 9 Lives Esports. Purple Slushy, a heavy-hitting match. Oh, we're just getting started. We still have one more game of E-District before we jump on over to Broken Moon, but I want more action like that here at the ALGS Americas after this break.
put to 1 HP and I had to immediately dip because Canal literally made me 1 HP and I couldn't.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. We got a good game out of it. Best we can do with no beacon and fast rotate for that fucking spot.
Hey, you like that zone call though? Oh my god.
What? Yeah.
That was a goated call.
Dude, oh my god, I actually
knew that
almost thought
shit
we were
was
gonna win it
fucking
when they
funny.
started fighting.
Should I bump up their like their audio
I thought we
on
were gonna win when they started fighting
like
too.
phony stream?
That fucking. I was so lost when the Ash kept taking the TP back and forth, bro. I was just looking for the fucking fins at that point.
Dude, that guy took it on me while I was resing Jen and like just took it back. I swear he just did it on accident.
Yeah, he definitely did.
I could see about if I could go live on Twitch again.
Newcastle ban, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Crypto Fuse Altar.
No, it's gonna have me try and do
Or Wraith
it from
Rampart
there.
Ballistic.
I would have to close out of
Or Wraith
this.
Rampart Ballistic.
I would rather do Alter Ballistic Rampart, not gonna lie.
I don't know why it auto
sign up for it,
defaults to that.
Ultra Ballistic Rampart, no crypto? Yeah, we don't need
I'd
crypto.
rather do that. Yeah, I'd rather do that.
We don't need crypto.
We're from City Hall, bro. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that crypto shit.
I agree. I think it was if we
We'll
were
just
on like
stick with
an
YouTube.
Edge, would have been better, but
Yeah, I would have said yes.
Crypto's better on Edge when you can like just set up fights.
With how fast Canal's looting, it's like so risky to just wait for blue to scan.
Yep.
Apex has it down. Streamers can go live just with a 10-minute delay so commentators can get everything.
That little Caustic team in the corner, bro. I stuck one, hit the Caustic for 140.
See,
and hit
why
the
does
fucking
Rivals
India
not do that shit, man? That's what I'm talking about. Rivals doesn't make sense. Rivals does not make sense in that regard.
Who's playing?
I'm playing Rampart.
Yeah, it should be
Rampart.
So
Jen and Fuse.
Jen, you play the put the other perk.
The Fuse? We're playing Fuse? Okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, sorry, Ballistic.
No, we're playing Ballistic. We're playing
Ballistic
Ballistic Alter
I'm sure.
Rampart. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Hey, don't be confusing these boys, bro.
My bad.
We're dead.
Yeah. No confusion.
Dude,
yeah.
Whenever you knock that kid on that top donut, bro, I like TP'd under to like go TP across and like just wipe it. And there's a whole fucking team just like playing bottom right that swung on me.
Yeah.
Like worst timing possible. Because we have to get there anyway, so I was gonna go set up an also TP. But then I got swung on the right. It's like worst timing possible. Luckily I was able to get back though.
Gonna go eat some dinner. Heard one more match, so maybe you'll end stream soon. They're only on match 2, so we might be live for a little while, but yeah, you go do you, man. Hope you have a good rest of your day. If you end up not stopping back in later, if you're not able to, that's all good. We'll be live again next week for the COD tournament, and then that'll be priority. So we'll mostly be focusing on the tournament, and then we'll try and watch whatever other Home of Thieves esports we can. But appreciate you stopping by again today, Romano. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
We didn't like sit in the City Hall buildings because every time I sit in those buildings, bro, there's just like 50 teams there.
Now, I feel like I'm not gonna lie.
That's what I used to do for fucking guild. We always took the bridges. Like that's the best spots to play from.
Am I going
And
live
rotate if
tomorrow
you
for
have,
the
like,
last league match? There's another league match
knowledge
tomorrow.
of the zone.
Yeah, sitting in the City Hall building, it's just way too many teams.
Yeah, it's only skits now because of Alter.
I thought Monday was my day off.
I'm not lying. They're all like I killed one, then 2 of them were like 50 HP combined.
I wish I had fucking ammo. bro.
I mean, yeah, I'll go live for it 4 p.m.
How'd you get re-knocked? You just took the queue up, or was that phony that I res?
Yeah, happy Easter to you, Romano.
That's so sad to get you down to that fuse all, bro. We could have won.
Went black for like a second. I don't know why. It's weird.
Yeah, I'll go live for the match
I'm not gonna
tomorrow.
lie, as soon as you did all that damage to that,
I'm trying to watch party as much as I can.
Should have called a fight there. I'm not gonna lie.
He did. I started walking up and queued in.
Yeah, I walked up to I killed Crypto with Sheila.
Yeah, I should have just kept. I should have kept pushing them. I queued. I turned around to queue our back as soon as I did all that damage.
He got distracted on the back. Like we actually would have wiped that team a little bit sooner. If
I queued through and the Ash took my TP towards them, and then he took it back when Evan started rezzing because Evan took the queue with them.
I was just watching Evan's POV. He was worrying about the team behind when at that point we should just run at that team. Honestly.
Yeah, I definitely should have aped that.
Purple Slushy played from City Hall side and just wiped everybody.
Observers. Man, bro, I can't believe that. Remember that duo we were shooting at, Jen? Like, on the ledge? That castle rampart?
All right.
You burned so much ammo on that.
Dude, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Bro, I knocked the rampart, he gets res. I knocked the castle, he gets res. And they both make it out. I'm sick. How was nobody else shooting them?
Everyone's worried about me instead of worrying about the dying above.
All right, boys, game starting. Overall, good game.
See if we get a
If I
fucking
had a
beacon.
scout, dude, that would have been such a good game to have like my light ammo set up with like 500 bullets. Oh my god, we would have won.
Get a fucking good one here. Make sure you click ballistic, rampart, and altar.
Pick a cactus, boys. Ballistic.
I'm out there. I'm chilling.
Yo, if we get zone, make sure you choose a support perk over the recon perk. Funny.
There'll be a lot of fuses probably.
Yeah. Gonna be a lot of cryptos.
All right, looks like we're hopping into this third map here.
Yeah, bro, the instant you get a wall up and you're pre-mate with Sheila, no one can peek you anymore unless they have an aid.
Rampart's definitely
They really
just a
can't shout you.
match character.
Like, they picked your wall, one of them. I had Sheila, and then
Did you get Panda Express gold?
I think they're gonna send us when.
You're just like in the fuse
Like,
ult.
like the walls
I'm
are
not.
actually
I'm
so
not a
broken.
big fan of Panda Express personally.
I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping to kidnap one with my attack, and at least get a kill.
Did you see? I'm in the top team, yeah.
Yeah.
You almost have one.
Dude, if you
Should
have
we
one
just
in
stick
Gia-
to?
I think you guys should have went below low ground, like below them earlier. So you didn't take damage.
Should we just stick to Phonies, Pav?
I mean, that other team was gonna shoot our.
Well, they had LOS. They had LOS of us against the wall.
Yeah, the team across.
Maybe
the
switch
field,
between him and I think it's Verholst.
We're gonna die anyways. Our best bet is literally just like I don't even
Is
know.
the other stream we have
Dying.
pulled up?
We don't have
We'd
anything.
have to like, we'd have, bro, you know what we have to do is like,
Yeah,
one of us have to
Verholst.
like get knocked, and the other guy just send the knockdown and hope they like fight each other after that.
No console. Classic.
Because otherwise we could swap over to the main broadcast if things are getting kind of dull. Because some of it is really slow.
No, it's fine, I lose health.
I get this open anyway. Alright. Supposed to do that pass over.
Phony's your favorite Pav?
Like,
I think the hard part for me is
Alright,
with
let's
this
just
is
fucking
it
get
feels
the
like there's a
recon
lot
done.
of downtime, like in between maps, and then there's a lot of like setup.
30 here.
You know.
The Arsenal can get 30 out of that bad boy.
Main broadcast for beginning and end with
Maybe
the
20.
team. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, because I figured we might get more engagement.
Slushy. Okay, they say. All right, you take Newcastle away. We are going to try out something completely different. And yeah, as MG Clutch was telling us earlier in the day, there's very few forms of fully
I
destructible
think this is like the
cover
reason I struggle a little
game.
bit with.
And it's funny because Lifeline's care
like
package,
watching
which obviously isn't in the game
battle
anymore,
royales,
was
because
previously
it's like
one of those. And you'd
there's a
see
lot
people
of setup.
occasionally try and like block people
There's a
into
lot of
buildings
setup, I feel
by
like.
calling the
And then they play
Lifeline
for
package
such a
down
long
in front
time.
of the door to block them in. But now it's Lifeline's
Yeah,
Halo.
that was the other
the
reason I
new Ultimate that
kind of wanted to
replaced the
watch
old one. Is
the-
one of the ones that can't get removed by
main
crypto. Even though
broadcast.
we're not seeing as many cryptos in this lobby.
So that
But
way we
yeah,
get
also
to
the fact
see
that it's just such a
scoreboard and
good
all that.
reset
Oh,
tool.
we're already in a fight.
You just threw me all the way back. I remember those grieving plays out here.
Okay, go copy them. I'm gonna go copy into the res.
We're already in a fight. You gotta switch over.
I'll copy him again.
He's already down.
Captain crazy.
Verholst.
Amazing.
Got banner.
Amazing.
They're gonna go to the left building, if anything.
It's on us again. We just
That
play
was
back really
quick.
on us.
We got to switch over to the Thieves
I'm thinking
POV
it's
pretty
left.
quick there.
I think it's more left. Careful that they wrap up towards us from south.
Boardwalk flew into resort. Boardwalk flew into resort.
Did you get bridge again? No.
Boardwalk flew to their exact same spot, bro.
Okay. We could grab bridge again, but
I think someone bridge.
I can't grab it now.
Maybe.
Is there someone bridge?
I don't know.
I don't think there is. You see Boardwalk flying over there?
Yeah. Yes. They flew over there. Yes.
Okay, we can go.
Team is UAV here.
Going
with you.
Yes. We can grab it, yes.
Hey, little guy.
I'm up.
I'm up middle.
Queued up. Is that you?
That's me.
Okay.
I think they just fuse ulted.
Right side. I'm going left.
Yeah.
Come. We're just grabbing that building.
Okay. Back one. One shot on one.
Grab our spot.
Yeah.
That's all you.
I'm just chilling. Come back to you guys.
Alter TP in front of me.
Someone's in the building. Someone's in the building. Okay, we're good.
It's Apex
Set up.
now.
Set up.
Yeah.
Listen, it's fused crypto. They can bully us as much as they want now. Okay.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
can set the wall like here. Anything.
I don't have castle wall, so.
Oh fuck. They're joining us.
Team Bulldog. They're taking balloon.
Okay.
Cracked them.
I'm like try to grab Eva, okay?
Yep.
You watch north.
Yep.
Make sure the fuse team doesn't push us, okay? Grabbing Eva.
Try to open city wall.
Someone's in the building left. Team here.
It's gonna move these walls up here.
I'm 18 cells, 3 bats, 2 phoenixes for me. I can drop you heals.
Okay.
2 bats, 12 cells. I have a phoenix as well.
Drop you 6 cells here.
They're gonna keep forcing with fuse keys, by the way.
No, we're fine.
Walking up.
A lot of cells here. You have no bats?
They just got EMP'd here.
Okay. Looking. 104.
On Evo. He's taking TP.
Taking.
Oh fuck, he's gone.
Q underneath. Careful.
The crypto drone next to us. You hear that?
Yeah. Another fuse Q.
Yeah, from really far.
Give me a lot of fuses, okay? Don't stun off guard.
Yeah.
There's someone's car park. Someone's car park, I think.
Put another wall back here. Guess we need it.
If anything, a crypto EMP push comes from here or fucking like across from the seas.
I'm gonna space these walls out so we can't break them like that.
Heavy. They're ballistic too. Our fighting potential is way better than these like fuse crypto teams. I feel like.
Yeah.
That depends. That kind of evens out. Should I be scared of the fuckers?
I'm not.
Our strafe speed's like fucking crazy.
Yep.
Not a fan of this spot, but if Phony calls it, you trust him. I mean, yeah, kind of all you can do, really.
Yep.
Killing us.
Just trust the pros.
Listen up.
King is. Yeah.
He's gonna be doing that the whole game.
This is your full of Korean barbecue. Yeah, you didn't miss much from the Thieves match, at least. We kind of smoked the Ravens.
Yep.
So
Speaking from there, okay?
you didn't miss too much in that regard.
There's a guy here. They're trying to cross. Cracked on 80.
Nice.
This is Envy's dumbass.
Where's this dude trying to kidnap from?
Remember to move, always move, yeah? So this drone doesn't... Oh, this guy doesn't kidnap you.
Okay, you think I should swap back to the main broadcast now at this point?
I'm just selling. That's all.
We haven't seen
look
much
how many teams
for a minute
have
here.
already found their space in that northern zone. They called it out very early on too. Being able to have that ring console, allowing them to share some of the space that we're going to see so many other squads do the same thing. Whereas you have LG, ACP, Complexity, NRG, even you could say Nice Guys, they have the opportunity to go through the northern choke away from Furia instead of trying to completely commit to the rotate through Furia's side. But it allows them to get in some poke pressure if they can, if they only had access to that one Evil Harvester to try to boost up those Evil shields.
Probably not going to get to walk
Nice
again
Guys
today.
are one of those 3 teams that don't have access to Altar, right? So yeah, they do have to be worrying about the chokes, but right now it looks like they're worrying about Furia as they might be running into each other.
I might. I mean, it seems like there's not much going on right now.
And while they start fighting, it could be isolated with Complexity, Energy taking their time. outside of that next zone. They were trying to find Unleash, by the way, that's still in the zone, it looked like. And currently, nice guys, Cody, who we saw so hungry in our last game, trying to chase out a straggler, is able to get the knock and finishing blow onto Madness.
Yeah, and sure, Cody doesn't have the sling, but he does have the rampage in his hands and infinite ammo, of course.
Walk and
the
stream.
ballistic ult.
Now, how in the world am I going to
You
do
can
that?
fire it without fear. Anyway, they got the 1 kill onto Madness. Complexity did get the reset and the respawns during that time. They could potentially be next.
I don't have a setup to do a live stream on the move.
Is with the double win by 9 Lives, they need to win 1 more, and they actually get a bonus point, which could be important, right? Because
I can't afford that.
However many points you're getting in Pro League, even across
all
of the other regions as well, determines your seeding for the ALGS Open.
That's absolutely huge. So it's more than what these teams are doing within Pro League that could affect their placement and their positioning within the Open.
That's something
so
that
also getting word here from production
maybe
that
we
Navi
can
had
get in the
achieved
future.
2 bonus points last week by winning those 3+ matches in a row. So bonus points being added right back here for this year of ALGS gives 9 Lives something to work for.
Plus, part of the reason I want to go for the walk is to get out of the
3
house.
wins, and then they got another bonus point
not to stay in the house.
50+ points ahead of the 2nd place competitor, and that's actually the harder one.
And get some sunlight.
A few teams across the history of Pro League have managed to get 3 wins in a day. But there's been like only 1 or 2 others. I know Reignite did it like way back in APAC South when they were absolutely shredding that region before they moved to NA. So there's only been maybe 2 or 3 teams who have ever managed to achieve that.
Yeah, they were like farming that lobby too. Talking about Navi, actually, I remember like 70 to 40 something there. So very difficult to achieve, but getting those 3 wins in a row is definitely the other flex here in a lobby like this in America's complexity with Funk looking ahead. 30-30 though gets beat, having to back
I'm
away.
gonna keep it a buck.
Look like there's a player
I don't
right
really
there.
want to sit here for another few hours.
We're going to get away actually right now. Yeah,
this.
look at his teammate. They're going to Complexity's going to be rotating over to the southwest side of this next zone. Nobody's going to be meeting them on the choke.
Apex
so
to be
as
the
long as
only
they keep
game that I
rotating right now
don't
in terms of
watch, you know what I mean?
they should be fine. They won't have any path of resistance.
And also,
so zone
why would I let stream run if I'm not even here?
They're going for the more southern choke.
What's the point in that?
Both make their way into zone safely. So 20 squads still alive.
Then I don't get to engage with
anybody.
anybody.
Scrims, would ya?
I mean, with
these might be getting into an engagement here soon.
We watched Mia with an E district. So
like that 9 Lives team
still
is
alive.
Pretty close to
and
them.
look at where this zone is pulling. On the outskirts is the Mythic bin where ACP is.
Someone from over here just took TP.
It's a Fuse altar near me, by the way. Fuse altar northwest.
Crypto team in here.
Plus the storm looks like it's pulling towards them a little bit.
Use cryptos. They can alter TP up and crypto AMP. You need to get aware of that. As soon as you see an AMP go up, you ballistic go, okay? Yep. Nah, it's not worth TPing down, bro. You might as well fight it at that point. Just place a wall. Hug your side right there, Evan. Place a TP. Hug your side, place a wall, and just be ready to fight, okay? And I'll bait like here. If anything.
Yep.
I like throw a nade and bait. Team across, northwest. Okay.
Team across. Yep. King it. Into this wall, make it defensive here.
That kid kept fucking TPing back and forth, by the way. He might just be like sitting there as a solo.
Dude, destroy that TP.
I can't. It's all the way northeast.
I need boardwalk. They might have to come in.
Old of a team to have a lifeline.
Yeah, find boardwalk.
I mean, I don't have a scope.
Behind us.
Call me though.
Is lifeline not meta?
Yeah, if you don't have a scope, just watch the bridge then, Funny.
Yeah, I'm watching. I watch bridge and the TP up. If I hear a TP, I'm calling it immediately. Everyone just turn, okay?
Yep.
Pull out secondary and turn. Crypto drone. Crypto drone west. Alter crypto for Fuse, by the way.
Yep.
You can always fucking EMP and just try to TP up on us.
Looking. Right here. Pretty cool. It's an Ash. Wait. Is he on the truck? He's on that truck. He's on that truck right there. Okay, go left, wide left. Right here.
I see him spinning around.
Behind that box, right in. Behind that box. Okay.
Grab a care package.
Try to shoot this.
Havoc. That's all you guys.
Kill him maybe?
Okay. They're killing the solo.
Wait, so does that care package land on the roof?
Let me know where they're flying. I'm watching our back.
They're fighting hard. They're fighting here. Look.
I tell you guys, watching our back. They flew on this team. They flew close. They're swinging it. They're swinging it. They're fighting it.
Looking. They're fighting. Yeah, don't look.
Team middle.
They're showing the back. I'm good. Fighting. Looking back
They're
southwest.
just fighting here. On this building. Through the zone. Team across from us.
Dude, there's still 19 squads and the circle looks tiny.
Middle might be free. These holes might be free in these buildings.
Yep.
I'm gonna start walking up and TPing back, okay?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go look. Look over me.
It depends on the team comp. Oh, okay.
Hey, they're fighting behind.
Yeah, I don't really know what's like meta with this game
I'm looking.
for
I'll let you know to take TV.
for like the heroes or whatever you call them. Yeah, this is where shit's gonna get chaotic. You have a tiny little thing here.
TV back. Listen, I think that room was free, but I can't fucking go to it. I need it back here. I'm phoenixing. Listen, yes. That little room, I think it was free. I TP'd inside, no one was there. Listen, I'm gonna go again. Into TP inside, and if no one's there, I'm gonna TP us. Okay?
Yep. The wiped.
Ash's ult kind of isn't worth it at times, though, since teams can see it before even going through it. See, I don't even know who Ash is. I don't know who some of these characters are.
You're pretty funny. I caught one pretty funny. On the balcony. One shot on the Ash. One shot on the balcony.
Walking up. This guy looking with me. Might die here. I'll set a TP here, okay? This is the best spot. Come. And set up rifle walls. Set up rifle walls immediately. In.
Oh, this seems really shitty.
Set up rifle walls.
Yeah, that seemed like a bad play there.
Bro,
how did you fucking... Fuck, man. Well, kidnap actually... Yeah.
Yeah, that did not seem like the move.
Like earlier, I would have just gotten that spot for free. I should have called it way fucking earlier. I mean, I was
looking over the team on the right. I was looking over the team on the right, like the team in the water.
LAT plays 1:30 Eastern, so that should be.
Yeah, but we literally walk into nothing.
Like
I literally had a god spot.
11?
Like someone just looked over me. I had
30.
Well, I was looking over you.
My time?
There was like 3 teams that you had the run past.
11:30 Pacific.
Well,
damn, that's early.
I guess, yeah.
That's early for COD. I feel like.
And they can't res. I just threw a nade on the res too.
I mean, yeah, you need to call me. I'm still looking for the fucking spot to rotate into.
Yeah.
Like, you see something better.
I
feel like more leg is better than anything.
I agree with you, Jen. I do think we rep that right side.
We get a fucking beacon for once, bro. I wouldn't even have called to fucking play over there. No fucking space over there. It's not even pulling there.
Yeah, that did not seem like the move right there.
VP get eliminated. And the fighting
That
has
did not
not
seem
stopped
like
up
the
on the
move.
high ground with NRG entering the fray. They got their in by a little late, and Yanya coming
It's not like Wraith when you can make a pass and only go straight.
Yanya going a little crazy this game. So is the rest of NRG with 8 KP.
Yeah, Destiny Ravens are probably pissed.
Good as always, but yeah,
They're probably
it
pissed
does
if they have to
feel
play
like
this
it's been
game
trying to
round 1
prove,
again.
A point this year.
They're probably tired of us.
As they do try and work under the tutelage of Timmy. Certainly newer than most of the IGLs in this lobby.
A lot of changes going around here too for Yanya. Making it work. 9 lives, losing out on McLovin. It's gonna be reset with the med kit, and Orchid are right there on top of them. Rambo's still on blue though. And looking at Fusion, who have the double red, the 1 blue here too. Shopify playing off that low ground of LG's building. Right on the other side of where we had seen Empire, and they're still in that next zone in the corner of that building. Full Blues is a problem though, looking at LG.
You finally got the membership, so your hoodie's on the way?
So
nice,
many nades,
Destiny.
So many knuckle clusters coming
I don't know
in.
when my hoodie is supposed to get here.
Unleashed.
This is what we were expecting.
I don't think I've
though,
seen
Gino.
anything
the
about
amount
it yet.
Of fuses that we're currently seeing
But
from
I saw
the
people have already got
American region
theirs,
is
so I'm
just
like,
insane with the pressure.
Where is mine?
Yeah, even the mother loads going down.
We're better on Broken Moon.
indoors.
Is that the
Just
next
to
map?
block off rotation. Spectre Esports goes down. Nine Lives still alive, but I think it's only a solo for them, so probably not the three-peat here.
No way. Grieving Vayne putting out the alter Q, forcing him to just disengage with his shield bat. Now going on the other side, he cannot hide. He cannot run out of their line of sight. Yanya picks up that final player from Nine Lives. It's not going to be the three-peat here for them.
And we'll be on that map for the last three.
Chaos going on the
last three matches,
there.
right?
NRG have picked up 13 kills. And they've also picked up one of the best spots in the entire game here. So this could be a game to hang their hat on, a game to propel them to the top of the leaderboards if they continue on this sort of trajectory.
Not surprised here with their current
so
position.
It seems like we're
really,
going to need a good,
they have to consider a CTE, who are
basically
also
second
on the high ground
map,
on the other side of that fence line.
second set of maps.
While looking at them and looking at the four different squads rather, that are going to collapse on each other inside of this building that we currently see Shopify in.
Oh, beautiful Void Passage there gets Shopify to the outside. Zainu won't survive it though, neither will Koi. All right, I take it back. Maybe it wasn't such a great Void Passage.
Oh, no one's here for now. Hopefully no one takes the Ultra Q right in front of him. Gonna be able to pop that back
butt
here.
is going numb.
While Fusion are still alive,
My
wrapping
butt
on
is
the
starting to
outskirts
go
of the
numb 'cause I
building.
can't adjust.
CTE are looking to their back. They're looking at NRG.
I
who have
can't
the
adjust
high
since
ground.
the little guy's sitting on my lap.
Is holding on to dear life with the sliver of cover that the Rampart wall has. He lets it sing here with the Sheila Guild now. Follows up with the P20s. Yanya is lighting up the kill feed. Shopify Rebellion get taken out. And NRG are just waiting for more KP to be served up on a silver platter.
Oh my god, Guild repositioning. Not even using it because he's in any danger, just using it to maximize KP. That's how far ahead NRG
Can't really tell what's
this
happening
lobby.
right now.
Everyone else is just getting decimated in the middle, and NRG look like they're firing at target dummies here at the end.
It's just another day at work here for NRG.
NRG takes the dub.
Kills, ending up game number 3 with 19 KP in their pocket.
Damn.
Everybody in the lobby being below their feet just allowed them to take free range on the rest of these teams.
So do we get another break between maps, or are they just going to kind of like get this set up pretty quick?
Pro League, and just a team that takes such a good position that no one else even has a chance against them, right? And as a result, they milk it for all it's worth, getting 20
15
kills
with only
and
2
ending up with
points
a
total.
32-point
A 1
game.
point total. That's not good.
Are you kidding me? The fact that we
NRG
had in
just got
game
a
number 2
32
with Purple
point
Slushy
game?
get 19. Now we have NRG say, don't worry. Don't
Holy
worry.
shit.
We'll top it off by one more
That's
extra
probably
kill,
not
20
good.
KP and a dub. What a huge game. 32 total points in this game alone for NRG.
You know, sometimes when a team has Godspot, when they've got high ground, right?
He dropped 5 spots.
Other teams will start pressuring them because they know if there's a knock or something
That's
like
not
that,
good.
there's a chance that they can move back, right? And as you can see, that pushes NRG to the top here with 41 points. But in this instance, Vicky, I think what happened was everyone knew that like there was just no option. There was no chance for anyone else really to take that space away from NRG. So they were all focused on getting second place, shooting at each other, using all their util on the teams in the building, and NRG just get it for free.
For free. I was just sitting back watching it all. I was like, how? Like, I'm with you, Vicky. How do we see 19 kills go to Purple Slushy in just a match prior, and then now we've got 20 kills, a third of the lobby? Like, what is happening here tonight in the Americas region?
That's kind of crazy. 20 kills.
Oh,
It's not just America's, Tiff. That's the thing. Like, we are seeing these high kill games across the whole ALGS, and it does seem to be a trend with how year 5 of ALGS is playing out.
Well, maybe it's all the legend bands, maybe it's the new maps, maybe it's a bit of everything. But I'm so glad that we're kind of walking into this halfway segment now that we've finished up with E-District and some banger games. Before we get into Broken Moon, we've got some things to review because Vicky and I were casting match number 2, and that end game moment, we need to play it back because you had questions, Vicky. We got to slow it down.
I I honestly, from our point of view,
I feel like the crawl speed's got to be faster than what it used to be.
Literally a 1 bullet difference. I am in shock. What a way. Shout out to production having both sides, by the way. Like, Tiff, this was insane to look at.
It's so wild because right here, Cersei is about half flesh. Then you see it go down, but honestly, I think it's an actual pixel of difference that Cersei has in that moment that allows Nine Lives Esports to get the best and take the back-to-back wins. And with those bonus points in play, you never know what's going to happen. I know we saw Navi last week get one.
Wait, so do you get bonus? You get extra points for winning multiple maps in a row?
We still have so much to break down, so I'm excited to get our halftime guests teed up and in here because when you know these lobbies inside and out, it's always better to get their POV. So welcome in, Blinkser. How are you today?
What's up? I'm doing good, thank you. How about you guys?
Hey, same. Honestly, I wanted to get your thoughts on what you've seen in the Americas thus far, now that we're finished with the 3E district matches.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, there's like a lot of like IKIL games, like you mentioned, but I think that's like mainly just because of the new legend bans, like all the like defensive. The
let him reset.
This other team lets him reset. What the fuck?
Dang, just walking on hard edge in the zone is pulls.
Yeah, any team on this height right here automatically like just wins this game. The zone. Happened on Napac North too.
Wait, they're both
wait, Guild had to go
Ooh.
crazy here. Like, what happened?
Do you want me to grab you one?
Another team came and third at him.
Oh
what?
my god.
He runs away.
I can grab you a towel.
There's no shot.
Gonna have to make Ollie get up, but
There's no way they reset this.
you gotta get up
This is cooked.
so I can grab Kendall a towel.
What?
They get a wow. Wow.
Here we go.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's actually insane.
They actually just TP back up and probably kill the same. Yeah, they just queue back up and wipe it, bro.
Damn.
The EMP time was perfect.
Perfect for real.
And then they just win from here. Bro, that's actually insane.
Yeah, the fact that the zone kept pulling back to them, they just sit on height, they get that reset, that was an insane game from them. Wow.
That was actually cracked.
That's great.
Such a crazy zone pool.
Okay, we're back. My bad, chat.
Jesus Christ, Timmy's whiffing. Holy fuck. These guys are free. He's whiffing so hard. Jesus Christ.
He's nervous,
man.
bro.
Like,
He's nervous.
What the fuck, bro? It's actually pissing me off.
I didn't miss anything, did I? I mean, I don't think I did.
We 10th right now. Just need one good
Oh,
game. We're back in.
Drop a nuke, boys.
It's our
This
turn
is
to
the
drop the
game.
nuke.
This is the game.
I don't know if he went upstairs or not. He might have gone upstairs. Let me see if he's down here. I gotta make sure.
Start it. Come on. Gotta play Dragon Wilds, man.
He did go upstairs. We're chilling.
Boys.
We're chilling.
Fucking bounce back on the second half. Make sure you
And we look forward to seeing you there.
I appreciate it. I
We haven't
appreciate it.
even.
Have a good
Oh
night,
my
guys.
goodness, we haven't even had the.
Bye, guys. All
break
right,
yet?
Nikki's going to take a hot break here real quick, and then we're going to move on over to Broken Moon Genome.
Or
which
was that the break?
Quite interesting over in the EMEA region. It's always fun, and if the action that we had witnessed over in E District carries on through to Broken Moon, well, give us more of that because I am ready to get loud on the mic.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the aggressive
she's
heroes
stoked for
having
this
your
next
ballistics
map, huh?
and cryptos and whatnot.
She's
being a
stoked for this
part
next
of one
map.
of these teams, were picking up these massive kill games, and obviously, yeah, those characters are still in, right? Having a look at the legend bans we've had so far, or even just having a look at the winners we've had so far. 9lives taking out 2, obviously, and then NRG just eclipsing the lobby with that map 3. But you can see down the bottom, the Alta gets banned, as she tends to do in E District, where she is the strongest.
Ooh, you're not wrong. We had her picked 17 times in that last game, and the most popular legend composition was an Alter Crypto Fuse. So now that she's out of it for Broken Moon, I was curious, was this what we were witnessing? Alter went 4th out.
Okay, so we got
in match
three-
day 1 for the Americas, and actually did not
3
get
legend Legends band.
In match day number 2, as we start to look through our Broken Moon POI draft. Corinthians going over to Solar Pods. Hey, remember where we had all the zones in Broken Moon today? Over by Stasis, the large majority of them. So I'm looking for teams like Complexity, 9 Lives. Yet again, what is happening for 9 Lives in these rotations today?
Yeah, it could be a benefit to them. Even Shopify Rebellion, who are sitting in Stasis. Then again, you know, when I was, you know, watch partying APAC South earlier, we got a lot of sort of terraformer bionomic zones. So that could benefit teams like Leave No Witness.
That is actually really true as we finally move into match number 4 for Broken Moon. A good look at the divide here for NRG after their massive game win in match number 3 for 32 points. Can they run it back? Will we see more northern zones on Broken Moon, or do we get the terraformer vibes? But to be in first place with 41 points and just a couple points shy is our second place team. I feel like if you really want to put your stamp on it, it has to be in this initial match.
No better way to start it off.
We kind of need a big map from the boys,
the fact that
no?
they've got 2 wins and they're not first is a little ridiculous.
Slightly. I mean, come on, 9 Lives with 19 KUP in match number, I believe that was 2. Then NRG here grabbing 20 with the win. That's just insane, whichever way you look at it. And if we're going to carry forward that trend, then let's go ahead and look at where we're headed towards.
We're gonna have
the
to
north. It is
go north.
Are we actually going to go all the way up to Breaker Wharf?
Ooh, I like this. I like this. Breaker Wharf is like
Damn, we're gonna have a long ways to go.
Games, right? And I'm kind of glad that Ash is still in at this point because, you know, depending on where it finishes up with Breaker Wharf, there's like that big gulf in the middle, and it's kind of the perfect distance if you're an Ash player to be able to port from one side to the other, because otherwise we'd just be sort of, you know, filling that pit with dead bodies.
That's true. Actually,
I mean, I guess the hope with this is that since we have to travel more across the map, that maybe we can get some engagements, get some kills.
That she provides for people that enjoy playing here on Broken Moon, plus all the zip lines that you were mentioning during your hot take. It's Furia looking to get on that initial rotate. Now
we have a Wraith, luckily.
That western
I didn't even realize what our comp was, to be honest.
Fine. They've bypassed Alpha Base, which is where 9 Lives lands. They've got a ring console over there, so they'll get information. However, through the evac we go, trying to get all the way towards the northeast.
Very nice, and that's the one I was talking about in the previous series, right? Where you get on the top of those buildings, pop the evac, and all of a sudden there are some rotations that open up you wouldn't otherwise be able to make, but it does allow
is Phony the Wraith?
Breaker Wharf.
I think I remember when I watched last time he was
even grabbing that Evo harvester before the area gets so congested that, you know, you can't pick that up. Oh my RKN.
The cutaway. They didn't want us to see what just happened to RKN, but we're back.
Yeah, that's what
and
I thought.
Furia still trying to close the distance here. This time drone vision, the CCTV vibes. And it's Keon here with the triple take. One more. Do we need it? Vayne going down from 9 Lives, and Shopify looking to set up shop here with MT transitioning onto that Watson.
Yeah, I thought that might be the third member of Nice Guys going down there, but apparently not. Looks like 9 Lives have had a rough start to our game 4 here.
Not what you want if you were hunting for the bonus points. We saw Na'Vi get them because they won 3 initial matches and hit triple digits, but Nice Guys going on out. And when you think about where they start on Broken Moon, to fall this early on, knowing that it's coming to Breaker, or sometimes that's that curse of the zone coming to your drop spot. Oh,
yeah, that's tough.
Knocked.
Knocked. I don't think he was expecting to see McLovin there.
Oh no, the punishment is real. Finally expending out that ultimate just to get to the top if we can. And McLovin says, no, bro, like, I'm still gonna keep shooting you, trying to see if we could pick that one up. But we have regained back up with our crew there, and McLovin still by himself down on the ground. Can he get a reset? Get some of his teammates back in.
Oh,
might be able to do it. Will SES be able to get any sort of reset with 100 Thieves on their back? That's
Thieves fight
definitely
here.
not a team that you want to be fighting with the amount of confidence that they're going to have in themselves after that last game. No one is going to get the better of these guys in a straight up 3v3 right now.
Definitely not. I mean, they're feeling pretty aggressive. We've seen what they can do. Phony's got the Sentinel in the back pocket and breaking out the Wraith. I mean, they started at the underpass. So we're talking over by production yard, a heck of a rotation to get situated up near Breaker Wharf, maybe kind of dead center-ish of that zone 2 initially, where you still have teams that are on the southern side. Virtus Pro, Corinthians. It's not going to be isolated because people are still working their way north. So don't get too cozy here.
They only took out one from SES. So if a team like revives somebody or brings them back, does it still
how to
count
make
as
a
a kill?
rotation? Because of course last week
Like,
rotations just
can
weren't
you-
required.
can you
they just sat on their
compile
hands and
more
enjoyed
kills?
that the KP came
Like say
straight
you
to
kill
them.
the same
So
person several
a little bit
times,
of a
does it still
different
count as a
play
kill
style
each
out
time?
of the North Americans
If they get rezzed?
this week. Oh, nice.
Okay.
They do grab that first knock onto Kings, and this could open up a couple of KP for Virtus Pro on the southern side of the map.
I was
Well,
gonna say
Spectre
that would be
Esports
kind of
gonna go ahead and
crazy if
hit
that
a
wasn't
res
the
on one
case.
of their teammates trying to get back to full numbers. Monsoon going rogue with a charge rifle elsewhere, but after that initial knock, it looks like VP is going to drop some things and maybe try to rotate
9 Lives
ahead
is
of
out.
Corinthians. No reset available for 9 Lives Esports. They will fall in 19th place. Something about January.
They're looking great. Walking up. Good shit, Jen. Good shit. Yeah, walking up.
Oh, we just
Look at
missed
the
a
side
fight, it looks like.
Check her back occasionally.
Yeah. Left.
Left, yep.
One shot.
Damn.
Come back. Here.
Good shots.
Turn around.
Watch her back.
Yeah.
Careful.
Yeah, good. No one behind.
Good shit.
3 picks for Phony.
Holy fuck, you shit on that kid.
Nice work, Jen.
Yeah, those were crazy
Careful,
shots.
there might be someone there.
Yep. Coming up here.
They just scanned.
No one.
Cross.
No
Over here.
one.
I'm gonna scan over here. 100%.
I'm gonna anchor the door.
Yeah,
Jen.
Gold,
You
that
go
was crazy.
You anchored that?
The timing of the swap too, I was just like, I'll swap over to see what's going
Set up walls on the hill.
on.
Don't even anchor the building. Set it all on the hill.
Alright, I'm just gonna leave one wall here. That's it.
Yep.
I'm coming back. I'm gonna leave the body really quick, because I have no shields.
Yeah, you got that.
I'm back.
I don't see where these kids went, but they hit
There's an
this close recon
Ash
south.
team in the donuts. This Ash team in the donuts can instantly teleport to our building, okay?
Okay.
Yep. Okay, that's not that. I think maybe we hold 2 there.
That's fine.
5
It's fine. If
KP.
they hold, you pop ballistical and you turn around and you place a fucking wall, and you hold Sheila, and we'll walk up.
Okay. I don't have ballistical yet.
I'm leaving 2 walls on our back and putting the rest of the walls forward here.
That's
These kids,
that's the points you get for
He's over
kills,
here going
right?
off them.
F5 bats. You need Fanny? Are you good?
I'm good.
Your wall here, Jen.
F5 too.
We can put one, yeah.
Damn, that gun sounds insane. That Sentinel sounds insane.
Because they're across the map.
No, and I did 2 that we killed. Or like killed 2 of them. I think, I'm not sure. I heard someone take a zip railing. Is that you?
That's me. By accident.
Okay.
Drop armor stops here just in case we need them.
Yep.
Go grab the far one.
Yeah, there's literally still an Ash here. Everyone's on rampart over here. A lot of ramparts.
I grabbed the normal top,
Ballistic,
sitting here.
That might be ballistics. This way. Since ulti's banned. It's gonna be cryptos 100%. Cryptos should be banned this game too.
Yeah, that's a lot of them. Every team we have gauge on is literally crypto. Hey, beacon, zone beacon.
Someone just can't. Someone blow me?
Zone beacon, cliffside if anything.
Yeah, I heard that zone beacon. Yeah.
He doesn't know what he wants to do.
Close, on us. Definitely grab that. The bow check.
You can get it, yeah. I'll take that.
That's the
shit.
swap spots then. If we're gonna fucking do this. Evan.
Evan swap spots?
Yeah, it's kind of in the open. Phony has to grab it, for sure.
Just anchor right there, Evan. Literally right there where you are.
I got you.
Fine.
Alright, you're alone on that side then. You're alone on that side.
Our portal.
They're on Ash. They're definitely gonna look for it.
Okay, so it looks like taking a little bit of space here to get that drop.
I'm gonna drop my weapon.
This lobby should die out early because the zone is like so bad.
Let me know if you see them, okay? Go for it.
I don't see them right now.
It's in here over here. And now I'm solo right now. Broke the joint now, broke the
I'm on the roof.
You're running in?
Having it.
Yeah, you're good.
It's a crypto bang team. Running in, I fucked one.
Having it. Come back.
They're on the left building here.
I got the bow check for you, Jen.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this bow good?
They're running to the left. They're going like...
Yeah, just hold them out.
Seems like it must be.
Okay, I don't want it.
Juice repeater. I don't see
They're still running left. I see them running left still. They're like in the middle choke. Middle choke.
Yeah, running towards me.
Call me over, boys. I'm chilling.
Let me know. Let me know. I dropped you the bow check. I have to go pick up my gun.
Yeah, yeah. Grabbing it. Good.
I have my gun.
Oh, is the guy getting shot? Is it running at me?
I don't know.
121.
Nice.
There's just someone below me. This guy shot someone below me.
Actually, walking up to
Yeah,
you.
like he was shooting below me somewhere. I swear to God.
There might be someone across from you. Southwest.
Can you check?
I'm checking.
Good zone.
I don't see anything.
Still safe in the corner of the building, barely.
I don't see anything,
I'm
Jen.
just staring at this thing. They now have a bow. They're like going into the house. 2 of them, 3 of them.
Jen, I did not see this kid.
I got headshot. Banning. Okay, it's fine. Come back. I need
Come
you.
back up. Yeah, I'm coming back up.
Just stare at this thing. They're looking at me. It's a bang crypto team. They're trying to
Fucking
force
up.
us maybe.
Fucking up.
They scan UAV. They know the door.
1 close. 88 on them.
1 close.
Yeah, 1 close.
60, 71.
I might let him pressure us backwards because our spot's horrible. If they walk up, they can bingo and walk up, okay?
Yep.
Jen?
You running eye?
Yeah. Hold back. Hold right here. If they climb up close, that's fine. You need to watch this, Evan. We're gonna fight.
Yeah, come in, dude.
They make smoke. One's here. You're gonna peek right side. 88 on them.
Damn.
One might peek Eddie. Careful.
Boney's hitting some shots with this thing.
Hey, bang. Yep.
Yeah.
2 left on here on the vents.
Okay.
Are they getting pushed by a different team?
He's doing a lot of damage.
They got fuse queued, are they in fuse?
Yeah, they got fuse queued.
They have fuse. They have fuse.
They have fuse.
Okay.
They might walk up from like underneath here, okay?
Yep.
They killed a solo.
I mean, they're gonna have to move though, no? You gotta push right a little bit.
Good wall. I'm setting a portal, okay? The portal is back to the building.
He's the best sniper? Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Other teams might be walking in here and trying to get into a building.
I don't see them.
I don't see them either.
Look. Yeah, look.
106 on one.
Wide
106 on crypto.
What the?
You know, I'll spot back.
Holding just to make sure.
Yeah,
I don't even see that guy.
Just hold it.
They might TP to our building. They might Ash TP to our building.
Yeah, I'm ready.
They're not banking crypto though.
Oh, enemy. 88 crack. They're split. They're split.
I can't blitz you.
They're along the wall. Yeah, look at this, Jen. Signing down with you.
Heck them. One's low.
Wall down.
Knock him. Another one.
I'm batting.
Over the 8, knock
Nice.
him.
I'm batting.
They got someone in the back. Another one dead.
He came right.
Vin. Chill. Dead. Are you?
Still though, I mean that's crazy.
Holy fuck, Solo here or something. Looking out.
Looking at that.
Grabbing space. Look, I'm grabbing space.
Here, I'm chilling on our back here.
Looking out right. We're good. Things backing up to this donut.
Yeah,
Listen, we need to start grabbing this close edge of anything,
I
okay?
mean,
We need to start clearing our left.
I'm fighting.
he's slamming those
Evan?
guys.
Can we set up ramp walls here?
75 on one batting.
Any way you can like pull forward and put walls on our back?
I can't. No, we'll get shot from over here.
They're in this rock place.
Yeah, we need to pressure the fuck out of them.
There's a team behind them, I believe. Yeah, team behind them too.
Keep pressing him. Yeah, that's all you done.
I don't just fight team. They're gonna go right side.
Let's get forward. These teams are gonna leave the spot. They're gonna play in front of us here.
Okay.
On a rock somewhere.
They're stuck there. I'm portaling next to them.
I think they took it.
One's portaling away.
Another one. That's another one. That's the second one. Second team.
Look at me. Come.
Okay.
You wanna take portal? Okay.
Yes.
That team in building.
Kill one. Kill one. Hold.
Taking portal.
He took it.
They're fighting here.
Fighting.
You see that?
Walling.
Once again, one. Yes, got it.
Another team are back here in the building.
No, they poured it out.
Still got there. Still got there.
It might be a solo then. That's all you. That's all you. Crack them.
Bruh. He's just not missing.
You can walk up to this.
They're phasing out. Two. They're phasing out. Yep.
Have nades for this.
I don't have nades.
I'm swinging now,
Swing him.
He's low, half.
Swing him.
Just one guy.
Another one walking out.
I got queued out. I got a queue.
Still both like walking out left.
One on you, Evan. Right.
He's just facing me. Fine.
Swinging him. He's falling. Dead. I ran it.
Okay.
Got Moby.
Seems like good teamwork there.
I got
Portal in. I can't portal you, bro.
Probably dead.
Okay. We just gotta slow it down.
Yeah, you just have to wipe him too.
No, we have to wipe him, yeah, but I could portal us in. We're like full safe.
Well,
Yeah, I know that, but
that
also,
seems
like,
kind
after
of
you
anticlimactic for
feel like
all the
fighting,
shit
don't
that
we
just
have to,
happened.
Like, we have to like actually wipe it in front of us.
This one?
We would have just portal past
No,
him.
I would have just portal past
Rather
them.
portal, he used portal.
No, I have portal, bro.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well,
So good. 10 kills or 10 points. Not too bad.
Yeah, I would have 100% portal past them.
yeah, he's just stuck on a fucking rock. I thought he was just gonna swing and just kill that idiot.
Well, I was
I thought you were gonna ballistic though. I'm not
10
gonna lie.
points. Is that good for how we finished?
You don't want to be the first team out of this, but thankfully, Ash still in play for Broken Moon is going to assist a lot of our teams. So keep an eye on ACP because I can only imagine the moment this circle starts encroaching down into that side is everyone's going to be hitting their rotations at the exact same time. ACP is kind of already trying to put those feelers, which they ripped that positioning away from Complexity. At this point, you're just trying to get as many placement points as possible because you're inside the top 10 overall.
Yeah. So 5 teams inside this building. NRG first to move. Now that we've sort of flipped the coin on whether the zone was going to go towards the left or the right.
What does that mean exactly? Like that it could have been a nuke game?
Shopify Rebellion need to follow suit at some point. They've only got one Ash TP. Koifel hasn't managed to get purples yet, and that means you don't have the option of repositioning. You just get one chance.
The timing on that Jenny coming down, the 2 nades that it's protecting you from, even the ultimates from Bangalore that are being thrown around, getting that early space. Sure, it's not akin to having that Newcastle that was banned early on, but it's the best we've got. And Fusion here gonna try their hand at a rotation. Dan down and out will have to crawl through. Complexity is gonna be found out, gives Kimchi ratting, and Shopify Rebellion grabs that kill for ACP, who's still staked out on the roof.
So we kind of missed out on a lot there.
Brawling is Corinthians.
Corinthians trying to move it in, hoping that this EMP will remove some of this utility ahead of them. But you can see they're struggling. Bin and Kings, representatives of the South American region in this now combined America's Pro League region. Corinthians do fall.
Oh my, and the Jenny's down, so keep an eye out because you have Zainu who pops the ultimate to go straight inside into the open arms of NRG. It's Timmy that's going to be credited with those kills. Shopify Rebellion down, as if NRG didn't need more kills after that 20-kill game 3. They're just getting fed, but it's not over. Spectre Esports into the top 5 we go. Having a moment of reprieve to get their shields back on up while Fusion falls.
Position formerly held by Shopify Rebellion. I think it was probably the EMP that came in and destroyed most of the, the pylons and everything else that they had set up that sort of spelled the end for them in this game. Spectre Esports, they were playing a choke down to the south. They were the only ones in that position, and that has actually given them a reasonable amount of the zone. But as you can see with teams up top, they're gonna get focused out. They're probably just gonna have to hug the wall on the low ground once this circle starts moving in.
Just trying to keep apprised of all the angles. At least the knuckle cluster straight towards Yanya, but there's not much you can do about it.
4 squads left.
For the time being, what is our next playthrough? Are we looking for the fence line? Because you're gonna have to contend with NRG as they move out of that building and likely straight towards Spectre Esports.
Damn, this would be big for NRG if they win this, right?
In no man's land. Hopefully no one spots
back-to-back wins would be kind of crazy.
Furia player? No, it's an Ash. I was wondering if it was maybe an Invis Crypto. That'd be form for Furia. But
yeah, that I mean that would be a ton of points back-to-back for NRG, right?
Ahead of NRG leaving the building. Here comes the nade spam. Seeing if we can connect. Awope loses the shields. I hear everything cracking, burning all around with the thermites, but so far no knocks. It's actually knocked on the opposing side. Gonna crawl and try to play for those placement points while everyone breaks out. ACP contending here with NRG and Spectre also equally providing that pressure.
4 teams left now. ACP have tried to weather the storm, but I don't know how much more of this bad weather they can take.
How are we even okay here? Spectre Esports does what they do. They take down NRG. Furia has fallen, and now with Spectre all 3 alive, can just clean it up. Take down ACP, take down
NRG did die.
And you get the first win here in game number 4 on Broken Moon.
Solid dub there from Spectre Esports. I was sort of watching them creep up from the the south side of the map and wondering if they really had what it took to take that one out. And luckily not too many teams are worried about that south side of the zone when they're milling in and around the building. There was just a bit too much going on there, and yeah, Spectre, they convert.
It just shows, it like goes to show you how good that spot was that Shopify Rebellion had positioned themselves in as we pull up the match results. Like Shopify takes that initial space, goes out in 6th place with 8 kills.
I mean, we did
Spectre
get more
moves
points
in
than
just after
NRG,
them.
but
9
they're already
KP, 12
ahead,
placement
so
points because of the dub in a 21-point game. Now, despite Furia being a solo in the end game, they had 1 KP, but the 7 placement points alone, pretty solid. That's what we like to salvage out of a game like that.
Yeah.
100 Thieves get 9 kills. Oh, actually, I think I might have mixed them and NRG up before, getting Timmy's old and new orgs mixed up. But anyway, we've got Spectre here as we look at our top 3, taking it out with a solid 21 points, 9 kills on top of their placements.
I mean, look at these stats. It's brilliant. I kind of across the way, we've got the 1800 damage, the 1500 damage. Those are kind of the main outliers for me for specific players on ACP and Spectre Esports. Relatable. Let's go ahead and pull towards the series results and kind of set the stakes before we move into the final 2 matches of the day. Incredibly close. NRG, after that 32-point game, still situated at the top, 49 points, but just 8 behind them. Shopify Rebellion. It really makes you think, had they been able to move into the position they were up towards Breaker Wharf in the right timing of the end game, we could have seen them potentially being at the top of the leaderboard, but instead 2 more games, Gina, more Broken Moon action to go. And quite frankly, it's still anyone's game here on match day number 3 in America. So let's cut to a quick break. And when we come back, the final 2 matches before ALGS Open in NOLA.
Chant my name, I shall descend upon this world and bestow upon
10
it.
points in 11th, we would have had 20 points
body.
easy.
What offerings
Yeah,
do you bring
it seemed like that was kind of the map for us to do well. That's why I was saying it seemed a little anticlimactic at the end.
You are making quite the scene. For me not to be in it. What the hell? This fighting pleases me. More! More! And now one last gift for my believers. The ultimate decoy. Cheeky.
Damn, that's a crazy promo. have to set up a thumbnail for the league match
Spectre
tomorrow.
Esports gets that dub for our match for our first map 2 on Broken Moon Genome, and it's great to see more teams now showing up because Spectre Esports, I believe, also lands Quarantine Zone, so they were able to make that quick rotate from the middle part of the map over to that northeast side.
Yeah, that's actually interesting because Quarantine is hard to loot quickly, right? There's an incredible amount of loot in there. You could probably have 3 bloody teams to get in there and pick up all that loot. But if you can be disciplined and just pick it up, then there is a chance for you to rotate wherever you want because it obviously is such a central POI.
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah, why don't we actually look at the final zone and how that all played out? We saw a lot of these teams split up on each edge of the zone, but especially the squads that were able to coexist in these zones here for the very end.
There was a lot of back and forth between the teams up top who were dictating a lot of where the other teams could play, and then it seems like Shopify Rebellion just desperately trying to live after having their home destroyed by vagrant crypto drones. And then it was Spectre Esports who just managed to hop in there at the right time, where the other teams couldn't really look at them too much. I mean, gosh, look at the amount of fuse ults being thrown down. Who was this here? ACP on the stairs had basically
how many
no
bags
chance,
we had left.
taking very little damage from guns, actually. It was all just from fuse ults, knuckle clusters, grenades that did the majority, the bulk of the work, eliminating them.
Honestly, seeing this Southern Breaker Wharf end zone was crazy too. A nice little refresher here for Broken Moon before Spectre was able to take it. While we take a look at the map schedule, we got 2 more games to go for the Americas Groups B versus C. And again, we are moving on to game number 5, where we don't see Ash anymore because Ash was the tiebreaker here for match 4. I believe it was tied between Ash and Crypto.
Yeah, 14 picks for each of those. So that does say that it's fairly likely we'll see Crypto go next. And interestingly enough, Vicky, we're going to have...
I don't know
this,
who
if
like
that
half
happens,
of these
Crypto gets banned after game
legends
5. We'll have exactly the
I know
same
Bangalore,
situation as in
I know
EMEA,
Octane,
where we had the top legend from each class going first.
That's actually so true. We get to see a nice diverse spread out here. Well, we make our way over to Broken Moon once again. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in from home. It's been a great time to witness the Legend Bands, to see
Mirage,
a different map pool in the ALGS than we've ever seen before. It's definitely a great refresher for me, too, here, Gino. After seeing the action go down in the other region and seeing how it could play out within the Americas currently. Spectre taking our last game, but NRG stays on top with 49 points, followed by Shopify Rebellion getting in second place with 41 points. So Pointful has been able to keep them up on top here with 12 total KP. But really, Pluto Reality has just been popping off throughout the course of this lobby.
Yeah, Pluto's been huge. Not someone I really had on my radar up until recently, but he's certainly making a case for him being, like Blinks has said, one of those people that
we did move up to 8th.
Coming in like the new wave.
So if we could have a big map here, that could be massive.
Make
going
way
into
for
the
some more talented players as we tune into Spectre Esports, your winner for game number 4 now. Seeing the Ballistic, the Wraith, and the Rampart still being able to have that rotational opportunity that the Wraith provides. You're going to be able to scan these rain consoles with the Rampart and bunker down with these Rampart barriers.
So what the hell does this thing do?
Double whammy for that Evo.
Now. Scans it just a second too early. Yeah, once upon a time, you could actually get double Evo from doing that. And teams would deliberately
similar
try
circle
and
to
drop,
last game, it looks
immediately.
like.
This is in ranked, obviously, off the
It's
drop
not
ship.
quite as far.
Hit the beacon, and then get the second scan for another 200 Evo. But no, that's been patched, and now all you have to do is scan it once. You get the info. It's going to Alpha Base, most likely. So, yeah, cool that we get a little bit of a different end zone here in Game 5.
All right, still going over to the north side, but an alpha-based zone. I feel like we've seen one of those already, and with 9 lives hanging out here, remember, Genome, they've already won 2 games. If they win 1 more, they get those extra points.
One shows
so
where the
at
next
least that 1
zone
extra
is,
point.
the other is
so
a UAV.
it's very doable here with 9 lives being able to have that circle info.
Except they're running Fuse, Vicky.
What's the UAV?
So, luckily, there's an Evo Harvester
Like a
close
COD
by,
UAV?
but they do have to get that blue armor up and pick the ring console perk, you know, before it's time. And Fury have already rotated in, so 9 lives might just have to look at the fact that people are coming into their POI and use that as the indicator that they have to stay put.
They are rocking that Crypto Horizon and Fuse though here, so at least going to be able to get that information if they can with the Crypto.
Oh, you're saying
Fury
for
are gonna be able
the
to try to
other
take up
thing.
that POI over to the north
okay.
side. But I really like hanging out in those buildings that are by the zip line. Over
I can't
to the
tell,
south
but you
side
might
of
be
Alpha Base
delayed,
here, so
Gold.
you have the
You might have
opportunity
2
to call it an
times.
evac if you have to rotate if it ends up doing that 50-50 pull, which I don't think we've seen those pulls. I've seen them way back in early Broken Moon before the changes where we've seen some end zones fall there.
I used to love that
And
site.
it's been a
That site
hard
was like
50-50.
my
So
my
hanging out there
favorite.
by the south side also keeps your back empty with the giant rock wall behind you, so you're not going to find yourself pinched unless 2 teams try to take 2 opposite zip lines to your left and right. And have to tune into 9 lives later while VP try to get a little aggressive here with these G7 shots, trying to rack up some more damage. You saw that Zach Major was able to get that knock onto Jay initially. Is he trying to scatter too? Because in the distance, maybe an opportunity here for VP to capitalize.
Yeah, they've got CTE sort of sandwiched in the middle between Corinthians, who we were watching, and VP. The remaining member of CTE, the Wraith, is on the way out now. Ooh, as we see the... I thought it was a gold weapon there for a second. I was like, where did that 410 come from? But of course, it's just the ballistic ult. Interesting, obviously, most people will be picking up the Rampage as the sling weapon, but I feel like the charge rifle is also a good option, right? Because, you know, you don't have to worry about carrying sniper ammo. You literally just pop the ult, and then you've got instant, you know, cross-map headshots.
I could hear that gold charge rifle in my nightmares, honestly. Just constantly beaming in my ears out here from 300 meters out. Like, what are you even gonna do? Try to push onto that. But ACP here on the high ground. Talking about some distance themselves. Dynasty being on the fuse, 30-30 in hand. He's got the mother load ready to go, but it was about the fight for that ring console, or rather that survey beacon. They were able to see where the enemies are, especially Envy, who are right in front of them. They saw the scan, and they're actually just going to get ahead of the curve and try to rotate out here.
Yeah, look, I can't say that the 30-30 really needed those buffs that it got in the mid-season patch. It is now an absolute terror. The fact that you can just quickly double tap someone and, you know, you're on blue armor, you're basically dead, is a little bit terrifying. But, you know, that's the direction they were going this season. Lowering the time to kill, making everything feel very dangerous. And I guess that feeling is something that I have enjoyed.
I do too,
Haven't
honestly.
seen
It
much
also
about the
allows
Thieves
you
yet here.
to really prioritize your positioning, right? You don't want to sleep on whoever you're against in that moment, feeling like you could just ape everything and hold forward. You have to keep in mind your positioning of where other squads are within the area, because like you said, if you get pinged twice by that 30-30, your eyes are crying from how much it hurts, so you got to try to reposition and reset. Meanwhile, VP are already going to take this evac tower. You can see the pings up ahead. Lou just trying to see if you can find somebody in the distance, and with those pings, they definitely do, and they look like they're out for blood right now. Oh no, not CTE, not CTE. They thought they saw the light of day now, while VP now come right back to stop them from trying to reset outside of zone. Not only that though, Genome, fighting here, no one's gonna try to gatekeep them because everyone's already getting ahead over to the north side of Broken Moon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
They're all
huge
kinda
negative
getting chunked
rotate
from
here
the
from
zone here.
Virtus Pro just to try and grab a couple of these kills. And Chase Mob, the second time, is going to go down. These guys have to worry about their health a little bit. Can't engage until you pop the med kit. So now Slayer goes in. Finish onto Chase Mob, knock onto Mav, and now once again CTE are down to a single member. I think they
Seems
might
like
have
an
got away
interesting
on the
play
zip
there.
rail though. And so that means they'll look for a second respawn and reset while Virtus Pro have to try and make their way back into the
we
ring.
at?
And as you can see,
Oh,
there's a bit of
we're-
a hike ahead of them.
We're in
Already
Narn.
getting into quarantine zone, and the fact that they left it this late means who knows, they have to go through someone like Empire just to get into the next ring.
Yeah, well, was it worth it here? You wanted to get that KP though, but they understand the stakes. We're already here in game number 5. This is where a lot of teams have seen where they are in the standings of the lobby and CTE, and as you mentioned, being able to have that solo get out. They had the replicator over by Solar Pods. If they haven't replicated those banners already, and VP already.
Ring again.
We're out in Narn.
Hey, Beacon. How do you want to approach this here?
The crypto team's looking at us. I want to keep going deeper.
Okay. Oh yeah, definitely go north. Holy crap.
The crypto team from the choke is looking at us. Unless that's them. That might be them. From this close choke, 40. Pretty sure he saw me.
Okay.
3 syringes, 1 med kit, by the way.
I have ballistic on 10.
Okay. We need to force this fight hard.
1 med kit, 6 syringes.
They know we're doing this rap, okay? They might come looking for it too. 2 syringes, 1 med kit.
Take it.
1 med kit.
Lying down. I don't see anyone close.
Yeah, this shit, I would be
I didn't make it.
leaky.
I don't think he knows.
I don't think he knows either.
Slide down.
Yeah, ballistic ult.
Yeah, I'm ballistic ulting.
Going down. Okay, there.
Kicking.
I don't think he knows.
He doesn't know, he doesn't know.
We just walk up, Jen. Can we walk up together here?
Yeah, walk up.
Walk up.
Yep.
He doesn't know, he's on the staircase. Crypto drone.
Swing on the right side.
Yeah, go for it.
Front, 30.
Back them.
Let's crypto drone. Crypto there. Swing left. We need to swing.
Swing him.
Crypto him. Ballistic one.
Yeah. Lily one.
Swing in.
Swing me. Told you.
Bro, we need to swing.
Body.
What the fuck? Swing left. Fuck Sheila.
Yeah, I picked the right side. Right, you said the peek left.
You guys got it.
So we're just out now.
Two shooting me. Evan could have definitely sent it with you.
I had fucking ballistic one, the other one.
Yeah, no, I definitely could have sent it. I picked the other side right as I called it.
Could you guys like have slowed it down a bit or no?
Yeah, we could have.
Then have the mid.
Do you want us to? Well, I don't think you.
No. He wasn't even looking at us. They didn't even know. We just threw that so hard.
All right, so now we just have to sit here and wait for another 30 minutes. Cool.
I literally said the other crypto team look at us.
Yeah, we
just fucking threw that like so hard. I can't just be swinging that shit by myself, bro. I had the ballistic one. The other guy was like 30 flash. He was ending it up, popping a bat. Let the crypto just get back in his drone. Fucking bring the.
I feel like I have to wait for game 6, but I'm like at this point. I don't want to watch everybody else play.
The entry fight of Leave No Witness. Reina
17
cannot
squads
pull off
left.
that bat. You're either gonna have to get away, reposition, and VP are chasing you down. We saw that they were out for blood outside of zone, now making their way all the way over to this north side.
Yeah, VP are bloodthirsty today. It's like they said, hey, we showed you we can play zone last week. Let's try and get some edge practice in this week. And yeah, certainly trying to get right on top of as many teams as they possibly can here. There we go with a nice clean out. They can start looking to make a short zone wrap around to the north and probably pull up against teams like NRG.
And I do have to make a note. I believe in last week's Pro League, VP had played very similarly when they were on Broken Moon, except Broken Moon was for the first 3 games. So when they won game 2 and 3, they were feeling very confident. Broken Moon could just be that map for VP to find that momentum and confidence that they need here for the end part of the series. We already saw that they were doing very well too, right? Because they were sitting in 10th place in the overall standings for Groups B versus C thus far. While we take a look at Envy, dropped being in that crypto drone, getting that information too. We heard it earlier on that they didn't have EMP. They definitely did have it now. See the fused mother load here too. While Zap goes right through it. It's their friendly mother load, and they're going to be able to bombard the in the direction.
Throwing grenades like bowling balls out here, just knocking them down like so many pins. That is some nice KP coming the way of Envy.
Beautiful looks. Zap with a G7 though, gonna be able to skirt away. So being able to try to find that player from behind the rock. Need to be careful though, right behind them was ACP. And on the other side, LG are waiting for them on the southern rotate. Getting that knock though is gonna be huge here for Envy.
Looking to try and place that evac tower. They're going to do it soon. 7 seconds until zone starts closing. And it's still a little while to the zone. They probably don't need to worry about ACP, who's over in the zone there. They set 3 evac towers up, not leaving anything to chance. Don't want, you know, any shielders knocking them off their path. And Envy will start their rotation in here past teams like Empire.
ACP eventually get eliminated too on the middle of this rotate while everybody flies into that next zone. And look at this, with Envy being inside here, rather underneath the building. This is the risk that you take, flying blind, trying to hopefully find a spot, but you already know it was being taken up by the squads. And I've quickly rotated, following up with Zap to get that finishing blow. Can he get the shield swap here? Yes, he can. He finishes off that player instead. He doesn't get the shield swap, actually. He just moves forward, tries to help prevent any sort of disruption on the res. Here comes Furia though as well from inside. Spectre Esports get eliminated. Envy with looking at Team Orchid, who wanted to take a different angle at pressuring them from underneath the building.
Yeah, Empire kind of just walking it in. I don't know if maybe they use the zip rail as well there, but they are very much on the edge of the zone. As you can see, the big orange wall behind them. I mean, hey, look, with the bin reset here ahead of them, maybe when they get a chance, they can take advantage of some of that loot, but they can't really do that while they've got Fusion throwing scout bullets left and right at them.
Ace Fusion in this case do have blue evos, whereas Empire have that 1 red evo, 2 purple, so they have that evo shield advantage, but they don't want to give up the space just yet. They will have to move in the next 40 seconds, but they are also aware that 9 lives are to their right, and this zone's completely pulling to the north. Let's not forget that this is 9 lives POI, and they had predicted that this zone was going to pull more so to the south side. That's why they were hanging out by those zipline buildings.
All right, Timmy, he's done it. He's called the zone perfectly here and made the correct rotation all the way to the north. Complexity was sitting in those buildings for quite a while, so very similar to last game. They've just got to hope that they can repel any teams who try and take it away from them. Let's see if NRG can stack on more KP as they currently sit in first place in the lobby.
They're looking at everybody else in the lobby that's going to forcibly have to come to them. It is open hunting season here for NRG. Carter sending out the bang ult, trying to dip and dive behind the truck to pop this shield bat, having the Havoc in hand. And the Ring's going to be able to do the same thing, but they're looking to their right with the zone closing in now. It's everybody with guns blazing, desperately trying to find their space over to this northwest side.
Just trying to pop a bat before they have to climb the wall and expose themselves to the trials and tribulations of the inside of Alpha Base.
All right, half the squads.
Carter was able to get that knock, by the way, with the Bangalore ult onto Shopify Rebellion. So briefing them slightly and allowing Complexity to move right in, putting in some pressure onto Shopify now has allowed Empire to make their way on the other side of that zip, looking at Fusion that are still inside of that zone.
I mean, Sir Say, what can he do? One teammate going down, desperately looking for a reset here. After such a great start to the day, it's been tough for 9 lives in the last couple of games. Noct and Carter relying exclusively on their teammates' knockdown shields right now.
No way that Furious just trying to take this fight versus Empire. Ring around the rosy around any lip of cover you could build for yourself. Nocta does not like the situation he's in. He does not like his positioning. He can hear the bait of the res. He's not going to fall for it, though. He'd rather just commit to popping this medkit. Now look around, seeing that they are actually trying to res. Oh, he gets a grab first with the hipfire shot to the G7. The patient play genome from Noct to get the clutch.
Love that from Noct. And that's kept Furia alive. Luckily, none of them getting full killed, so makes resetting a lot easier as other teams are, you know,
here so we can
having to worry about respawning and whatnot. Fusion, only one left alive. LG, also a single rat. Shopify Rebellion actually quietly have been moving up the leaderboards. They've just done, you know, they haven't really indexed that hard on placement points this series, Vicky. It really has been mostly
like
the kill points for
we're kind of
SR,
cooked.
and they're in second place right now.
I mean, we got knocked out pretty
you've got to
early.
remember, NRG have the better position.
Yeah, they do. We highlighted Koifel with 12 KP, Zainu with 10 now as Complexity make their next move. With Funk putting down that Wraith Porter, trying to see if he can kidnap somebody at the same time. But here comes the rest of Complexity. Monsoon to give them the backup they need, but then get sniped in the distance. January from Fusion, the solo that is left from Fusion is the nail in the coffin for Complexity.
Now they did manage to knock 2 of the SR members in that time, so them being able to get a reset is dependent on how many of these nades hit their mark, as you see VP desperately trying to eliminate one of the teams ahead of them. That said, there's only 5 teams left in the lobby, or is it 6 with Fusion?
See here with Fusion still alive as a solo. Shopify Furia, VP, and RG. They finally claimed the solo. That was January. He stays alive for as long as possible. Got to give him credit out here with 4 squads now left and Energy still in the best position in this lobby.
7 points currently separating NRG and SR. NRG, if they win this game, they'll widen that gap, but maybe Shopify can close it. It just depends if they can get the kills onto Furia and VP and then turn around in time, because NRG at the moment, they're waiting. They don't want to get anything less than first place.
So they're not trying to extend out here, and they have the crypto, so they can just grief them with an EMP here if they need the opportunity. Huge nades coming in from Slayer, finding the finishing blow onto Keon and getting the next knock here too. Furia in a lot of trouble. MT does not get the clutch Kraber shot here.
Doesn't manage to find it, but he has found a top 3 here. Manages to kill the drone. That's really important. Remember, that's how they died last game. The EMP removing all of their walls, removing their pylon. They have to send Furia, and you can see NRG. They've done it so well, though. Look at that. None of them go down. They haven't lost any health. They can get the shield swaps and just go for the clean 3v3 against NRG now.
Oh, and Shopify then wrap up around, and Gilbert not expecting it in that moment there. NRG in trouble after you saw Zainu just pepper into them. Koifel now playing up the low ground. He climbs up onto Timmy, and Shopify from the low ground take over NRG and take over game number 5 as your winners.
Oh my lordy. I mean, it's very rare when you get to a final circle with 3 teams that the team who you know, the team who wins the second and third fight has enough health left to take on the top team in a manner that makes it even remotely likely that they can win that fight. But those guys are just so damn good. Koifel and Zainu, you know, one of the best roller duos in the game, probably top 2.
I cannot wait to look at the relook at that final zone play from Shopify Rebellion. We're highlighting what a kill-heavy squad Shopify is. Now they get the dub with 8 KP, 20 points. This sets them up on top. Do you know, after we saw how close they were to NRG, or maybe at least right next to them, maybe a point difference actually after this, with NRG still securing second place and 4 KP. Furia also having a fantastic game, getting third place and 7 KP. And VP, we saw how kill-heavy they were, playing extremely aggressive and getting the 9 KP.
Very aggressive, yeah. I think they made the most of their game, considering they were so far away from where the circle was ending. And yeah, Zach Mazer himself coming out with 6 KP. So grats on that one. Whereas we see Zainu picking up both the aggressive and defensive top performances there. And then it's Yanya from NRG as the Warlord, obviously sitting up the top and getting a lot of poke damage in, does lend itself to that. And as you said, Vicky, it's a 2-horse race. NRG maintain their lead by 1 point.
Wow, we still have one whole game on Broken Moon. The highlight for these two teams, though, and the biggest difference that we were highlighting to before that Game 5 conclusion was that Shopify have not gotten a dub yet. They've been getting these kills, and now with that dub, they could ride that momentum. But NRG still with fantastic calls. Timmy finding themselves in a great position in that final zone with the rest of his team.
They have 25 total points.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other teams in the middle of the pack that can change their fortunes and move quite significantly up the leaderboard with just a few points if they can clutch up in this last game.
Doesn't seem like we're gonna.
With a 1-point difference now, we have one more game to go here in the Americas region, and you don't want to miss it. It's coming to you on the other side of this break.
I'm thinking this one is G.
最後はボセックワンヒットきっかけを作りました一気にノイジーが降りてきたリジェクト耐えられるかノイジーリリースリアライズに対して仕掛けていきますリアライズがここで全滅です残りは3部隊なんか見えてるわマガジン持ってきたなんか見えたさあこれで2部隊フナティックとの一騎打ち先にワンダを取っているのはリジェクト1試合目の悔しさをぶつけました次は3部隊です
I'll be honest, Chad, in the future, I think I'm going to leave the Apex watch party to our guy Nicewig, because he is definitely more in tune with this stuff, and, you know, on top of that, I just don't really know what to talk about during these, if I'm being honest. And I feel like at this point, it's probably better to just leave it. It's probably better to just leave it to Wig. That guy knows what he's doing.
Shopify Rebellion take game number 5, and what a series it's shaped up to be, Gino. We got one more game to go, and I have loved these legend bands. I have loved what it's forced these teams to do. While we take a look at some of our replays, Noct chasing down after the race, preemptively shooting, by the way, the portal, then doesn't see that they went back around before finishing off that last member, Panic, going out. And then this was one of my favorite 1v1s to watch here in the corner. A lot of that chaos. Well, by the way, Manos is still alive, but in his crypto drone, giving information to Noct here, Gino.
Yeah, look at this. Kind of insane how long this 1v1 took. But yeah, Noct does come out ahead with some sick G7 shots. But then from then on, it was really a lot about NRG and about Shopify Rebellion. And those two are pretty much the only ones that can take out this series. And I think both of them are are really hankering for it, Vicky, because they didn't do so well last week. I mean, Shopify Rebellion picked up a 9th and NRG picked up a 12th.
Oh, wow.
That does really go to show that it's kind of even across the board in this region right now. But to pick up a first and a second here for those two would put them, what was that? 25 plus, say, 11, 36. Yeah, that would actually be enough to overtake, say, Team Falcons, who's in 32, has 32 points right now, and get closer to the top.
I also love seeing the ending right there from Shopify. The double swing from two of the members of Shopify to split attention onto what's in front of them. They knew that if they took that fight head on, they were going to lose at a positional disadvantage. Great comms there for Shopify as we dive into our final game of the day with such a close overall standing leaderboard within our first top two teams, Shopify and NRG, a 1-point difference between the two.
Yep, and as we look at our legend bans, our theory crafting does not come to pass. So Crypto is still in. It is actually Wraith who gets banned out next. And that means we've got Crypto back in for the last game. And that means there's going to be a lot of EMP pushes coming your way.
And we take those and we take our final game here over by Broken Moon. Let the EMPs ring in your ear if they come through. No more Wraith, normal portal positions as we take a look at where Shopify land here and what they've got in store for us, because they've been the silent killers, Genome. They've been getting the KP, but they just did not get the placement until our last game.
You're absolutely right. If we have a look at the series so far, Shopify Rebellion have picked up 35 kills, and I think it's 26 placement points. So definitely skewed in favor
we're on the last
of
game
the kills,
here.
whereas NRG 50-50, 31 kills, 31 placement points.
Wow. Very even, and also highlights the
I'm
consistency.
thinking we maybe swap to just the Thieves pop, so that way we don't miss out on anything.
To play for the Dry Gulch team, the lab team, the top console.
Yeah,
we could evac.
Yeah, we
Evac
should evac.
it.
We should evac.
Yep.
Sure.
Wanna do from up here?
Yeah. That building, that corner.
We don't want to miss anything because these guys are going to have to, I feel like they're going to have to play pretty aggressive here.
No one there, hurry.
Pushman's leaving, get on console there.
It's alright, buddy.
Finding seconds for left side roof.
Yep. It's him on the back of the top.
Okay. Careful of these.
Doing.
What they're doing? I'm looking at him.
See what Gulch is doing.
I'm gonna hit the drone
I'm
far.
trying to see. I don't see them playing top. Wait, I think they're there. Wait, are they?
I'm hitting this backside drone.
There's no console.
Okay.
This side doesn't have console either, by the way.
Can you pick Drizzle? Drone flying around.
Yeah, they're stand.
I'm watching Gulch side.
Break my drone. Can't get the juicer. Chill.
What's Dry Gooch doing?
They're not coming our way. There's no way it's on us, bro. Gulch, I think Gulch went towards like the middle of the map.
Okay.
We need to get this juicer somehow.
Can't get the juicer then, and I'll hit the recon. The one that's close. After I get beacon, hold.
Yeah.
Package on it?
That's the evac in there.
Probably.
Production?
Probably. Just hold. I don't know if he's just going to roof or not. No, that's someone else.
I'm just getting juicer.
There's someone here. Look,
like,
listen. We just hold here.
Okay, yeah, we're chilling. We're chill.
Get the juicer. Just look at me.
I only have 70 energy ammo. There you go.
I'm coming back. Yeah, I see that.
Got this fucking.
We are in zone, right? I can't tell, but it kind of looks like we're in zone.
I care back.
Yeah.
You should get it, Tony. You get the perk.
What gun is it?
Not a Kimbo's. I got it.
Grab it. I'll grab the perk.
So,
you have a light mag?
are they gonna have to like play for kills here?
Yeah, white one.
Okay.
Pick it up.
Scout here. I got a scout.
I have a scope. I have a scout. What gun do you have?
I'm jumping up here, dude. You got the
One
mag
up here.
for me?
Yeah, I got it. Here.
I just shot the Nemi here. It's like ADM on it.
Okay.
I'm playing high. Collection.
Yeah, we just show.
Gotta be on us somewhere.
Yeah, we got his AFK.
So it's too bad.
Team sliding in here. From Dry Gold side.
I feel like if they're gonna want to score a lot of points, they have to try and go for some kills.
Later on, and we try to get to it.
Yeah.
Logged off my drone.
Wait a second.
I'm just starting north for now. I have no bats actually. Do you guys have any bats?
I have 2.
Phony lagging.
Let me get one.
I have 2 as well. For W1.
Let me get one bat.
Get my drone anyways, so I'll just get another one.
One squad nearby.
Get a banger here. I'm ready.
See how hard the zone pulls. There's a lot of teams like rotating towards like experimental side.
Oh no. Stream crashed.
There's a team in here. Team back here. This team doesn't have beacon though.
He was buffering too
There's no one top.
much.
There's no one top at all. There should have been. There should be someone top. There's no one there. I might not pull to our side.
So there was
if anything,
one.
we could always take the height. What?
Yeah. I saw there's a guy there like shooting before.
There's no one there. If anything, we can slide down to this. Take roof.
Yeah, and climb up. Yep.
Like I said, I'm gonna go set drone next to
Fighting over
beacon.
here and shit.
So we can get ready. Okay. 55 seconds. Still no one up there. Let's just get ready for it, okay? Because there's no one up there. We might just have to like come over here, climb up, and then take it.
What team is this? What team is this? Fighting? Like next to us?
ACP?
Like, what characters? What are they playing?
Crypto for sure. Ballistic, I think. And I don't know what the third is.
Okay.
You run over here and hit, you hit this beacon. If you
How is
there.
Verholst able
If you run below.
to have the Battle Beaver when it's a direct competitor of Hunter Thieves sponsor?
Oh, wait.
Sounds on height now. I see a guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how
I
all
think they're
that
just
stuff
holding the
works.
experimental side or something.
Gotta be pinching like down here.
There's like no one.
One
near
guy
us
holding the
right
height.
Oh,
Dude,
shoot.
Pulling away.
It is down.
Jesus.
Experimental.
Underneath here is in.
Yeah. Might as well just go backwards. Let's go north.
Yeah, just come back, hit third. The beacon.
Grab this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
Good.
recon as well. Gunning. 2 squads.
Going towards the beacon. On the left here.
Yeah, run towards the beacon.
Same.
So 0 squads. Go crap the bat.
Trying to make sure you don't
So
fall
beacon.
on my lap.
Yeah.
I'll throw a bat as well. I have one.
Coming back underpass side.
Look at third.
Yeah, we should
Look,
play
you
a
got an
production
underpass
yard.
somewhere.
I'm going back to our building. You wanna get on the pass side? Wait.
Well, I need to hit this beacon, so I need to grab this
Okay.
too. You go. Go underpass side.
okay, I'm walking towards
we
it.
grab that. See where everyone's playing on recon. A production yard's like 2 stacked with like 4 teams. We definitely can't. It's like 1 team there earlier though. Gunning. I'm gonna hit recon here and let's get closer to the far building.
Yep.
Southeast. 'Cause we have to run it in.
Tap it again.
2 squads. Alright. Walking up.
I'm with you.
Hitting recon. Okay, ready?
Yep.
It's one team holding both.
1 team holding both. 1 team
Try
holding
to-
production yard high, 1 team holding the side guide.
Try walking with
Look at
crypto wall.
quarantine side, bro. I mean, we try to fight this team, we're pretty fucked. Not even trolling. But if we go this way, we go wrap around.
Okay.
Wrap through here.
Slipping and sliding.
We can take quarantine fights too.
Slipping
3 so far. There's just too many teams on this fucking side of the map. the zip to the close building, okay?
Yep.
Yep.
With you.
We're gonna grab this. We're gonna grab this Evo too. Then we're gonna like kill this whole side. Then walk it into this corner.
Yep. Okay, teams here, 19 squads.
Running.
Haven't gotten much engagement here
That's a
yet
team of cross, maybe?
from Thieves.
I'm gonna jump from here. Go to mid choke. Go to mid recon.
We are
Someone's
getting
advancing,
closer
shooting.
to zone though.
Someone's
Yeah.
UAV, someone's UAV. But now we're here.
Yeah, I think I just got shot at from here.
Yeah, from here. I'm ping. Running enemy.
2, 3.
That's a recon drone. They're trying to shoot my drone. 3 man. Alright, let's go take the fight. Okay. Let's fight this. 100%.
I'm down. Just, wait, there's ballistic ult.
Yeah, I'm cracked. I had a heal. I'm gonna Phoenix, wait for me.
Oh fuck, I just left.
They shouldn't chase.
They shouldn't chase.
You would think they wouldn't chase.
Holding.
They're gonna get pressure
Slowing
from
down.
that tunnel, no?
Yeah.
You can zip again.
To the side. Take a 3v3 on this. Probably pop your ballistic ult, Jen. We're gonna fight for this building. Just like clear this building. That's it.
Yeah, we just have to
Clear
get that building,
we
yeah.
just sit.
It's looking like we should get a fight here, the way they're making it
Yeah, I'm
sound.
taking gas right now.
Okay, I'm doing it now. They're shooting someone.
Okay.
I'm trying to pop a syringe before we swing. Let me pop a syringe first. Oh, we're getting shot at.
I'm getting shot, I'm good. I'm batting.
Popping a syringe and I'm crossing you.
Running here. We're safe here for now. We're not in fully. Aim ping.
We're getting impede.
Yep, trying to look over.
I did. On the building, solo.
Look, John, yeah.
Solo on the building.
Walking up.
Swing up.
Yep, with you. Peeking top left.
Second floor.
Yep, coming inside. With you.
I'm in.
Burning. Yep. I'm batting. I'm cracked. Batting.
Shut my door off. Batting.
Chilling stairs. Syringe in.
Nading. We're good.
I'm out of
We're not taking from the thing.
Yeah, chill.
We're good.
Only bottom.
There's a team in the tunnel.
In the middle open. They're crossing. One down. Bang. Across. Look at this.
I'm peeking your side.
Yeah. I'm looking at this out thing.
Trying to look.
Okay.
Cracked on.
I want this man get inside.
Trying to look with you again. Yep. We're gonna fuse kid. I gotta chill.
Crap. Oh my fucking god, why are we letting him reset in that fucking room?
Close. From themselves.
Okay.
Ping.
Ping again, yeah. Playing backside. Batting.
Playing back.
Come back. Swing back inside.
Left, swing left. Ballistic. Yep, walking. Ballistic inside. Cracks. It's all you. I had him 50. It's all I can do.
Only left.
Give us luck.
They seem kind of checked out right now.
Swing.
Clean up.
Two.
I'm dead.
One get knocked.
You're not.
I have 200 knock. One left. Just bat. Yeah, just chill. Just bat. You're good. Knocks down.
You're not.
Got swap.
You got him swap.
No knock. I have no knock.
Storm beyond.
I'm dead. Nice.
Damn, that was a big win.
Running from here and trying to res.
Yep.
Guys, play bottom mid, okay?
Wait, that was huge. That was actually huge from Phony.
Yeah, there's a bunch of wall defenses there.
I'm dead.
Here we go. Hug. We go left here?
I'm just running it. I'm just taking zip.
Yeah, I'm probably just dead here. I'm not gonna lie.
Team, look at me. I'm dead.
I'm dead. It's all you.
I'm just dead.
Bro, well, can we please just fucking listen to me, bro? Like, please. Like, I'm actually gonna freak the fuck out. If we just finned that fucking Bangalore that was middle, we could have cleared all of fucking mid and just taken mid. But no one's fucking listening to me about finning the Bangalore. Worried about a fucking team across from us that's fuse queuing. I don't give a fuck about the team that's fuse queuing. Just fucking listen for a second.
Everyone's gonna look with you.
I went to go look with you. I went to go look, and I saw them go inside, so I stopped looking.
I literally said it like fucking 4 times. Fin the Bangalore. Don't let her go inside. Fin the Bangalore. She's outside. Fin the Bangalore. She's just crawling in the middle of the fucking open for free.
I don't know how we crossed that though. We have no ballistic ult. We just got pushed by him like they fucking the ult pixeled. And it's got the ballistic ult and the fucking.
And here we fucking go again with the fucking fuse.
But I never suggested Fuse. I said let's play Rampart Ballistic Crypto. I literally said it.
It's just fucking stupid in general. I'm literally saying what the fuck we should play. We should be playing Bangalore Ballistic fucking Rampart. Like, that's perfectly fine. I don't know why we're playing this fucking shit character. This shit is fucking horrible for our POIs. I don't know how many times we fucking discussed this to not fucking play Crypto from this fucking POI.
Crypto is fine. Just that you don't.
Alright, bro. If we're just not, I mean, that's fine. If Crypto's fucking fine, but I'm literally telling you, I don't feel comfortable playing this fucking character
Ballistic,
from this POI.
Crypto, I feel like. Is it not?
That's not the reason we're fucking dying, though. That's pissing me off. We're swapping a character, and that's not the reason we're fucking dying. If we had Bangalore Rampart Ballistic, we'd be fucking in zone right now, jacking off, getting a free fucking win. We're playing fucking Fuse Crypto Ballistic. It's fucking disappointing, bro. It's just pissing me off. We already discussed we were playing fucking Crypto from this POI. We literally said it. I don't know why fucking everyone's telling me to play it, bro. I should just fucking took initiative at that point. Got my own coach telling me to fucking play this character. Like, I shouldn't be playing this fucking character from this POI.
Well. That was pretty shitty. That was pretty ass. All right. Well, chat, that's gonna do it for the watch party today.
What do we get? We got 2 points.
Probably get,
I'll be honest, probably not gonna watch party
Apex
anymore.
Depends how all teams below us do.
Just I don't feel like it's my game to watch party. If I'm being completely honest, and we already got Nicewig that fucking crushes it over at the Thieves. So I might let him rock with that. Not that I'm competing with him anyway, but you know that might be his thing. So if you guys wanna watch Apex, it might be he might be your go-to. I'll stick to anything that's not really a BR. I can't really get into BRs. They're just not really my thing.
Like, we just
I
have
think
to
there's
play,
way
like,
too much
Crypto with,
downtime
like, scan from where we are. It's just like Rampart.
between everything, and I kind of just get lost on
Rampart
what to
and Crypto?
what
Is
to
that
talk
like
about, what to do.
I mean,
I don't think Crypto really does anything for us.
genuinely the
I think
Crypto's fine, but
we'll
not
probably
getting
stick to
anything. Like, we're not getting any value
COD,
with the Crypto
League,
fucking drone. Yeah, all we're doing is countering other Cryptos from pushing. We could just fucking do that with Ballistic
Rivals
or fucking Rampart with
and
Mobile
Val
Shield.
for now.
We're playing
But
a building. It's just so easy to.
I
fucking
appreciate
do.
everybody who tuned into the stream today. I hope you guys
not-
had a great
know, bro.
day.
I don't know if
Hope
I can have
you
this one.
have a good Easter or
literally-
had a good
I literally
Easter.
said in fucking
And
Scram, we
we'll
shouldn't
be
playing
live tomorrow
And come
for
game day, we
the
just fucking all switch it up for
league
some reason,
match,
they tell me to play it.
and then we'll be
Oh,
live
okay.
again
We have to play
on
Rampart.
Thursday for the Call of Duty tournament.
I
And
mean,
then
this
that'll
isn't
kind of
about
be
that.
more
I
of
mean,
our priority this weekend,
you
since
also, including
it's
me,
it's a big tournament for the Thieves. So
we both said to play
that'll
Call,
be
you know what I mean?
what we're kind of
Like,
looking
Racing's bang,
forward
like, I
to
guess
going
we could play
into
bang, yeah.
this coming weekend. But I appreciate everybody who tuned in today. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Peace
What
out,
are you gonna
guys.
play? Does Racing
I'm just annoyed that we couldn't hit fucking zone beacon.